Testing. Good morning, everybody. Testing. has multiple degrees in music and is back again to sing the national anthem this morning. Welcome, David. And he's sung in multiple choirs, operas all over the country. Yes. David, please start us off this morning.
Thank you. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, who brought stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight? O'er the rampart we watch were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does the star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. David, thank you. That was fabulous. All right, now to the start of racing. Over to Greg.
Good morning, Elliott Bridge. I can't hear you. Yeah, there you go. All right. So, Friday morning was Legends Friday, Masters sculling. Saturday was the Masters big boats and some of the elite sculling. Today is Youth Day and the collegiate big boats. So, the first event up the course this morning will be the youth singles. We'll be calling the race as we see it unfolding. I've got the benefit of being able to use Wi-Fi over here, but if you have the HOCR app, it'll give you detail on who's in first place at various places. It's a little bit tricky because it's continuously updating, but you can keep an eye on what's going on up the course. The first race started at 7:45, so that was 7 minutes ago. They're probably around the Weeks Footbridge right now, the first scullers. It's the men's youth single. The course record was set last year by Isaiah Harrison in a time of 18:13. Isaiah then went on this past summer and racked up a silver at U23s. So I think in terms of showcasing some of the best of U.S. junior sculling, this is a great event to see it at. Last weekend there was a warm-up event called the Head of the Quinobacan, which is the old Massachusetts Native American name for the Charles. It means winding river. And you guys are on the primo bend of the lower basin of the Charles. So, in terms of Elliott Bridge, it's about 4,000 meters into a just under 4,700 meter course. The athletes will get here about 15 minutes into the race. So if you see a start time of 7:45, we should be seeing them in about 5 or 6 minutes. Again, download the app. It's a great tool for keeping track of what's going on. And we will be refreshing via Wi-Fi on the live race results and letting you know if people in the back of the pack are dropping fast splits at Riverside or Weld. Back to Nick.
Thanks, Greg. So it looks like the conditions are good again today. We had perfect conditions Friday and Saturday, flat water, and the water's flat out there today. No wind, it's calm. So we should see some good racing. Actually, the cloud cover sort of helps in a way. It takes the glare off the river. So when you're steering a single and going around bends and looking for the crews ahead of you, when it's bright and sunny, it can be a little distracting looking up the river.
Yeah, I mean, Friday morning I was out there at this time, and it was bright sun, and you get a little bit of bobble on the water, and then the sun picks up and it starts to shimmer, and you're closing your eyes, and it's literally one of those strobe light warnings because it was really flashing. So, I tried to look into my mirror and up the course at the start, and the one thing that I saw was a little disconcerting so I'm getting ready to start, and I look up under the BU bridge, and there were a couple of swans sitting under the BU bridge, and I just turned around to the race official. I'm like, I know you guys have lots of launches around here. Can you go please get those out of the way? Because swans do not move. Cormorants duck into the water. The mallards are relatively smart. They get out of the way. The geese are okay. You drag your oars, they'll get out of the way. The swans do not care.
Yeah, it's their river and they let you know it. But yeah, coming around this bend, I saw a few people trying to get through the bridge, and it was, the sun was behind the Elliott Bridge, and it makes it hard to see the buttresses.
It's tricky now. But on the flip side, coming up the course, these and most of the turns on this river are to your port side. The orange does pick up very well in the bright morning light. So anyway, obviously no glare this morning. In terms of other conditions on the water, things that affect races, the wind. This is not quite the same wind as Friday morning. That was one of those southwest winds that didn't really interfere with your time, but it didn't really help you. Yesterday, the course record machine was in high gear. It was more of a south-southwest, which is a straight up the powerhouse stretch, kind of a tailwind. And we saw, I think, 15 records go yesterday. Today is a slight north wind, so it'll be coming down the powerhouse into them as they're rowing into it. So I'm not expecting the times to be as like yesterday.
Right.
The last thing that affects times on the course is the flow in the river. So there are a couple of dynamics there. One is, have we had any heavy rains in the last week or so? And it's been relatively dry. I mean, we had something come through last Wednesday, but right now the flow upstream is kind of just a little below typical kind of, median cubic feet per second. The other thing that can affect the flow is the water levels in this river are controlled. And there's a dam down below the course at below the Science Museum even, where they control the level of this river and let water in and let water out based on tides in the harbor. One thing that can be kind of funny is if they open the locks. So this is a function of when the tides are. If they open the locks, they'll open them for like 20 or 30 minutes, and it'll create this big suction down the basin. And as that rolls up the course, I've actually had races where somebody was at the BU bridge and everything was perfect about the rest of the conditions, and then they saw a trash bag just shooting by. So you can have this pulse of current go up the river based on when they open the locks. So hopefully they don't get any of that today.
I hope not.
And that would matter if there were like 150 boats in the field, because the first boat would go and then the last boat would go like 40 minutes later. Right. So if the pulse is 20 minutes, that can affect things intra-race.
Right.
But I don't think we have to worry about that today.
Not today. So the first boats have already passed Weld, so they're only a minute or two away. They passed Weld a little while ago. So we should be seeing them come around this bend very shortly.
Okay, so right now it looks like this is a field of 45 athletes. They're pretty much all through the Riverside boathouse. So this is only 1,000 meters into the race, and this is an 18-minute race. But right now, through Riverside, your top three are, and I apologize, I'm looking back and forth at things here. Oak Neck, and you've got the names of the athletes, right? Which is a nice program out of Bayville, New York. They brought 30 athletes up here for the Q last weekend. Oak Neck is in first and in second. And then third is Elijah Harrison, Isaiah Harrison's younger brother, who's a U17. So two U19s in first and second. Okay, that was
here we
Riverside.
go.
And actually, that's holding at Weld. Here we go.
Yeah, and it's bow number one, first one coming around the turn.
So bow number one is Elijah Harrison from Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. He raced here last weekend, and they've been training on the Charles for about a week. I think this is his second or third sculling race. So for him to be bow number one and holding bow number two is really pretty remarkable. Look at his line on the buoys.
Yeah, that's a nice line.
That's a nice line for a U17. Okay,
Yeah,
now the course will curve tightly towards the Elliott Bridge. So one of the things to watch is the athletes as they come around the bend. Do they correct for the bridge turn?
So that's bow number one at the head of the field. That's Elijah Harrison, and he's followed in the red boat, Daniel Gorenkov from Redwood Scullers. Welcome, guys. In the yellow Empacker, this is Henry Davidson from Oak Neck, from Bayville, New York. And in the black boat with the high-vis top, that's bow number three.
Yep, from South Orlando.
Cooper Hagen. Nice job, Cooper. Turn these down.
Let's go, CBC! Come on, Aiden!
Now we have bow number 6 from Cambridge Boat Club. That's Aiden Mosayeni. It's another U17 athlete. Did really well at last weekend's Q. Yep, let's hear it for the local guy. Come on, Elliot.
There's a tight race here between crews 9 and 10. 9 in the yellow boat is Samuel Subramaniam. He's followed by Grayson Lee of California Yacht Club in the white boat.
Yeah, so this race is going to be tricky to call in terms of because the seating is tricky, and there could be the fastest rower could be the last one up the course.
Yep, in the junior and the youth singles, bow 11.
Oak Neck.
Yep, that's Matthew Simmons from Oak Neck.
And here's bow
7.
number 7 from Lake Phalen, St. Paul, Minnesota. Welcome to Boston.
That's Andrew Taylor, bow 7.
Yeah, and I know these oars. This is Narragansett. This is from Providence, Rhode Island, about an hour down the road, and that's Benjamin Kearns. And this is his second time up the course at the head.
Then we've got bow 5. This is Luca Gotska.
Yep, from Ridgefield Park, New Jersey, Bergen County Rowing.
Lucas started rowing in middle school down in Florida and is now up in New Jersey.
Yeah, so far through CBC, and again, this is only about a third of the way into the field. Quite a bit of movement in the top of the leaderboard. Oak Neck is still in first, but Cal Yacht Club and then Redwood Scullers, so two West Coast crews are now at Cambridge are in second and third position.
Here we got bow
16 from the Brooks School.
Finn Hayes. On this side, closest to us, bow 17. That's William O'Connell from Port Jefferson Rowing Club.
Okay, and again, the course record in this event is 18:13. And the first finisher across the line, I've got one that's 18:57. So yeah, that kind of speaks to conditions a little bit.
Yeah, bows 21 and bows 14.
Yep. So Wad Quad Cities from Moline, Illinois, and bow 14 was another one of the Oak Neck athletes.
White Quad Cities always have a strong youth
they've
sculling
had really
program.
good representation on the junior national team. Good sculling program.
Who've got bow 26 in the red boat and the green top.
Yep. So bow 26 is Chargers Rowing Club from Liverpool, New York. Onondaga, Syracuse, Erie Canal.
And then bow 18.
Bow 18 is Hudson River Rowing Association from Poughkeepsie.
And then bow 22, which
Bow
is
22 is Haverford.
Yep, that's Evan Wang from Haverford School.
Yep, legendary high school sculling program for about 50 years, coached by Jim Barker.
Here in the yellow Empacker, bow 24.
Yep, that's Waylon Weston. I recognize those blades. And that is Zachary Cano. This is his junior year. Had a pretty good experience at Youth Nationals last summer. He goes to Weston.
And
about 20.
Yep,
That's Lincoln. Yep, go ahead.
Yep, Jeremiah Lesniak from Lincoln Park.
Yeah, and bow 30 doing really well, moving up. That's Brophy College Prep School from Tempe, Arizona.
Yeah, he's strongly moved up the field.
Okay, bow 19. That's Seattle Scullers, so another crew of a fair amount of frequent flyer miles getting here. And bow 23 is St. Benedict's from Republic of South Africa.
Wow.
Yeah.
Welcome to Boston.
Yeah, welcome to Boston.
Bow
Go ahead.
13 is Alden Mares from Wichita.
Yep.
We got bow 27 approaching Elliott Bridge.
So
That's
20
Jack Mayer
Yep,
from
that's-
Arkansas.
Right, Fayetteville, Arkansas. Okay, I'll do a refresh here again for everybody.
Bows 29 and 37. 37 has moved up.
Yep, what I told you before about Oak Neck, Redwood, and Cal Yacht Club is still holding. Elijah Harrison is currently in fourth.
Then bow 31, that's Luke Miller from Malvern, Pennsylvania.
Yep, Malvern Prep, one of the. They've actually sent some crews over to Henley. They've sent some crews over to Silver Skiff.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
they
then
travel.
bow 33 was Ryan Derrimer.
I'm actually from Malvern, Pennsylvania.
Bow 32, that was Abraham Migram from V-Skulls in Greenwich.
Yep, and here's bow 40 from Ridley Grad, home of St. Catharines, Canada, home of Canadian Royal Canadian Henley. And bow 34, Capital Rowing Club from Washington D.C.
That's Elliot Mayer. Who've got bow 41, that's Alex Henke from Camp Randall in Madison, Wisconsin.
And bow 39, Huntsville, Madison County from Huntsville, Alabama. Is that where Mary Jones is from?
I think it is, yeah.
Cambridge Boat Club's
Yeah.
Mary Jones. Bow 35, Lake Linano from Minnesota.
That's Leo Lombardi,
That's
bow
Michigan. That's
35.
Michigan.
It is.
Michigan. Sorry, amateur announcers here. And bow 36, Rothsay Netherwood School from California. Followed by bow 43, Leander Boat Club from not from Henley on Thames, but from Hamilton, California.
Bow 38, that's Naaman Single from South Eugene, Oregon. And bow 44 is Owen Benincoza, also from Oregon, Lake Oswego.
Results are still holding. Fastest time up the course right now is 18:52, and that's Henry Davison from Oak Neck.
Then the two crews we've got approaching now, about 42 and about 45. About 42 with the light blue blades, that's Joshua Ogden. Joshua's up from the Space Coast crew in Florida. And 45 is Mahmoud Radwan.
Okay.
Also down from Ridley.
Yep. So, right now, it looks like the top three, we'll call these in the U19s and the U17s. In the U19s, Davison from Oak Neck, Lee from Cal Yacht Club, and Anderson from Y Quad Cities. In the U17, Gorenkov from Redwood, Harrison from Coeur d'Alene, and the Cambridge Sculler, Mosieni. So just one kind of caveat on everything we're talking about with results is there's a lot that goes out on the course. And you've got these orange buoys and these green buoys. The idea is that you keep the orange buoys on the correct side of your on the port side of your boat's hull, and that you keep the green buoys on the starboard side. If you cross those buoys, the first one is a 5-second dinger. The second, third, fourth, fifth one are 10 seconds apiece. That can happen. It can happen because you just don't steer correctly. It can happen because there's traffic on the river. So there are a large number of watchful eyes on this course looking to make sure that hulls stay on the correct side of their respective buoys. And races are frequently decided by one buoy violation. It used to be 10 seconds for the first buoy. Too many races were getting decided. They cut it down to 5 seconds. It can still happen. My race, first and second place, was 2-second difference. And it happened in the last 700 meters. I've been in races in the last 700 meters where first and second, the guy that was in first missed the last buoy at the Windsor Hill Boathouse. There was an eye-to-eye lock-on between bow numbers 1 and 2, and it was a mad sprint to the finish. And, when it was a 10-second penalty, it's hard to make up 10 seconds in the last 500 meters. So, anyway, I'm not showing any of my emotional scar tissue here. The other thing that can happen is athletes, there can be a lot of passing going on during these races, and athletes are required to yield. If you're coming up on someone, you're supposed to indicate where you want to go, which side you want to go to, and then that crew's supposed to get out of your way. Communication in the single sculls is usually pretty good, but when you get onto a bend, and if there are 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 boats all there at the same time, it's pretty hard for the outermost crew to know what the guy on the inside or the girl on the inside wants to do. So you can have some real tangles, and when you get to a situation like the Elliott Bridge, where it goes from a gradual turn into a 90-degree sharp turn, and then there are a couple of things called bridge abutments, and there are all of you guys screaming at the top of your lungs, it gets pretty frisky.
Hey, quick general announcement. Folks across the river, if you are stood in front of the timing marker, it's a big orange line. If you could just move away from it, that's a timing marker. The lady in, thank you. That helps our referees and umpires catch the timing.
Sorry, I digressed. So, the women's singles started at 8:01. They're about 12 minutes up the course. Let's see if we have some weld times.
So, yeah, the next event while Greg looks up the times, the next event is event 46. It's women's youth singles. It started at 8:01. And if it says in the program it starts at 8:01, you can pretty much set your clocks by that. Our timekeepers here who start the races keep all these races on time.
Yeah. So I'm looking at the times right now, and it looks like there are about 10 boats through Weld. Looks like Oakneck, Ridley, and Redwood are the three fastest, but it says we have one boat that's already come through CBC, and I've missed that one. So, anyway, somebody's looking pretty good on the internet right now, but I don't think that time's going to hold up for the official results.
Probably not.
Must have been that person standing in front of the
time
orange
marker.
line. Yeah, that was it. That had to be it. They registered. So whoever it was standing in front of the sign, you are in first place at the women's youth singles.
But this is another great event where the standard really continues to rise each year. It's for, as I say, youth singles, so they're all 18 and under. There's a special first place medal for the under 17 as well in this, so an extra U17 category.
In that U17 at Cambridge Boat Club, we've got one, and we got a horse in this race. Lucy Greenup is in the U17, and she started rowing in the queue when I think she was like 11.
Wow.
So I think she has 5 medals in the queue, and now she's all of 16. and yeah, so she's going at it today, but I'm expecting her to do well.
And she's starting 5th. Yeah, the 6th. She's about 6. So, 45 entries altogether in this race. Entries from Canada, one from Australia, all over the U.S. Kicking off the race, it's Maeve Kahane from Narragansett.
Yeah, these junior, these youth singles events, it used to be, just as a measure of the growth of the sport, because I think when the Olympics looks at rowing, one of the things they look about is they say, okay, is the sport growing? And, it's like they aren't making any more old people. So the question is, do kids care about the sport? And this youth event used to be a division inside the club singles, and it's capped by the amount of daylight on the river because we can only get so many boats up the course. So if the club singles had 30 people in them, there might be 10 youth in them. And since they've been able to expand to Friday, the expansion of these youth events, the expansion of these youth singles events, they're still dramatically oversubscribed. So they're just incredibly, okay, and here we go. Enough small talk. We've got some racers coming at us. So I'll do a refresh.
So the first 2 scullers are coming into view here. The first leading off is actually Bow 2, which is Autumn Crow. She placed 2nd in this event last year and won the U17 medal last year.
And these 2 athletes are running in 2nd and 3rd through Weld, which is about 8 minutes left to go in the race, but they're within 5 seconds of first place. So hey, Bridge, let's crank up the volume on this one, because these athletes have about 100 strokes to go, and you can really help them.
So that's Autumn Crow at Bow 2 from Ridley, and then Olivia Petrie from Redwood Scullers out in California.
Let's go, Elliot. Come on.
Then Bow 5 is Catherine Barry from Oakneck, another Oakneck Sculler.
Yep. And through Weld, this was your leader. You sort of see, if you see a 2 and a 3 and then you see a 5. The 5's doing pretty well because they start these athletes about 15 seconds apart at the start.
Here we go in the black boat. This is Maeve Kahane from Narragansett. Maeve has been sculling since she was in 8th grade. Bow 6 and 7. Bow 6, this is Lucy Greenup.
Yep, let's hear it, Cambridge.
And 7 is Ava Shetlick from Virginia. Ava raced at Junior Worlds in the quad this year, finished 4th.
Yep, so Ava's racing in the U19 and Lucy's in the U17. Remarkably good technique at this far into the race. I mean, at this point, I'm just trying to not fall apart.
Yeah. They are doing nicely. All right, big gap, which generally means we got a big group following.
This is true. It's one of the, And well, I think one thing about singles that's nice is the boats aren't exactly huge, so you have a lot of room to maneuver on a relative basis. With the bigger the boats, and we're going to go from singles to doubles to quads to eights. I mean, it gets more and more challenging to get through this turn.
Right.
The bigger the boat class.
It gets exciting. All right, this is sculler number 9, bound 9 from Kent School, Dorothea. Then in the red top, that's bound number 8.
Yep, that's Potomac. Recognize the red blades with the white stars, one of the oldest boat clubs in the country, followed by bow 4 from Dallas, the HOCR School.
Evelyn Fox from Dallas. That's bow number 15.
Yep, bow 15 is Waterford crew from Sandy, Utah.
Anna Holtley from Waterford.
Welcome, Anna.
Anna got 3rd in the youth single at Youth Nationals last year.
And another CBC sculler.
That's Sophia Grossman. Let's hear it, CBC.
Okay, so far, our leaders are 1, 2, and 3, Hockaday, Philadelphia City, and Oakneck. Thigpen, Capizzi, and Barry. But remember, lots can change in this event.
Sculler 10 here is Sculler 10, Juliana McCarthy from Port Jefferson.
And then we have bow 11 from Oakneck. Big Oakneck contingent here. Bayville, New York. And that is Sophia Satar Rice, followed by bow 16 from Tempe, Arizona. Good representation from Arizona here today, too.
Yeah.
And then we've got bows
17 and 19.
17 and 19. 17 is Redwood Scullers, and 19 is Seattle Scullers. So it's always this, which coast is best. Here we go.
Yeah, let's see.
And bow 14 and bow 13. So that is Port Jefferson and Advanced Community Rowing. So relatively close to each other, Port Jefferson and Nyack. Bow 20 is Founders Rowing Club from Dallas, Texas.
Bow 18, that's Kalia Danier from Beaver Creek Sculling in Virginia in the green top.
Little bit of a change on the leaderboard right now. It's Oakneck's Barry, Redwood Scullers Petrie, and Ridley's Crow, followed by CBC's Lucy Greenup.
And Sculler 22, just going under the Elliott Bridge, that's Molly McDonald from South Jersey Rowing Club.
And that's with about a half a dozen athletes through the line. Time of 20:05 is the fastest so far. That's versus Anna Mathis's 1913 5 years ago.
Sculler 24, just approaching the Elliott Bridge, is from California Yacht Club. That's Alexandra Barr.
Proud to say the course record is held by a Cambridge Boat Club sculler. And Anna, I think, is in her last year at Yale.
I think so, yeah.
Mom is Cindy Mathis, who has held a couple of course records in her own. I think she still holds the lightweight single course record.
I think she does.
Yeah,
That's been a while. Here we go.
Okay, and here's bow number 29 from Australia, Seymour College. Moved up on bow 23 from Nyack and Rockland Rowing Association. So let's see how bow 29 does in the overall standing. She's got about 80, 90 strokes to go. Go Australia.
Sculler bow 21 is Lake Phelan Rowing,
Yep.
Ashley Harvey.
And bow 26 from Seattle, Washington, Seattle Scullers. And bow 28 from Philadelphia City Rowing.
That's Chloe Capizzi.
I'm going to be curious to see how that Australian sculler does. That was a big pickup in bow numbers. I mean,
Right.
sometimes like you can actually pass 5 or 6 people in this race.
Oh, yeah.
But there's a lot of luck involved in that too. That's 5 or 6 opportunities for disaster.
Sculler 25 just going under the bridge from Ridgewood Crew. That's Anna Mevison. Here we go. Sculler 31 passing CBC. That's
From Charlottesville and Ravenna Rowing Club. And then bow number 30, Athletes Without Limits from DC.
That's Evelyn Watkins. Sculler number 30, bow 30.
Okay, so we're about 2/3 of the way through the field here.
Sculler 35.
35 is Notre Dame Rowing Club, not from Indiana, from Welland, California, Welland, Canada.
Clara Van Dyke. Sculler 35.
One of the most decorated single scullers at the head of the Charles is from Welland. It's Dick Kendall.
Huh.
So he had an age-adjusted time when he was 80 years old of 19 minutes and 50 seconds. So we're seeing times
Wow.
from these athletes, so, that are sort of 20 minutes. So it's can you beat an 80-year-old?
Right. All right. Sculler 33, 32, and 27.
So 33 is Baldwin School from Bryn Mawr, Pennsylvania. 32 is Hockaday from Dallas, Texas. And 27 is the Hill School from Pottstown, Pennsylvania,
That's Kim Monzingo from the Hill School.
just outside of Philly. I've got to tell some Dick Kendall stories when we get to the break.
Sculler 37 in the black boat.
So that's Row America Greenwich.
Claire Genius from Greenwich. She's just 14. Have a great row, Claire.
And on the leaderboard, it's Oak Neck, Redwood, and we've had Waterford move into 3rd place. That's bow 15, so that is
Bow 38
That's,
and bow 43 approaching the Elliott Bridge.
Anna Holte.
38 is from Sylvan Scullers in Pennsylvania.
43 is Episcopal School of Dallas, so they're having a good row. Bow 36 from Colorado, the Mile High Rowing Club. So I guess that's altitude training.
It
so
is,
hopefully,
yeah.
That's an advantage for her. Hopefully she's having a good row.
Exactly. she raced in Youth Nationals in the U17 double.
And bow 39 is Connecticut Boat Club from Norwalk, Connecticut. It's Liz Tron's boat club, right?
Right.
Yep.
Yep.
Long record of success producing good athletes. Swinging wide. That's bow 34, so that's Bergen County from Ridgefield Park, New Jersey.
So that's bow 34. Cece's a senior at Teaneck High School in Bergen County, New Jersey. Then we've got bow 44 in the dark boat. And closest to CBC, bow 40.
Yep, 44 is Red Dog Rowing from Omaha, Nebraska. And bow 40 is Norwalk River Rowing Association with the white blades.
With a big fan club on the bridge.
Okay, and bow 42 from Oak Ridge, Tennessee. Atomic Rowing, Oak Ridge. That's a great course. It's a lot of U.S. rowing regattas held there.
Sculler 41 coming around the bend. This is Jackie Franco from Sacred Heart in Greenwich, Connecticut. Jackie's got some fans up on the bridge cheering her along. Okay, Jackie, you got about 90 strokes to go.
And our third race of the day is about 10 minutes in. That'll be the women's youth fours. And now
this is Sculler 45. This is Gabrielle from Long Island Rowing Club.
yeah, obviously Nick and I are trying to keep our crews straight. It's going to get more challenging for us right about now. Okay, bow 45. Yeah, Long Island Rowing Club. Welcome to Boston. So these next events are very different than the ones you just saw for a couple of reasons. One is the fields are huge. So if you've got 45 athletes in these singles events, the fours and the eights divisions have 90 each. Okay, so in so there were 45 athletes in the men's youth singles. 90 times 4, there are 300. Well, 5 times 90, so 450 athletes coming up the course in the next event. And then in the eights, it's 90 times 9, so there are 800 athletes coming up. Okay, so lots more emotions, lots more families on the bridge, lots more noise. So we know what you're here for.
And we should add lots more speed on the course, which also makes it interesting.
So here's the next thing. As you come up the course, the head will tell you that this course is 4702. My GPS had me on Friday at 4542. The tighter a course the coxswain can take, it's seconds, okay? Because we're talking about these boats moving at what, like 5 meters a second, something like that?
Yeah.
So if you can shave 150 meters off your course, do the math, okay? And these are races where 1 second can determine a placing or two. So that's one dynamic. So the line really matters, and the coxswains are really jacked up about that. The second thing about these big boats is in a single, you can usually control the reaction between the steering and the athlete pretty much between your ears. In the bigger the boat gets, the more interaction there is between the coxswain and the oarsman, and the bigger the boat gets, the harder it is to steer. So a 4 is considerably easier to steer than an 8. A single, you can push the bow around. There's a reason the rudder is on the stern of a big boat, and what usually happens is you slide the stern around and you try to track the bow to where you want it to go. I mean, a single, you just shove it around until it's headed the direction you want it to go. A skid turn is a lot less predictable than being able to push the bow. So the amount, and then we talked about how the turn here accelerates in terms of going from a gradual one to a 90-degree one. We could see some bridge abutment action in this 4s race, and we will definitely see it in 8s races. And some of it's because the coxswain doesn't nail the window in terms of the turn mechanics, and some of it's because they want to do what they should do, but they can't because there's a boat right next to them, or there's a boat in front of them, or there's a boat coming up behind them.
Greg, let me... folks across the river, if you are standing in front of an orange line, that orange line is a timing marker. If you've got a green jacket on, and if you can move away from the orange line to help our timers, our umpires, referees, thank you. All right, and here we've got the first boats coming down, Greg.
Okay, here we go. 90 boats.
Bows 1 and 2 having a battle, but also steering nicely down the course.
Course record in this event was set in 2010, so it's a 12-year-old record. It's held by South Niagara in a time of 17:58.
So bow 1, this is Jackson Reed High School crew from Washington, D.C.
And there are 5 medals up for grabs in this division.
Bout 2 is Phillips Exeter down from New Hampshire. Both those crews taking a nice course down the river. This is Women's Youth 4's Event 47. Bout 3 in the white boat. This is Row America Rye. They are followed by Bow 5, NorCal crew from Redwood City.
Yep, a little bit more seeding in this event than the singles. Bows 1 and 2 earned those bow numbers based on last year's finish, and right now they are also the top 2 through Weld. Actually, top 2 through CBC. They were in the top 5 through Weld.
Bow
Okay.
6 in the black boat, just going past Cambridge Boat Club. This is Connecticut. All 4 of those athletes were at youth nationals in different events.
Yeah, a lot of the crews in the top of this event would have been at youth nationals. Be curious to see which race they like better, this one or youth nationals.
Bow 7, Northfield Mount Herman.
Yeah, go Hoggers. NMH has a long history at the head of the Charles. I think they've been competing here since the late 60s.
Bow 8, this is Windsor.
Yep, this one's going to get loud right after the bridge. Yeah, Windsor. And bow 4 from New Rochelle. It's Pelham Community Rowing Association. Got a
Bow 12. Wow, they have moved up.
Yeah, it's Greenwich. Yep. It's one of K-Star's crews. Go Greenwich.
Bow 9 in the black boat.
Yep,
that's
that's
Moorestown High
Moorestown.
School.
Yep. Nice line by Greenwich on the bridge. Okay, and here on the inside, we've got bow number 11. That's Saugatuck, big sweeps program, followed by CRLS. Yeah, Cambridge. Yeah, CRLS rose out of Cambridge Boat Club. Excellent, good showing. I think there's some CRLS people on that bridge.
I'm down here on the dock.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
This is bow 13 coming up, the Orange Blades.
Yep, Triangle Rowing Club from Raleigh, North Carolina. You know, one thing I've always noticed about the youth women's events is the intensity of the screaming and the pitch is very different than the Masters singles. You just don't get that rock star treatment, in the Masters single.
Are you jealous, Greg?
It's like, watching these old Beatles things. You hear this.
All right, bow 14.
Three Rivers Rowing Association. I digress. Oh, to be young.
Exactly. Have a fan club.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed by the steering so far in the first
It has
part.
been. It really has been impressive.
We
Yeah.
haven't. I know there's some people up on the bridge that want the full NASCAR treatment, but we'll promise us the eights are coming.
These young youth coxers. There's some good
it's
coxers
good line.
in here.
Yeah, a bunch of them. It's their first time up the course, and they're sitting on the breathing line, on the starting line. It's like breathe, breathe, breathe.
All right, bow 17 in the blue boat.
Yep. So bow 17.
Bromfield, Acton, Boxborough.
Yep. Holly Hatton's cruise.
That's bow 16, Oakland Strokes from Oakland, California. They're happy to be back, and we're happy to have you here.
Yeah, and I know a lot of the coaches at a lot of these programs. These are all well-coached crews. So, it's going to make a huge difference for these athletes when they move up to the college level.
All right, bow 15 in the black boat.
So that's Triangle Rowing Club from Raleigh, North Carolina.
They got some
That's 15.
interesting.
Sorry, 15. That's
15.
Sea Island Rowing from the Bronx.
With nice decals on their boat.
Yep. City kids like this sport.
18.
That's Twin Cities from Eden Prairie, Minnesota.
And the yellow boat is 19.
Yeah, New York.
That's Ann Arbor. Ann Arbor, Huron in the yellow boat. Crew 20 with the blue tops. That's Camp Randall.
Camp Randall from Madison. There's a bunch of 4 coming up. Four
first one is 24, about 24 in the white.
Yeah, Culver from Indiana. Also has been coming to the head for 50 years.
And then bow 25 in the white tops, the red blades.
Pacific Rowing Club from San Francisco.
And bow 22 with the black tops.
West Side Rowing Club from Buffalo, also one of the oldest clubs in the country.
Then bow 21 with the dark boat, dark tops.
Yep, and that's TBC Racing out of Thompson Boathouse in Washington, D.C. my voice started to crack yesterday, and somebody said, I said, well, yeah, I was choking on a donut. And they said, well, you should have said that. It's the donut, people.
All right, bow 26.
Yep, 26 is Nashville Rowing from Nashville, Tennessee.
And in the yellow boat, it's bow 23.
Which is East Grand Rapids from, as you might guess it, East Grand Rapids, Michigan. Okay, let's take a look at the leaderboard.
While Greg looks up the latest results coming into view, we've got bow 28 just coming around the corner.
Okay, and this one, again, we're only about a third of the way through the field, but right now the top 3 are Greenwich, NorCal, and Connecticut A, followed by Phillips Exeter and Row America Rye. So those are your 5 early medal contenders.
All right, so this is Miami Rowing Club, bow 28, just going past Cambridge Boat Club.
And the time is, doesn't affect, the wind's not affecting these 4s as much. So the record time is 7:58. So far the fastest time is 18:04.
About 30 here, Norwalk River in the white boat, followed by, we've got bow 29.
And that's Glastonbury from Connecticut, followed by 27 on our side from White Marsh from Conshohocken, and 32.
32, Holy Names from Seattle.
Yeah, so Conshohocken's boathouse during that flooding in Philadelphia last year the flood lines were literally up to the roof line of the boathouse. It's just remarkable pictures. Bow 33.
33.
That's White Rock from Dallas, Texas.
And then 31 in the dark boat, 35 in the white boat.
Yep, so 35 is River City from Sacramento, California. 31 is Jackson Reed High School from D.C. And then 34, Port Rowing from Port Washington, New York.
Then 36 in the white boat,
That's
blue tops.
Milwaukee Rowing Club.
Welcome to Boston.
If you're on the internet, we hope we're doing a good job of calling the crews as they're coming into the video feed. The cameraman is about 10 feet to our side, and actually it's a little easier today than yesterday, because yesterday there was glare on the water, and we had to adjust the camera angle so that you can actually see anything.
All right, this is 39.
Okay.
They just took a really nice course
great
around
line.
that.
That's Texas Rowing Center out of Austin.
Yeah.
Huge center of rowing in Texas.
Nice coxing, 39.
I mean, you got everything there. It's juniors, it's masters, University of Texas. You've got one of the U.S. training centers.
Right.
It's, tons of stuff.
Here we go. 37, white boat, green tops.
Yep, that's Chargers Rowing Club from Liverpool. Again, Lake Onondaga and the Erie Canal.
And then 41, Friends of Brookline. They got friends on the bridge.
And then 40, Triangle Rowing Club.
Triangle up from Raleigh, North Carolina.
Brookline with about 80 strokes to go. So one of the things that Brookline has an incredible advantage on is their boathouse is just about 100 yards past the finish line. So they have the shortest warm-down row of anyone in this regatta. On the flip side, you've got Union Boat Club all the way down at the basin. So Union has a great warm-up row, but they've got like a 5-mile long warm-down.
Yeah, they relax after their race.
Okay, here's bow 44. That's Unionville High School from Pocopson, Pennsylvania.
And then bow 38, the silver boat. Bow 38 is Hingham High School. Hingham have brought their fans out today. That's always great to see. All right, bow 47.
Bow
In the-
47 is Greenwich Academy. Wow, they moved up.
They moved up and they found themselves some clear water ahead of all the crews behind them here.
Blades going down to the water, accelerating the front end, driving the legs. Nice. That's good rowing.
Bow
43.
That's Wilmington.
Yep. And
From-
here's a cluster. So this is what you people have been waiting for. Oh, bow 51.
51 has moved up.
That's Ransom Everglades from Coconut Grove, Miami, followed by
And
45
is BB&N,
Yeah,
right
BB&N
next door.
Getting loud. Yeah, BB&N.
Bow 50, that's Nobles.
Also
Another
getting
local
loud.
club.
Wow, we got we got the Boston crews representing here, followed by listen to the noise on the bridge. Brooks
That's-
School. Followed by bow 49, Old Line.
Blood Street Skulls.
Woo, that was a crowd favorite.
That was a crowd favorite.
I just head should put all the Boston crews back to back to back to back. This place explodes. Okay,
Another
bow
CRLS
47,
crew?
Greenwich Academy. Yep, 42. Yep, sorry. CRLS. Yes, CRLS. Those look like Wayland Weston blades on the Boston shore. Am I right?
St. Catherine's.
Oh, nope, I'm wrong.
Bow 53, St. Catherine's.
St. Catherine's.
Then bow 46.
Bow 46.
That's City Honors from Buffalo, New York.
All right, let's see if we've had any
Bow 52.
changes.
That's Westford Academy, bow 52.
Yep, 1803 is still our fastest time. And it's Greenwich, NorCal, Connecticut, Phillips, Exeter, and Row America. So no changes in the top 5 since our last check-in. And again, this is all before any penalties because, stuff happens out there.
Okay, bow 56 with the pink tops,
Yep,
black
that's
boat.
Notre Dame Academy crew from Ohio, Toledo, Ohio.
Remember, this is big field. We've got 90 boats in this field. Bow 59 coming into view.
Bow 59 is First Coast Rowing Club from Jacksonville, Florida.
And then bow 55.
55 is Emma Willard School from Troy, New York.
Bow 60 with the yellow blades.
60 is St. Ignatius from Chicago.
This is for St. Ignatius. This is their first time at the head of the Charles. And they're all seniors.
And we are now 2/3 of the way through this field. 30 boats still coming up the course.
Bow 63 in the yellow boat.
63 is St. Paul's School from Concord, New Hampshire.
Bow 62.
62 is TriStar from Knoxville, Tennessee.
TriStar was only founded in 2019.
Yeah. Really?
Yeah,
Okay. There you go.
that's excellent. 2 years into the 3 years into the program and having a boat here. That's
Yeah,
great
yeah.
to see.
Rowing well. Good coaching. Good athletes. Okay.
65.
As we turn the page.
That's Havergal from Toronto. 61 and 64. 61 is Haddonfield Crew. 64 is Mercy Crew from Rochester, New York. And then 68 is making a move up the field. That's Oklahoma River Sport. '69. That's Nereid from Rutherford, New Jersey.
Nereid.
Nereid.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And 58. So 65. Moving
58
well.
is Buffalo Seminary.
One time I co-announced. I had somebody from the Dutch national team up here with me, and I had her take all the Native American names, and I tried to pronounce all the international ones. It was pretty amusing. And 73, Newport Aquatic Center.
And 57.
57 is
57 is Cortland Community Rowing.
Yep, from upstate New York.
Welcome, girls.
And 72.
Yep, 72.
Oh, yeah, there's a one moving up through the pack. Gainesville area rowing.
67, that's Delafield from down from Manchester, New Hampshire, rowing for the Delafield School.
And on the Boston shore, we've got 70 from Honolulu, Hawaii.
And this side,
Aikeka Hawaii Rowing. I'm sure I mispronounced that. And followed by Brewster Academy from Wolfboro.
they train up on Lake Winnipesaukee in New Hampshire.
Hawaii, welcome to Boston.
Crew 76 storming down the course. This is Litchfield Hills. Litchfield with fans on the bridge. Give them a cheer.
About 75 on the Boston shore is Prince William Crew from Woodbridge. About 71 oars from Albany, New York. Yeah, so we're up here, we're doing this multilingual announcing, and it was Masters rowing. And somebody from the Netherlands goes by, and if you listen to World Rowing, you watch any of the World Cup racing, the World Rowing feed will flip between 3 or 4 languages. So I said to my announcer, I was like, what do you got? And she's like, I got Dutch, French, German, and English. And I was like, okay, I got English. So we alternated, and this Dutch sculler came by, and later I ran into that person over in Amsterdam, and she's like, it was so cool at the Charles, they called my race in Dutch.
We are an international event. There are crews
We are
here
an
from
international event, yeah.
multiple
Yeah, if
countries.
you're multilingual, apply to be an announcer. Okay,
74
Bell
and 77.
Yep. So 74 is Neponset on the Boston Shore. Did I get that right? 74. Yep. Followed
Yep.
by 77, Upper Arlington from Columbus, Ohio. And now we in the orange shell with the white blades. We have bow 78, DC National from Maryland, and bow 54.
That is Watupa Rowing Center. Watupa, welcome.
So, Watupa, let's hear it for Watupa. This is one that a bunch of Cambridge members are helping to coach, and they've got it going on down in southeast Massachusetts. Go Watupa.
All right, Crew 81 in the burnt orange.
That's Manhasset from Port Washington.
Then bow 80. That's Whitman Crew from Maryland. '83 in the black boat. That's the Hun School up from Princeton, New Jersey. This is the first Hun sweep crew entered in the head of the Charles in a number of years.
And bow 79, St. Paul's Girls from London. Welcome to Boston.
St. Paul's School row right on the Thames on the Tideway in Putney. All right, Crew 87 coming into view. This is Villa Maria Rowing.
Yep, from Malvern. Small girls only school right on Route 30 in Malvern.
And Crew 86 with the pink tops. That's South Jersey Rowing Club.
Or I should say the Lancaster Pike. Apparently it was the road from Philadelphia to the west 200 years ago is where all the Conestoga wagons, were built.
All right, Crew 85, McGunty-Cook.
They teach you about that in the UK?
They did not.
That was when the West was considered Ohio. Or Pittsburgh. Okay.
Crew 89. Here we go.
It's Berkshire School from Sheffield, Mass. Got a history lesson here. Yesterday we were talking about some Latin, explaining to people what ex nihilo meant.
You never know what you're going to get from the commentary at the head of the Charles. All right, Crew 82, Middletown, Connecticut. Welcome, Middletown. We have bow 90 in the black boat. Bow 90 is Lowell. Lowell High School.
From the Merrimack River.
And bow 88, Avon High School from Avon, Connecticut.
Bow 84, Maine Coast from Brunswick, Maine. And that may wrap up the women's fours.
I think that is.
Fours.
I think we've seen them all.
Okay. All right. So let's go to the leaderboard. So hit the refresh button. Okay, 5 medals in this event. And again, this is before any adjustments by the officials. But right now, it looks like Greenwich has maintained their first place position, 1803.7, followed by NorCal, followed by Newport, moving up into that group, followed by Connecticut A, followed by Phillips Exeter. So we got one in the top 5. We got 2 Connecticut crews, 2 California crews, and 1 Massachusetts crew. So I was joking around about the international announcing crew on World Rowing. On a more technical note, one of the ways to get much better at rowing is to watch good rowing. And I've always been kind of amazed how much of an unknown the video library on the World Rowing website is. So whenever there's a World Cup regatta or there's a World Championships regatta, particularly in a non-Olympic year, there'll be live feed of that on the internet, and of the semifinals and the finals, and then there'll be a race archive. So if you're ever looking to, it's the old, if you can see it, you can be it. If you, well, sort of. I just don't seem to ever get that fast anymore. But if you go on to World Rowing, go into their video library, pull up the boat classes, and just watch good rowing. It really gives you things to visualize in terms of like, okay, how do I get the blade in the water? How do I pick the boat up? How do I hold my body position? And it's really a remarkable resource. Okay. That's my thing on watching video of good rowers.
No, there are some great resources out there, both on World Rowing, lots of good videos to pick up technique.
It's also very discreet in that it's specific events, so you don't have to watch a 5-hour feed like this one to find your favorite crew.
Yeah. All right, let's thank some of our sponsors. We couldn't run this whole race, this whole regatta, without help of our sponsors. So BNY Mellon has been a long time partner of the Head of the Charles. They're an investment management firm and our presenting sponsor, one of the world's leading investment management organizations. Thank you, BNY Investment Management. New this year, we have Moderna is our premier sponsor. Look for regatta and Moderna trivia stickers all along the race course this weekend. Scan the QR code for the answers.
Yeah, and if you're interested in a career in science, you're studying the life sciences. Moderna is, I think, part of the reason they're sponsoring is they're looking for smart people.
Yeah, I'm sure they are.
So smart young scientists. Go Moderna.
And we certainly want to thank all the volunteers. The race wouldn't be possible without there are about 2,000 volunteers who make this race happen. There's a race operations committee, a small group of people that meet throughout the year to plan all the operations of the race, and then the bigger operations committees get together in September and October to plan all the detailed pieces. And of course, all those volunteers are well clothed by our partner Vineyard Vines. You'll see the tops that the volunteers are wearing, the red tops, come from our partner Vineyard Vines. Thank you, Vineyard Vines.
So the next race coming up the course, and we did have the men's youth singles kick us off, but then the next several thousand athletes are women, and obviously rowing, I think everybody knows, is a sport that's been a leader in gender equity. But we've had the women's youth singles, the women's youth fours. We'll now have the Directors Challenge women's quads. So I've rowed the Director's Quad a few times, and it's fun because like the same thing. It'll be the same thing for the men. You'll be sitting out there on the starting line with all these young boats around you, and then you're kind of looking at you, going, "What are you doing here?" But then we'll move into the women's youth quads, which has been another explosively popular event. The women's youth eights, the women's youth doubles, the women's U17 fours. That's a new division this year, right?
Yep.
And then we'll get over to the guys again. But we're basically we're going to watch some women's racing for the next 2 hours.
And kicking it off, this Directors Challenge Women's Quads, this is event 48. It's always really fun. A lot of these athletes have been rowing for years and years. They're looking out to... Decades, exactly.
Lifetimes.
Often rowing together for many decades.
Yeah, so in our announcer training, you know, we're given guidance on how to call a race professionally, how to, you know, not tell coxswains when they're heading for bridges and things like that. The Director's Challenge is a little bit more of a fun event. So the entry fees from this race, this is one where if you enter it, and you gotta have a fast clicker finger, because when the entries open, they sell out in like 10 minutes. And this is one of the events where you can row a second race at the head of the Charles. As are, for all of you parents on the bridge, the parent-child double. Those are directors' events. So if your kid's looking for more racing, you know, that's for you. But yeah, this is one where these are buddy boats, and you know, they're competitive. I mean, you know, they're very competitive.
They're intensely competitive.
But they'll have funky names, and they'll have funky T-shirts, and you know, we might give them a little bit of smack talk as they row by.
But they're certainly all out there looking to make a statement, gain some bragging rights afterwards, because oftentimes these crews have been racing against each other for many years too.
Yeah, and the other thing is like there's spring races that come up. So there's this big regatta over in the Netherlands called the Heineken that a bunch of U.S. masters go over to. There are seat racing decisions going on in this race. You know, so if you medal in this event, people figure you're fast in October, you can't slow down that much by March.
It is interesting. So we refer to it as a fun event, but for the folks in it, there's a serious element.
Very, very serious. I don't think the Elliott Bridge is going to be quite as loud for this one. You guys are saving your voices for the youth quads, right?
Well, one point to note out in the women's quads. You know, these are quads where you have 4 people in the boat. But in the youth quads, when it's younger scullers, they actually have a cox on board so that the rowers can focus on their technique and the sculling, and the cox can focus on the steering to help these youth scullers down the course.
And, you know, just in terms of, you know, the big boats and the steering, quads are not the easiest boat to steer. And generally speaking, the way these things get steered is the person in the bow seat that's rowing has a wire connected to one of their shoes, and that's referred to as a tow. So the bow has the tow, if you want to get into rowing vernacular. These boats move fast. They're not necessarily they're definitely not as responsive as a single or a double. And last year, under the Elliott Bridge in the center arch, we had what we would refer to as a quad sandwich, where we had a boat in the middle, a boat on the outside passing, a boat on the inside that didn't yield on the turn, and it was a 3-boat oarlock, not like the kind you put your oar into, but 3 boats of oars clashing, and lots of hurling of the epithet. It was colorful. So you may get some NASCAR action out of this race. And they are largely, well, they're all through Riverside right now. At Weld, there was a crew by the name of Valhalla in first place. I don't know if you've got any color on them.
What number are they?
They were, well, they had to be one of. I think they were bow number 1.
Oh, Valhalla is a composite crew.
So yeah. So another dynamic here. None of these people live in the same place. So we've got people in this crew from Seattle, Washington, and Florida. And it looks like, yep, they won this event last year, so that's why they got bow 1. And they were third in, well, they won in last year, and they won it in 18 pre-pandemic, and they were third in 19. It says fun and fast friends who happen to love winning. Pretty much, I think they were more succinct than we were.
But just to show you, to pick up on a lot of these crews stick together. So bow number 2 was the 1997 National Lightweight Team. They're alums from the 97 National Lightweight Team. So those women in bow 2 have been rowing together for a long time.
Yeah, in bow 3, there are 2 Americans in the boat, including CBC's Linda Murray, who is a long-time national team rower and has, I think, 3 course records at the Charles, and even in the Masters. Fran Tuitt, Inga Steckel from Austria, and Maureen Harriman from Canada. And just to give you an idea of a serious resume, this is a composite crew that came 3rd last year. Harriman is the stroke from Canada. She's a former lightweight national team rower. Steckel from Austria is a former national team rower who raced in the '84 Olympics. And Miri is a 12-time national team rower.
Right. Yeah. Multiple times.
Yeah. There's some creds in bow 3, and then you've got to my comment about the Riverside sandwich last year under the bridge. Bow 4 is it's hailing from Riverside Boat Plug. The rampaging bridge crashers are back for their 2nd year. So there it says they're primarily sweep rowers. So let's see how they handle it. Well, they should be able to handle a tow. Okay. Okay, and here we go. Bow 1 coming around the bend. And if you're on the bridge, you can see in the last race we had coxswains putting the oarlocks on the orange buoys. This is a tough boat to steer, and and sometimes you just say, hey, look, we're going to haul ass. I don't care if the line is a little bit longer.
Yep. So as Greg said, this is bow 1. This is a composite crew from Seattle, Potomac, and Sarasota. It's bow 4, the Riverside crew. Hey, this is the rampaging bridge crashes.
They were not messing around about that rampaging bridge crashing stuff.
Yeah, but no bridge crashing this year. They're storming up the course at bow 4 from Riverside.
Yeah, stripes.
Bow 2. This is the former National Lightweight Team alums from the 97 Lightweight Team.
Yep, looks like they were rowing out of Riverside. Well, they got some mixed oars there. You got some Riverside oars, some Penn Sea oars, a couple of, the national team trials blades. You just wear white until you earn your red, white, and blue. And, just to make so you can't see it on the bridge right now, but right under the center arch, we've got a dozen Canadian geese that are in a nice little line right in the middle of the arch.
They've got a convoy going on.
Yep.
All right, bow 3 coming up. This is another composite crew. Well, this is the crew you mentioned earlier.
Yeah. This crew races internationally.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is Fran Tuitt, Inga Steckel, Linda Murray, and Maureen Harriman. And they're doing it for fun. It's not serious, really.
All right.
But they definitely are trying to win this thing. All right, the geese. See, the Canadian geese, like I said, they're smarter than swans. They kind of ducked out of the way.
All right, here we go. Bow 7. This is the CBC Riverside Composite.
Yeah,
bow 7.
Quadzilla. So this is Cindy Mathis, Alexis Belkowski, Tina Vandersteel, and the one and only Mary Mazzio.
And bow 5, Marin. Bow 6 is the Lucky Charms. They're always come back to racing
Tracy
this.
Glover, Karen Reynolds, Anne Boucher, and Margarita Zeza. The last time I saw them was in an airport in Bordeaux at World Veterans. That was about a month ago.
Right.
Yeah, they travel.
Another CBC crew. Here we go. Molly Watkins, Lisa Pierce.
Yep, they row, ride, and travel together. One can never have enough toys, boats, bikes, skis, kit, or adventures. And this is another crew that tries to say it's fun. They're competitive. They got that yellow M-Pocker. I think they actually borrowed that from Union. So they had the good warm up and the long warm down.
All right, bow 9 with the red blades. It's
Yep,
Blood
that's
Street
Blood
Skulls.
Yep. And that's Dee Dee Birch, Peggy Johnston, Candace Fuchs, and Charlotte Hollings.
Then bow 10,
And
familiar.
Charlotte, I don't know if Charlotte's in stroke or in bow, but she writes a technique column for Row 2K. So I hope the crew is living up to her exacting standards.
Bow 10, CRI, going past the boat club here.
Yep, that's Katherine Johnson, Patricia Montaigne, Christina Wood, and Kimberly Burnett. They've been rowing out of CRI for years.
Then bow 14, this is a composite from Green Bay, California. They call themselves the Bay Area Department of Arrogant Scullers Society. Oh, we lost the number on...
Yep, lost a bow number, so maybe there was some activity, some oar on boat activity downstream. Okay, another set of CBC blades.
This is bow 17.
Yep, so this is the CBC Sculling Gals. So this is CB Sands, Jen Sachek Ward, Bethany Grant, and Christine Collins. And this is another one that, okay, yeah, sure, it's fun. This is a fast boat. Three of those people have already won doubles medals this weekend.
They were in the 4. They normally do a 4.
Yeah, well, yeah, but Bethany and Christine were,
Yes.
in the double that won.
Yep.
Yep, you saw them, their picture was on Row 2K. Technically sharp. Okay.
All right.
This could be adventurous. We've
Bow
got
19.
Four boats come in at the same time.
First of which
And
is...
now the geese have moved squarely into the middle of the course where everybody can appreciate them.
All right, bow 19 from Upper Valley Rowing in Hanover, New Hampshire. Erica Dade, Kelly Dent, Rowan Carroll, and Felice Mueller.
Yep, Felice, recent national team, an Olympian.
Bow 15. This is Oklahoma River Sport.
So that's Riley Dampier, Amy Thiessen, Michelle Wald, and Audrey Farnham. Riley's another national team alum doing some coaching out there.
Bow 13 in the bright yellow
Yep,
tops.
that's Baltimore, Sally Donahue, Heidi Hutton, Emily Erbelding, and Paula Cron Merkel.
And then bow...
And this is an example of a crew that learned to row when they were grown-ups. So there you go.
Bow 12.
Yeah, and 12 is Duxbury Bay. So that's Suzanne Dominici Walker, Birgit Collins, Phoebe Tier, and Donna Owen. And their only color commentary is that they're awesome.
Bow 22 passing CBC. This is a Dallas, Sarasota, Texas Rowing Center.
Yeah, that's Ann
Composite.
Marischal, Gina Tomaseki, Kimberly Elting, and Kim Wilson.
Then bow 16.
So 16 is Duxbury Bay, about an hour from here. Nicole Bosey, Gail Walsh, Mary Grossman, and Laura Carlton, and their comments are TBD.
They carefully navigated through those...
I think they're basically rowing to see what their results are. That's
Right.
competitive. That's pretty. Like enough said. Little Boston slang. Okay.
Bow 18.
Yep. CBC Blades. So this is Susan Cars, Henriette Lazaridis, Beth Mooney, and Nina Streeter. Have rowed together in the head of the Charles many times. This is true. Go CBC.
All right, 21 in the red boat.
That's Lake Oswego. That's Samantha Peltier, Melissa Horning, Shannon Holt, and Marjan Husing.
And 27 having a storming race. That's Ann Arbor.
Yeah, and that's Samantha in the bow. But they've also it says yeah, that's Oregon, so they've traveled. So 27.
27.
Yeah, this is Hillary Gaiman, Jennifer Terhar, Laura Coltholtz, and Kelly Satchow MacArthur. There's some. So this bunch rode together at the Sydney Olympics in the quad, and they were 5th. Yeah, there's some creds in this race. And now, if you recognize these names, there are also some serious national team coaching creds in that boat. So again, it's one of these boats where they're going to be extremely self-critical in terms of their technique. It's one of these things. It's like bad, pretty good, bad. But they're like, oh, that was awesome. Let's do it again.
All right. Bow 25, another composite.
Yeah. So this is PCRA. So this is Laura Sturton-Ost, Amy McBlain, Sylvia Durno, and Kathleen Davis. And they are the fastest quad in the East. Just ask them. Okay,
About 20 in pink tops.
Yeah.
Upper Valley.
Upper Valley. So this is Marguerite Ellsberg, Marita Lascaris, Elizabeth Glenshaw, and Debbie Hammond.
And 23 is Chinook and Woodby.
Chinook is Cece Aguda, Christiana Holland, Barbara Plon, and Jennifer Moffat. Oh, there's some interesting sculling going on the far side of Elliott. And yep, we've got a collision. First one of the day?
I think that is the first one of the day.
Yep.
They seem to be sorting themselves out.
That was a polite collision, though. I didn't see any oars going in anybody's head or equipment snapping or anything like that. It's just sort of a kiss.
All right. Crew 24. This is another CBC crew. This is Maura Conran, Louise Merkisak, Lise Hefner, and Kim Donlan. They are in it for the long haul.
Yeah, Kimmy, remember what I told you this morning. There you go. 80 strokes.
That long haul is almost over. Last few.
Just an exemplary entry into the Elliott Bridge by that CBC crew.
Crew 28. Here we go.
Okay, 28 is also a Cambridge composite. So it's Amy Mayer, Courtney Wilson, Natasha Strum, and Roberta Turivice.
Those are the ladies who run this regatta.
This is the regatta's middle management, is the way they describe them. You've got some race directors in this boat. You've got a CBC club president. They definitely ducked out of their official duties to jump in and get some racing done.
Yeah, and 32.
32 is another out of CBC boat. That's Anna Bueller, Betsy Harling, Nicole Bosnos, and Kate Boyd. HOCR veterans.
All right, crew 30.
And 30 is, that's another one of the Riverside boats. So that's Beatrice Sims, Patty Sims, Linda Hirko, and Angelique Kennison. Mother-daughter quad. Yeah, see?
Excellent. We'd love to see that.
Elliott Bridge, this is what you want to be.
All right, 34.
And 34 is Marin. So this one traveled. This is Laura McCarthy, Kimberly Keller, Jennifer Panko, and Cara Eichner. So O is for outrageous, C is for courageous, T is for tenacious, O is for oarswomen, P is for powerful, U is for unstoppable, S is for speeding. What's there? So it's
all right, 31.
31. We try. That's Traverse Area Community Rowing, Melissa Fournier, Cynthia Diver, Laura Froze, and Danette Terzano.
And then 26, that's Duxbury Bay.
26 is Christina Koo, Hollis Morris, Liz Connors, and Kathleen McNamara. Go back to that acronym. I want to figure out what that was. So, okay, what do we got here? OCTO-USSY. Oh, no, I'm not going to say that. It was a James Bond film.
All right, 29.
Lake Union, Seattle, Christina Kars, Gretchen Sorensen, Mary Muting, and Therese Crayon. Your announcer's professional discretion.
All right, and 33 with the Riverside, CRI.
Okay, and this is
Lisa Laskin, Jennifer Ellis, Bethany Erickson, Sylvia Han Griffiths from CRI.
Do we have a couple more? Okay, so let's go take a look at the results for this highly competitive Masters event. Well, I guess you could have youth in this event. So I remember one year in the men's quad, like the British double and the Irish double were in our event, but they didn't seem to understand that if they had a race on Sunday, that partying Saturday night probably wasn't going to make them any faster.
That's probably a British thing.
Yeah. Okay, so let's see. The top three as of right now are the rampaging bridge crashers from Riverside.
They were going well. They were going
Yeah,
fast.
that's a time of 17:38, and the course record was 17:10, so that's pretty respectable. Second place is Valhalla, and then third place is Bow 17, which was the CBC Sculling Gals. So that was the one with Collins, Grant, Ward, and Sands Borer. And let's see what the times were like. Yeah, 17:38, and then about 30 seconds to second and 15 seconds to third. So, yeah, good win by Riverside. Little bit of Riverside CBC intra-river competition going on there in my tone, clearly.
All right, we've got CRI, about 35 coming up. They describe themselves as a recreational but aspiring quad group.
Yeah, and here we've got the Rabbi Karen Landy, Jennifer Hochschild, Nirharika Mehta, and Marjorie Elliott.
So this is CRI, about 35.
You know the CRI cheer? You gonna do it? Should we do it? What is it? CRI. Okay. For those of you from that aren't from Boston, there's the official CRI cheer, and it goes something like this: CRI,
CRI, CRI.
I think that's a wrap on the director's
I
quad.
think it is.
Okay, back to our professional training.
All right, let me mention a few more of our sponsors. The Omni Boston Hotel at the Seaport is the official hotel of the head of the Charles Regatta, located in the center of the bustling Seaport District, across the street from the Boston Convention and Exhibition Center. A lot of folks who come to the regatta stay at the hotel down in the Seaport. That's the Omni Boston Hotel at the Seaport.
Okay, and the women's youth quad started at 9:13. We're at 9:26. It looks like we've got about a dozen crews through Weld. Right now, your top three are Los Gatos, bow 9, Row America Rye, bow 3, and Redwood Scullers, bow 1. So we should see Redwood Scullers coming around the bend in first. Times to Weld were a little bit over 10 minutes. And the time separating the first 5 crews was only 6 seconds. So there's probably a lot going to happen in the second half of this race. And again, this is one of those ones where everybody does their best from a seeding standpoint. Prior year winners tend to be at the top of the field, but there can be a fast crew back in the pack. The steering is challenging. These crews are separated by 15 seconds at the start, but they get on these bridge abutments, and steering a quad on a bridge is nerve-wracking.
And here we go, just coming into view. This is bow number 1. This is actually
the one thing I'll say is these are Cox quads.
Right, correct, yeah. Which is different, as we said, to the women's quads that we just saw in the event before. These are Coxed quads at the youth level.
So generally, the last event, the bow person was in charge of telling people what to do. In this case, you've got a rudder.
Yeah.
Well, you got a rudder in a quad anyway, but you've got
a cox on board who's steering.
They tend to be bow loaded, so the coxswain can see exactly where they're going.
Right. So this is bow number 1 is Redwood Scullers. This crew actually has 3 of the 4 girls who won this event last year.
Yep.
So they know the course, done this before. So this is Redwood Scullers from Redwood City, California. They, as I say, they're the reigning champs in this event.
Yep. And we're going to try to be discreet about these split times from down the course so that it doesn't affect the racing.
Bow 3, we're taking a really nice course around the buoys, around that bend. This is Row America Rye.
Yep.
Anna Resby, Kendall Yoon, Katie Lohan, Tara O'Reilly, and Margaret Gallagher. They're 15 years old, most of the folks in that crew, most of the girls in the crew.
We've got 5 boats coming around the bend at the same time right now.
Okay, bow number 6.
So that's
is the
White
first of
Marsh
those.
from Conshohocken. Oh yeah, we got a big cluster coming. This is what you people.
This
on the
is gonna
bridge
be
have been
interesting.
waiting- Yeah, Elliot, this is what you've been waiting for.
So bow 6 is the first of those. The second with the white and blue tops is bow 4. That's Maritime Rowing Club.
That bow 6 is looking at what's behind them, and they're saying, "Boy, are we glad we're in the front of them."
We're out of that mess, exactly.
Okay, bow 4 is Maritime.
Yep. Bow 2, which is
Yeah, then we
CRI.
got CRI bow 2. So these other crews are moving up on bow 2, and CRI, has a job to do in terms of making sure that they yield as best they can.
Bow
It's
8.
the job of the crews behind them to clearly declare where they're going. So bow 8.
That's
is
Long Beach.
Bow 9 is Los Gatos, so California, and then Niskayuna from New York.
They're navigating that well, though.
It's a good job under the bridges. I mean, it's like you're flying in tight formation. Okay, bow 10 is St. Catharines, and bow 7
That's
is
Miami.
Miami Beach. Apologies to the video feed if we were a little late on that. Do what?
Those youth quads did a nice job. They seem to keep some good water separation
Yeah,
there.
I'm impressed by the steering. There's some of these athletes have been here before, but some of them it's their first time up the course, particularly for the coxswains. This is good technical coxing. Okay, bow 15. That is Nereid from New Jersey. Bow 12 behind them is Athletes Without Limits from DC, and they have overtaken that 12 is Texas Rowing Center. They've overtaken bow 11, Athletes Without Limits.
All right, then we've got bow 13 and bow 14. 13 is White Marsh Boat Club from Pennsylvania. 14 is Narragansett.
Yep, from Rhode Island. Train on the Seekonk. You like fours or quads better? I think I like the quad better because it's a little bit more stable.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Very much so. All right. Bow 18.
Bow 18 is Hockaday from Texas. They obviously sent a trailer full of boats up here. Lots of entries from Hockaday.
And
Welcome
then 16.
to Boston. Yep, and 16 is Athletes Without Limits from Alexandria, Virginia.
They've also got a lot of entries in these events.
Yeah. I mean, one of the things that's challenging about the head is, you get one entry, and do you trailer up a hull? Do you borrow a hull? It's always nicer to row in your own equipment.
Yep.
So bow 20 is Camp Randall from Wisconsin. So when you see multiple entries, I mean, there was a big trailer loading party, and then the trailer hit the road for a couple of days, and they're all parked over at the Fowls, which is a cool area because it's kind of like, you get to see 1,000 people that do what you do.
Yeah, it's nice to get together.
Bow 17 from Jacksonville, Florida, First Coast. Bow 19 from Vashon, Washington. It's Vashon Island Rowing Club.
Bow 22, Minneapolis Rowing Club in the green. And then bow 21, that's Holy Names from Seattle, Washington.
Yeah, I mean, the Fowls experience, and maybe we talk about that for a minute because we got a 10-second gap here. I think when these athletes that row at the junior level and then they get to college, they want to come back for this, and for the high school athletes, they get to see all their friends again.
Well, it's not just the high school athlete. I think it's athletes across the board throughout the sport. People you've rowed with, rowed against for years and years.
Yep. And here's Bow 24 Maritime Rowing Club from East Norwalk, and they have overtaken Bow 23 Lower Merion from Ardmore, Pennsylvania. Okay. Wait. To get a little tighter into view. We're about halfway through the field.
All right, just coming around the bend. This is Port Jefferson, Bow 45. Just behind them, Bow 28 in the stripes. Bow 28 is Argonauts from Toronto.
And we've got about a dozen times through the finish line. Right now, the time to beat is 18:32, and that compares to the course record of 18:09. So again, the wind is a north wind. It's pushing you back a little bit, but they're still pretty fast times. And there are 5 medals up for grabs in this event.
All right, Bow 26 in the red boat. This is Row Boston, and 27 in the white is Row LA.
Yeah. Go Los Angeles. Yep, rowing out of Cambridge Boat Club, borrowing our blue and white oars. So they that's an example of a borrowed shell.
Yeah.
They're probably pretty happy about that. Then Bow 29.
That's Peachtree City Rowing Club from Georgia.
I tried to give them a good boat.
Yeah.
Let them change the rigging any way they wanted it.
33, Beaver Creek Sculling, and 30 is Don Rowing, down from Ontario.
And then Bow 31, Germantown Friends.
Actually, the note against Don Rowing, they all began rowing in the summer of 2021, so they've been rowing a year, and they're here at the head of the Charles.
I think they look pretty good.
Yeah, that's awesome. 1 year into your rowing career, and you're here at the head.
About visualizing good rowing and try to see it, be it. There you go. That's. I want to be like them. Bow 32. So that's Beaver Creek Sculling from Charlottesville, Virginia. Welcome to Boston.
All right, Bow 34. We've got Bow 34 just coming around the bend into view. This is Elmwood from Ottawa, Ontario. Again, you look at the ages of the girls in these boats. The youngest sculler, Calurza Lawson, is just 14 in this boat, and then there's a 15-year-old as well.
So you got this one?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Bow 41. That's Atomic Rowing from Tennessee. Bow 42 in the dark blue boat. That's Kent School. It's good to see they say the sculling program is new at Kent School, so it, to some extent, having events like this encourages youth sculling.
Yeah. Bow 39 with the chevron blue and white blades is Saratoga. Yeah, Kent brought a half a dozen scullers to the queue last week. So we had since race was 170 junior scullers, 24 schools. The furthest one was the Harrison sculler from Idaho, but we had people coming from Long Island, Connecticut.
That's awesome. Just encouraging youth sculling.
Yeah.
All right, 37, Main Coast Rowing.
But sweep. There were half out of the 24 programs. I'd say there were 8 of them that were traditionally sweep programs that are doing fall sculling now. So coincidentally they're winning in the spring. Maybe learning how to move a boat helps him. Helps him
Yep,
move
it
boats.
sure does.
Uh-huh.
All right, bow 48.
Okay, Notre Dame
And
from
46.
Welland, Canada. Bow 48 has overtaken bow 46. Oakneck.
Watch the steering, girls.
Yep, little bit of hull on hull there, but nothing too egregious.
Bow 35 is Buffalo Seminary.
Yep, on the Cambridge side, and on the far side is bow 47, Ridley College from St. Catharines, followed in the blue boat by bow 43, NSU University School from Davie, Florida, down near Miami. Followed by bow 45, Niagara Falls from Niagara Falls.
All right. Bow 36, that's Amaskirk from Hooksett, New Hampshire.
And then bow 44, Rockland, RA. Yeah, there's a little cluster up there between West Side and Buffalo, Niagara Falls and Welland, and they're all kind of, it's
Right.
like, they're only separated by a border and a river. Bow 38.
That's the King's
Yep.
School.
And bow 50. Oh, 50 on 38. So pay attention to that one. That's Miami Rowing. Miami Rowing Club down on Biscayne Bay. Great place to row. You get to row with the dolphins.
And they've moved up a few places, clearly.
Yeah, that's an impressive move.
Bow 40, the Dark Tops and Dark Blades.
So bow 40 is Dublin School from New Hampshire. And 49 is Groton. Formerly coached by, it's coached by Andy Anderson. But also, who's a CBC member. Go Groton. Okay, so let's check the results. And again, these are unofficial and preliminary. So the fastest time continues to be that 18:32. And your top 5 crews right now are Nereid, Redwood Scullers, Row America Rye A, St. Catharines A, and Los Gatos. And assuming that there are no buoy violations or anything like that, those are your 5 medalists.
All right, our next event is event 50. That's the women's youth eights. This is another huge field. They've got 89 entries in this field. Always attracts the top crews from all over the country.
Yeah, and I'll give you a bit of a snapshot on the early leaders, and then we're going to upgrade the announcing team, and I am going to be replaced by national team alum, Princeton lightweight, and current Cambridge Boat Club vice president Tom Pounds, who will take over the color commentary. Right? I said
there's an introduction.
I set a low bar for you, Tom.
I don't think so.
Okay, so times through Riverside, we've got 1, 2, 3 boats through Riverside in exactly the same time. And we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 boats within 4 seconds of each other. So you've got some fun to look forward to. And also Elliott Bridge. This is peak Elliott Bridge time. The youth eights at the head of the Charles. This is when it's 3 deep on the bridge and it's loud. So if you've been saving your voice, you can lose it on this event and go home happy. And if you're here to watch a particular crew, I've had fun with you for the first couple of hours. Good luck to your racers, and here we go.
All right, a couple more words for our sponsors. Peloton is a new sponsor this year. They've just come out with their own rowing machine. You can see it up on Adagio Row, and they've got a tent up there with a whole set of their new rowing machines. So do go try it out. And after you've been for a tryout row on the Peloton, we've also got Sam Adams is the official beer sponsor of the Head of the Charles. You can find Sam Adams in the Fowls Bar next to the awards tent. So try out the Peloton and then go get a Sam Adams. And Rival Kit is the official kit partner of the Head of the Charles Regatta. They've also got a pop-up shop in Adagio Row. You can go and speak to them about supplying your club's technical kit today up at Adagio Row.
Good morning, it's Tom Pound signing on here in the announcer's shop, filling the very large shoes of Greg Benning. I'll try to keep the standards, the high standards that he maintains here. So we're getting ready to see event 50 come up the course. This is the Women's Youth 8s. The course record is held by Saugatuck Rowing Club in 1624, back in 2017. A number of course records have been set this weekend. We'll see if anybody can match that. This field sports 89 boats, one of the biggest fields in this regatta, and it always attracts a deep field of top crews. It's this year's 89 entries are probably a record for this event. Bow 1 Greenwich from Greenwich, Connecticut are back to defend their title. I think building on a very strong year of results so far. But last year they just won by 3 seconds over Marin, and those are two powerhouse crews in the United States. Row America Rye will follow them in bow 3. And that's just the top of the field. The top 9 crews are returning entries. And in fact, only one crew from last year's top 40 finishers is not returning this year. So there's always some close racing, and a big push or taking a tight line on the course can make all the difference. Speaking of tight lines, I think the first crews are pulling into view here.
Yep, Tom, here it is, bow number 1. This is Greenwich.
And that is how you steer the course. You see their oars are dropped over the buoy lines, and the hull is on the right side of the orange buoys.
Yeah, really nice line from Greenwich. They're clearly out to defend their title. Bow 3 is coming up. Also running the buoys. Bow 3 is Row America Rye.
And you can see bow 3 has pushed Marin outside. So they've come up the inside of the line. Marin has had to yield. And so Row America has taken a good course. And now we'll see how they do going through the Elliott Bridge toward Belmont Hill. They'll take another turn back the other way. So the value of the inside line has to switch there.
Then we've got bow 4 coming around the corner now. This is Saugatuck.
Saugatuck's up from Westport, Connecticut.
And bow number 6. Another Saugatuck crew.
So number 6 is pushed past bow number 5, which we should see shortly.
Saugatuck has clearly got a strong program here. 2 crews in the top 6.
Yes, indeed.
All right, bow 8 running the buoy line. Bow 8 is Greenwich. They've pushed past bow 7, which is Mount St. Joseph up from Pennsylvania. So it's bow 8 Greenwich, bow 7 Mount St. Joseph. All right, bow 11 with the hats.
That's SA Rowing Club from Roswell, Georgia.
And bow 9, PNRA Mercer, up from Princeton. All right, in the orange hats, that's bow 12.
That's the Oakland Strokes from Oakland, California.
And bow 10.
Is the Atlanta Junior Program, another program from Georgia.
It's good when you get these little local derbies going on.
Exactly. These crews will remember these races within a race as much as they'll remember their results. They'll remember dueling it out with their rivals around this big turn.
All right, bow 14 and 13. 14 is Saratoga and 13 is Sarasota. Bow 15, that's Holy Names from Seattle.
Holy Names has been racing crews here since 1993. They've been coming from Seattle to race in the head for 30 years.
Yeah.
Just about.
Welcome. Love to see you back. All right, bow 18. Bow 18 is SAC from Gold River, California.
And 18 is pushing past 17. That's Montclair from Montclair, New Jersey.
In the red boat, we've got bow 19, San Diego. So that's San Diego in the red boat, just going past CBC.
Welcome back to Boston, San Diego.
Crew 22, which has gone past 21. 22 is Milwaukee. 21 is the NorCal crew. And we've got crew 20 as well. That's Detroit in the white boat. Detroit Boat Club in the white boat, crew 20.
They fire.
All right, crew 24, Row, New Jersey. It's Row, New Jersey in the dark boat.
And they've gotten past the Long Beach Junior crew from Long Beach, California, where the upcoming Los Angeles Olympics will be contested in several years. Over 1,500 meters.
Crew 25, Wayland Weston.
Go Wayland Weston.
All right, and then crew 26 is Pittsburgh crew from New York. And 27 is Rose City over from Portland, Oregon. They row on the Willamette River in Portland. Crew 32.
32 is New Trier from Winnetka, Illinois.
And in the yellow blades, that's crew 28.
32 has made a very good push into the field, having passed some boats to get here.
28 is Merriam Mercy Academy. 29, that's Port Rowing from Port Washington, New York. Crew 30, Marina Aquatic Center from Marina del Rey. Welcome to Boston. Crew 31, Mount St. Joseph.
I believe that's at least their second entry. Way to go, Mount St. Joseph. CRI. Maybe just CRI.
Crew 35 with CRI blades is CRI.
CRI. Local favorites. Looking great.
.33 Dallas United crew. They row on White Rock Lake in Dallas. .34 with the dark blades, that's Connecticut. All these athletes raced at the 2022 Youth Nationals.
Here comes crew 38. This is Gwinnett Mercy Academy High School from Gwinnett Valley, Pennsylvania. This crew placed third in the Philly City Championships and participated in Youth Nationals this last year. And they look like all of that. Behind them is crew 36, Jackson Reed High School from Washington, D.C. This includes a number of members of last year's Stotesbury Silver Medal Girls Second 8. And in the blue hull, we have Villa Joseph Marie from Holland, Pennsylvania. This is a young boat, many of them experiencing their first head of the Charles. We hope they'll come back for many more.
Crew 40 taking a nice line.
Crew 40, another crew from Pennsylvania, Lower Merion. The coxswain's now picked her course to the Belmont Hill dock. Looks like she's right on track.
39 with the yellow blades.
39, another Connecticut crew from Greenwich Academy.
42 pushing hard.
And they're being pushed hard by crew 42. That's BCC crew from Chevy Chase, Maryland.
Crew 41 in the blue tops, that's Duxbury May Maritime School.
It reminds you there's rowing all over Massachusetts, not just here on the Charles. They're up from the south coast of Massachusetts.
All right, crew 45 with the yellow blades.
Yet another crew from Mount St. Joseph in Flourtown, Pennsylvania. They're very well represented in this field.
Crews 43 and 46 side by side here.
That is Moorestown High School. It's number 43. And they have unfortunately clashed doors with Los Gatos. And they're sorting it out there. Hopefully they'll get it squared away because they go through the bridge.
Yep.
Los Gatos is a place I rode 20 years ago, and it's amazing how they've built that program over the last 20 years. They've turned into a national powerhouse.
All right.
Let's see if they can get it back over the last 80 strokes of the race going through that bridge.
44 is Everett Rowing Association from Washington, but 49 have pushed through. That's a White Marsh Boat Club crew.
And right behind them, we have a local favorite, Boston Latin School. They row out of docks just up the river from here, and they're having a nice push up the course.
'48, Miami Beach Rowing Club. 48 in the blue boat, just approaching the Elliott Bridge. That's 50. Bedford, down from Bedford, New Hampshire. They say they're excited to be back, and we are excited to have you here, Bedford.
Now coming into view is Phillips Exeter from Exeter, New Hampshire. This crew features in the 6th seat powerhouse Evie Gaylord, who has just joined the crew from London this year, where she rode with Tideway Scullers. Well done, Exeter. At 52, another entry from Community Rowing, CRI, here in Boston. This is the second varsity 8, and looking very good.
56 in the white boat, and then 54 in the blue. 56 in the white.
56 is Pacific from San Francisco. And 54, another Connecticut entry, the Glastonbury from Glastonbury, Connecticut.
Then we've got crew 53 approaching the Cambridge Boat Club. This is Greater Lawrence Rowing. Another example of rowing all over Massachusetts.
We're just about halfway through the field of 89 here to give you a sense of where we are.
It's crew 57 coming into view. Sort of salmon-colored top, salmon-colored boat. This is Hingham High School. They have over 100 athletes in their public high school rowing program. It's fabulous. All right, crew 60. This is City Island up from the Bronx. Crew 60 in the white boat. Crew 55 is Shrewsbury High School. And in the dark boat, that's crew 59, Concord crew.
From Concord, New Hampshire, they row on the Merrimack. Looks like 59 is pushing nicely into the crews ahead. We'll see how they navigate the bridge.
They've also got to navigate the turn which goes the other way after this big turn. All right, crew 61. That's WJ crew from Bethesda.
And a great pot of crews coming up here. This is a great race within a race.
First of those is crew 63, Wilmington Youth.
65,
Crew 65, Radnor Girls High School. Crew 68, St. Paul's Girls, over from London. Welcome to Boston, St. Paul's.
64 in blue, 62 in red.
64 in the blue boat, that's Oyster Bay. 62 is Newton Country Day.
And 58 is in the red boat.
58
Arlington,
is
Belmont, another local crew. They often row on Spy Pond. It's great to see them here on the Charles.
gonna need some good navigation here. Crew 67 and 70, Ottawa 67, 70, two crews from Canada. Branscombe, down from Toronto, is crew 70. All right, well sorted out.
So that's
Si- Crew 69, we have Annapolis Junior Rowing.
And then 72 is on the buoy line.
72, Whitman crew from Bethesda.
66 in blue.
66 in the blue boat, that's Bromfield Acton Boxborough.
And being chased by number 75, which has made a very good push into the crews in front of them. That is Green Lake, a storied program from Seattle. They've been at it for a long time. That's a program I saw 45 years ago.
You got some experienced announcers up here giving the game away. 71. Crew 71. Kings Chester, another crew over from the UK. Kings, welcome to Boston.
So the top of the field right now looks like Row America Rye, Greenwich, Saugatuck, Marin, and Saugatuck B. Well, that could still change. You never know what fast crews could come out of the second half of the field, but that's how it stands as we speak.
All right, approaching Cambridge Boat Club now, DC National. This is their first time racing a girls' 8 at the Charles. DC, welcome to Boston.
Looking good.
Quite a few crews here. 77.
77 is East Lyme from East Lyme, Connecticut. And here's a good pod coming up here.
All right, 80 in the middle of that.
They're blasting through the field there. Navigating well.
Yeah. Crew 80, that's Austin, up from Austin, Texas. Crew 73 is Avon High School.
Oh, no. All right, sorry, hold on. Oh, 76.
That was Crew 76, St. Catharines, down from Ontario. 74 going past the boat club. This is E-City Crew from Elizabeth City, North Carolina. And Crew 86, that is Row America Rye.
And they're putting in a fine effort trying to chase the event-leading crew, other crew from their program. Oh, they're going to run into trouble under the bridge.
I think we've got a crab under the bridge.
Well navigated.
Crew 81 just gone past. That's BHS crew. Had a few incidents here, but they seem to have sorted themselves out.
We have the Phillips Andover crew taking the buoy line. They're sliding past. What crew is that?
78.
And they're sliding past the Hudson River crew from Poughkeepsie. Let's see if Andover can get their stern past the bow there as they go through the bridge. Looks like they're going to work it out. Andover taking a nice line toward the Belmont Hill dock.
83, this is a Nobles crew. We know the coach of the Nobles crew, Tom.
We do indeed.
All right, in the green tops, that's crew 84, East Bay Rowing.
And number 5. Number 5 likely
Number 5
missed
is
this-
Newport Athletic Center.
They likely missed their start, so that is a highly seeded crew trying to work their way back through a crowded field to see if they can recover. And they seem to be moving well. That's a wild card still to be played.
All right, Crew 85 in the black boat. That's another Row America Rye crew. We've got a lot of entries this weekend. Crew 16, we've obviously got some late boats in here.
That's TBC Racing from Washington, D.C. And right ahead, right in front of the club now is, in the red boat, is the crew from Windsor. Their boathouse is just upstream from us here. Go Windsor.
And 87, Crew 87. That
Another
is
TBC Racing crew from D.C.
Crew 88 coming into view.
Is Bishop Ireton High School from Alexandria, Virginia. They row out of the Anacostia Community Boathouse in D.C. They have over 60 athletes on their crew. It looks like they're capping off the field here. What an event. 88, 89 women's eights. That's something you rarely see except at the head of the Charles.
I see some swans down on the course. Greg Banning, who was sat here earlier, was commenting on the swans. The swans consider this their river, so they're loath to get out of the way, but at least they're off the main track, it looks like.
I would not want to fight them for the buoy line.
All right. Eric Lev here is going to take over the announcing. Eric was rowing yesterday, and so can provide lots of color commentary on the course and the race. Eric.
Thanks, Nick. Good morning.
Eric, do you want the binoculars? Shall I leave?
I've got some. All right. So, yep, we're good.
A few quick messages from the generous CBC sponsors. This one from Sperry. Welcome back, Sperry. Shop a great selection of footwear at the Rowing and Fitness Expo, directly across from the main award stage. Sperry has a long, long history in, I guess you could say, nautical footwear, so they should be right at home here. Another sponsor is Teddy Peanut Butter, an old friend of the rowing community here in Boston. They're the leading natural brand of peanut butter, and actually is an old family business of a rowing family here at CBC. And the head of the Charles is delighted to have Teddy as a proud supporter of this year's regatta. It's all natural. It's the perfect fuel for your rowers and elite athletes. Have you had your Teddy today?
And Vineyard Vines. Get the good life. We're proud to announce that Vineyard Vines is the official style of the 2022 Head of the Charles Regatta. Stop by their locations at the Attica Rowing and Fitness Expo and the Weld Exhibition area and check out their limited edition gear and enter to win the Ultimate Vineyard Vines gift package.
We need to thank our premier sponsor, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Massachusetts, which is a new sponsor to the regatta this year, and we're delighted to have them. They are the presenting sponsor of the 2022 Directors Tent, just downriver from here. And it's fantastic to have them on board. Thank you, Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Massachusetts.
We also want to send a thank you out to the Department of Conservation and Recreation here in Massachusetts, the DCR, who manages the parklands that today's races take place in. The Head of the Charles has been in partnership with the DCR since 1965 and could not pull off the race without the incredible support we receive from their organization and the hardworking staff. Thank you, DCR.
I'll continue the shout out to DCR. You know, we don't recognize it very often, but this stretch of the Charles River is an incredible public resource. And when you think about it, 95% of the riverbanks downstream from Watertown are public. And that's in large part due to the efforts of DCR and their good management and stewardship of this incredible resource.
Yeah, and they help a lot of the events here along the river, not just the rowing events, but the running events and so much else that goes on along the Charles. So the next event coming up here is event 51, the Women's Youth Doubles. There are 55 entries in the event. This is always an event that produces some big shakeups as a lot of new young crews get together and find some speed. The crews in this event rarely stay together for many seasons, given these are generally high school crews and some youth club organizations. So fast boats can be spread throughout the entries. Maritime Rowing Club of East Norwalk, Connecticut, just down the way from here a little bit, stormed from the back of the field, starting at bow 51 last year to win the event, but with a margin of just a fraction of a second. Bow number 2 is a local crew from Cambridge Boat Club. They also have a bunch of new members this year who are looking to put their stamp on the event. At bow number 3, Y Quad Cities out from the Midwest along the Mississippi River. Great crew out there. Frequently produces some fast scullers and has been a powerhouse in the event since 2014. And in 2019, their top youth double won this event by a pretty significant 25-second margin over another Y Quad Cities double in the second place. This year, their top entry has 2 young scullers who both placed very highly at youth nationals. As with other youth events, there's a special medal in this event for the under-17 winners. So these are some of the younger high school rowers, freshmen and sophomores usually, in addition to the overall winner. It's worth noting here that the fastest time in this event, the course record, was set about 5 years ago. In a time just over 17.45 minutes, with a lot of the fast times that have been had over the last day or two. This record could also be up for getting beat.
So to update on results from the Women's Youth 8 event, it looks like Row America Rise time held up, and they were the winner of that event. And second was Greenwich Cruise A boat. Third was their rival Saugatuck. Fourth was Always Strong Marin. And fifth was New Trier. Some familiar names in that mix. A lot of strong crews there. Looks like we have a crew from Community Rowing. In terms of local interest, they were 9th. Another message from our sponsors here. This one from BNY Mellon. BNY Mellon Investment Management, our presenting sponsor this year and a loyal sponsor of the Charles for a number of years now, is one of the world's leading investment management organizations encompassing BNY Mellon's affiliated investment management firms and global distribution companies. Thank you, BNY Investment Management, for your many years of support of the Charles.
A few more of our sponsors. One is Eataly. Eataly Boston is the proud volunteer lunch sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. At Eataly, we cook what we sell and we sell what we cook. We're a bustling 45,000 square foot Italian marketplace overflowing with restaurants, takeaway counters, a full grocery market, and a cooking school. We invite you to eat, shop, and learn with us all season long. Visit our kiosk at the Weld Exhibition Center this weekend for specialty Italian snacks and retail favorites. Easy Dock is proud to be the official dock supplier and official sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. We'd like to welcome every crew to this year's event and invite you to visit the Easy Dock booth to see our low-profile dock, which exceeds FISA and U.S. rowing standards and was designed specifically for the rowing community.
If you want to see an Easy Dock, look off to the left of the CBC dock, and that extension there that's floating there on the end, making everything easier for us this weekend, is courtesy of Easy Dock. A shout out to Gentle Giant Moving Company, a company I've used for several moves. Thank you for their ongoing sponsorship of the regatta. They are the secret force behind regatta operations, transporting and storing tens of thousands of pounds of gear each year. Gentle Giant is currently hiring. Stop by their booth at the Rowing and Fitness Expo to learn more. They have a long history of hiring and employing rowers and serving not just as their employer, but as their training partner.
And Hudson Boat Works. Hudson, a great Canadian boat company, is the official gold boat builder for the Head of the Charles Regatta. We'll host some of the best world's best rowers in the Shark Zone. Located within the main expo, see how Shark Vision continues to push the pace of high-performance rowing.
LaCroix Sparkling Water is the official sparkling water of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Head down to Adager Rowing and Fitness Expo to try one of their many zero-calorie, naturally flavored waters. We have a new premier sponsor, which will be a familiar name to many from the last several years, and that is Moderna. Look for Regatta and Moderna trivia stickers all along the racecourse and bridge throughout the weekend, and scan the QR code for answers.
Okay, we have the first crew out of this event coming into view here. It's bow number 2, Cambridge Boat Club.
That's Avery Packard and PJ Balazi. The Cambridge Boat Club Juniors program has made quite a statement in recent years. They dominated the
Canadian
Henley this summer, winning the team award with an absolutely remarkable performance. And Avery and PJ are two exemplars of that program, and they are tearing up the course here.
Yeah, great line coming around the turn here towards the Elliott Bridge. And they're being chased by bow number 3 in red uniforms and red and white oars. That's Quad Cities.
That is a beautiful effort there from CBC. Way to go.
Yeah. Great line through the bridge. A bunch more crews coming into view now behind bow number 3, which is Quad Cities. We've got bow number 5, which is Narragansett Boat Club from Providence, Rhode Island, in the blue boat with generally white oars. And behind them is bow number 7, Litchfield Hills Rowing.
Quad Cities is a storied sculling program from Moline, Illinois. They always put incredible boats into the national competition and have had an incredible success in quads over the years.
Bow number 5 from Narragansett's made up of Maud Smith Montrose and Lindsay Williams. Bow number 7 from Litchfield Hills Rowing Club in Litchfield, Connecticut. They're being followed up
by number 1. That's Maritime Rowing Club. Piper Bittner and Kate Sullivan. They're both 15, so they may be new to this event.
Yeah. And a tight pack of 3 right behind them coming around the turn. Bow number 6, California Yacht Club from out on the West Coast in Los Angeles.
And we have another CBC entry here as number 4. Another crew from the juniors program. That's Elsa Crosati and Emma Kirk.
And then,
CBC.
And then bow number 9 in the yellow Empacher is from Oak Neck Rowing Academy in Bayville, New York, rowing side by side here through the bridge.
Oak Neck had an incredible number of entries up here in the head of the queue last weekend, a youth sculling regatta. I think they might have had 20% of the field, but they're looking good. They've gotten familiar with the river.
Yeah, the next group of crews here coming, bow number 10 in the yellow boat with the red oars and the white stars. It's Potomac Boat Club. Rebecca Estevano and Juliana Davis, both girls in this are a sophomore-senior combo, have finished in the top 6 in Summer Nationals and SRAAs.
And right behind them is number 11, Gordon Rowing from Wenham, Mass. That's Lillian Hopkins and Sarah Kinlock, both 16-year-olds. And covering the course nicely.
Nice-looking shiny gold boat. Okay, coming into view here, bow number 8, Lake Las Vegas Rowing Club from Henderson, Nevada. Ella Gusick and Jessica Mineo. They're followed up, 2 boats side by side here. Bow number 12, who's Oak Neck, another Oak Neck rowing, and bow number 14, Founders Rowing from Dallas, Texas. Olivia Knight and Sophia Rhodes.
Behind them, at number 15 coming into view, are the Sylvan Scullers from Verona, PA. Sylvan may speak to a calmness that they're not experiencing right now, but well done, Eleanor and Kieran.
And bow number 16 behind them, another group from Y Quad Cities. This is Sarah Brewer and Sophia Ramaju. Sophia was competed at the 2021 Youth Nationals and took silver in the quad. And in the 2022 youth, hit fourth in the quad. Bow number 24, so making a move, Notre Dame Rowing Club from Welland, Ontario. Mallory Jones and Stacia Bittman.
From Pensacola, New Jersey, we have South Jersey Rowing Club at number 18. They're rowing anonymously, but looking good.
Bow number 20 is coming next. Redwood Scullers from out on the Bay Area. Ilaria Costello and Sophia Tafoya. Ilaria was a member of the U.S. Canamex team over the summer, this past summer. Bow 19 is Row House from Miami, Florida. This boat is been rowing together since middle school. And they also went to Summer Nationals, qualifying in the double and the pair for the semifinals.
And we have number 26, an international entry from Tideway Scullers, the storied sculling program in London. That's Orla Harvey and Alice McCarthy, both 18, and showing their experience, taking a beautiful line and looking great.
Yep. Following them up in the white boat is bow number 17 from Connecticut Boat Club. Riley Clavey and Elizabeth Arnold. And bow 28 is New York Athletic Club from Pelham Manor, New York. Great rowing club down in New York, just outside of New York City.
This is 21 and 22.
21 and 22, following them up. 21 in the dark boat, that's Nassau from the Caribbean. And bow number 22 in the orange boat is Litchfield Hills Rowing from Litchfield, Connecticut.
Number 13 passing the dock now is Lower Merion from Ardmore, PA. That's Ava Thur and Rachel Spar. They're developing young scullers.
And then bow number 23, the Port Jefferson Rowing Club from out on Long Island, Sophia Martinez and Katie Chambers. These are both 16-year-olds, so these are in the U17 category, rowing nicely in their blue and red striped boat.
Getting close to halfway through the field here. A little bit of a gap.
Yep.
You never tell who might be coming from the back of the field.
Yeah, bow number 29 is coming next around the corner here in a white boat with the red oars and white stars on those oars. Potomac Boat Club. The Potomac crew is made up of Ella Dowley and Emma Cox. Founded in 1869, Potomac Boat Club is actually the oldest rowing club in the Washington, D.C. area, and probably one of the oldest ones in the country. Yeah, right, exactly.
It's 32.
Bow number 32, another crew from Canada, Niagara Falls, Sabrina Codringer and Ashlyn Fair.
And then 31, 30, and 25.
And then following them up are 31, 30, bows number 31, 30, and 25. The white boat is bow 31. That's Cleveland Foundry Juniors, Annalise Larson and Avery Douglas. Next to them, bow 30, is South Jersey Rowing Club. And following them up in the orange boat is bow 25. And that is Ikea Hawaii Rowing from Hawaii. Long way to come. Nice job, ladies.
In the red jerseys is another international crew, this one from Wallingford. This is Niam McCadden and Emma Maroney. They're both 16. They're winners of the Junior Sculling Regatta and bronze medalists from the National Schools Regattas. So some serious international talent here passing the dock in the red and gray unis.
Following them up, bow number 27 in the white boat. That's the Hill School from Pottstown, Pennsylvania. And chasing them at a pretty good clip right now is bow number 37. That's Oars out of Albany. So Shannon Bramer and Sophia Ritchie.
38 is Nobles.
Yeah, they're not coming.
I don't see them yet.
I don't see
33 and 35.
Yep. So we have bow number 33, Germantown Friends, Lucy Anella and Lila Donovan with the yellow oars. And then behind them, 35, Minneapolis Rowing Club, great club up in the Midwest. Phoebe Balfour and Sigrid Davidson. The Minneapolis Rowing Club rows in the beautiful Mississippi River Gorge through the Twin Cities.
Entry number 40, maybe the only entry I've ever seen from Utah. This crew is from Salt Lake City, Utah. It's Audrey Young and Marty Kemp.
Yeah,
they have a track record in the women's youth double at Youth Nationals, and we're delighted to see them here at the head of the Charles. They're taking a nice course.
Bow number 38 is a local crew, Nobles and Greeno. Katie Way and Charlotte Hayward. They rode just up the Charles from here.
36 is Lake Phelan Rowing from St. Paul, Minnesota. That's Farah Bardui and Abigail Appleton, both multi-sport athletes and finalists at Youth Nationals.
And following them up at a pretty nice clip is Don Rowing from the Toronto area. Elizabeth Najjar and Mariana Jankowski, winners of the Canadian Henley in the U17 double.
Also a storied rowing club, the Don Rowing Club.
Bow 41 in the red oars. That's Burton Beach Rowing from Vashon, Washington, out on the West Coast. This is the first women's youth doubles to row at head of the Charles from Burton Beach Rowing.
And they're being challenged by the Thunder Crew from Richmond, British Columbia. That's Georgina Rain-Shaw and Emily Frankie.
Yep, and they're followed up by Bow 39, another crew from the Toronto area, Argonaut. Yeah.
We have 4 crews now coming into view, figuring out the turn. It looks like the leading crew in the yellow shell is...
That's bow number 48. That's Resilient Rowing Club. Yellow boat, yellow oars.
They've done a nice job of making an adjustment from being off the buoys to getting right on line.
And bow 46, but following them up, Lake Oswego Community Rowing from Oregon, another West Coast crew. And bow number 42, Bonner and Pendergrass from Drexel Hill, Pennsylvania, Meredith Burke and Bridget Murphy.
They're being chased by another Philadelphia crew. That's Springside Chestnut Hill, Ava Chavez and Rita Percy.
And bow 47, another Pennsylvania crew from Baldwin, Grace Colucci and Harper Hoffman. Okay, a few more crews coming into view. Bow 52 in the black boat is South Eugene Rowing Club from Eugene, Oregon. Savannah Van Chilton Crawford and Reese Wyatt. Reese Wyatt placed third at the women's in the women's quad at Northwest Youth Regionals and will be rowing in the Youth Nationals this next summer.
And they're being followed closely by 54. That looks like they've picked up some time. That's Narragansett Boat Club from Providence, Rhode Island. Araminta Gateskull and Estelle Pivarunas. Well done.
And the rowers in the nice high-vis yellow, bow number 53. That's Sora from Orlando, Florida. Peyton Wallace and Hunter Croft. They're followed up in the blue boat, bow 51. That's PCRA, another a New York-related crew from New Rochelle. Catherine Kuntz and Sarah Rotenberg. Behind them, bow 50 from Hanlon. That's a Toronto crew. And bow 55 in the dark boat closer to the boat club here. That's the Kent School out of Kent, Connecticut. And in the blue and black boat, bow 49, Lake Quinsigamond crew out in Worcester, Olivia Thibodeau and Lucienne Ray Bork. Lake Quinsigamond Community Rowing is a small boat rowing community program out in Worcester on the historic Lake Quinsigamond, where a lot of very large and classic regattas are held. Eastern sprints among them.
We shouldn't fail to note the boat that just left the dock. That is often referred to as the CBC Varsity Quad.
The Varsity Quad.
Which includes many of the most talented masters rowers at CBC. And they have played a significant role in training a number of people for international competition, acting as sparring partners as people prepare for World Championships and Olympics and other events. We'll look forward to seeing them come up the course in the Director's Challenge shortly. We'll keep you posted on results as they post from this last event, but we're not seeing any yet.
Okay, while we have another break in the action, we'll do a few more thank yous to our sponsors. Next one, Nielsen Kellerman. Nielsen Kellerman is the global leader in rowing performance electronics. Visit NK's Head of the Charles booth to experience our latest offerings, the NK Link Logbook Team, the Coxbox GPS, and the Coxbox Core, and the rest of our connected ecosystem of products and services. We wish all the crews racing this weekend good luck.
I think Eric and I can both speak as happy customers of Nelson Kellerman, and they're almost all the rowers I can think of at CBC use Nelson Kellerman equipment. They're one of the handful of companies that have really helped change the sport of rowing. First with their Coxbox, and more recently with their tools for scullers, the Speed Coach, and even more recently the gizmo that goes on the oar-lock. The Empower
lock, yes.
Which a number of elite athletes find to be a real difference maker.
Yeah, it gives you a lot more data than you probably ever wanted, but
they a great innovator in our sport.
Yeah. Next sponsor, Omni Boston Hotel at the Seaport. The Omni Boston Hotel at the Seaport is the official hotel of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Located in the center of the bustling Seaport District, across the street from the Boston Convention and Exhibition Center, and less than 3 miles from Boston's Logan Airport. The property boasts over 1,000 finely appointed guest rooms, including 52 suites. So heading back down to the start right now, we see a number of Coxed quads and Director's Challenges quads, this time for the men. So we're almost through with the women's races. We have one more, and then we'll switch over to the men for a few. Yeah, and the Swans taking a break in the action to some time to paddle on upstream here in front of the boathouse.
taking to the water now is another CBC entry in the Director's Challenge quads. This boat will be steered by one of the best steersmen on the river, Patrice Roux, longtime Cambridge Boat Club member, now rowing out of San Diego, with a long history in rowing, starting on the French national team. He's joined by Russ Murphy, another longtime CBC member and former member of the U.S. lightweight team. And this boat is stroked by Charles Lee Andrews IV, a former U.S. lightweight team member and current sculler at Los Gatos Rowing Club. This may look like a throw-together crew, but they've been rowing together for a number of years with good success.
All very solid rowers.
Good luck. Apologies, we don't know the three-seat, but I'm sure he's equally storied.
So event 52 is coming
He's
up
from
here.
San Diego.
Yeah, it's San Diego. Event 52 should soon to be coming into view is the women's U17 fours. This is a brand new event for the year, and is clearly proven to be popular with 21 entries. These athletes are all at the start of their rowing career and are mainly 14, 15, and 16-year-olds, so give them a big cheer as they race down the course. Austin Rowing Club leads the field, and through Weld, they are in first place. So they should be coming into view here shortly. There are a bunch of club crews as well as high school crews that'll be competing in this event. A lot of freshmen and sophomores, and maybe even a few younger people in the race, too. Okay, we got our first crew coming into view here. Coming around the big turn leading it by Cambridge Boat Club and the Elliott Bridge. It is bound number 1 in the lead. Alexandra Belov, Isabel Huber, Leah Segrest, Catherine McBride, and Annika Bliven. Austin Rowing Club practices on Ladyburg Lake next to the famous Congress Bat Bridge every day. And it looks like they've got a decent amount of open water behind them. So a nice start to their race. Having a nice tight line to the red buoys, which mark the course as you move upstream.
Looks like they're maintaining a nice high rate, which may explain a little bit of their lead.
Yeah, they really do have quite a bit of open water behind them. Nice job, ladies. And here comes the next crew now. Bound number 3, Long Beach Juniors. Elizabeth Oberbeck, Sophia Tadeo, Maeve Conboy, Mia Ferguson, and Jenna Rudabush from Long Beach, California. White boat with blue oars.
Since this is a brand new event this year, I suppose the winner of this event will set a course record.
We will be setting one today. So Long Beach is being followed up by bound number 5, another white boat with blue and white oars.
That's First Coast from Jacksonville, Florida. Eva Daniel, Aviza Rezai, Tess Murphy, and Malia Burt. Their average age is 15.
Really nice tight course coming around the turn. And now we've got a nice, pretty big group of crews coming here, led off by bow number 9, Northfield Mount Herman. Prep school out in western Massachusetts. And they're followed up in the yellow boat, bow number 8, East Grand Rapids. Addison Soroza, Greta Kamut, Elizabeth Chapman, Hayden Brown, and Kennedy Storms.
With bow number 2 is Haddonfield crew from Haddonfield, New Jersey. They're passing in the black boat closest to the dock here.
Yeah, and then right behind the Grand Rapids crew, bow number 10. Coxswain standing up, looking to get the crew in front of them to yield. That's TBC Racing from Washington, D.C. They're followed up by bow number 4, Ridley College from St. Catharines, and bow number 11, the Friends of Brookline, another local crew just from up the river.
Go Brookline. I want to give a shout out to that Radley crew with a stern coxed 4. You don't see it very much anymore, but in a race like this, it can be a huge advantage where your coxswain can get a 360-degree view and be in conversation with the stroke.
Okay, the next group of crews here, led by bow number 7. That's Mile High Rowing Club from Parker, Colorado. And they're followed up by the ladies in the orange unisuits. That's bow number 6, Greenwich Country Day in Greenwich, Connecticut. We got 3 crews across here, tightly coming up around the turn. Bow 17, 12, and bow 13. So bow number 17 hit.
That's White Marsh Boat Club from Conshohocken. They're unfortunately clashing oars now with crew number 12.
Which is DC National Rowing. And bow number 13 made a nice move, Row, New Jersey, in the blue boat here.
There may still be some sorting out to be had there under the bridge. We'll see.
Coming through. It's still pretty tight. Bow 15 behind them, Pittsford crew in the white boat. And they're followed by bow 14, Villa Joseph Marie from Holland, Pennsylvania. Bow number 15 has a pretty nice stroke rating going into the Elliott Bridge. Bow number 18 coming. This is the local crew from just next door, Buckingham Brown and Nichols School. That's Leah Von Hilgers, Annabelle Nigerian, Lucy Foreman, Ava Elliott, and Caroline Goebel.
Go BB&N.
They row on this river every day, and Coxswain's a great coxswain. She knows what she's doing here, and it looks like she's got a great course planned through the bridge. They pass bow number 19. That's Row LA from Marina Del Rey, California. Bow 21 behind them, Connecticut. And they're followed by Sacred Heart Greenwich. That's bow number 20. And a nice cheer going up for the local crew just next door to the Cambridge Boat Club is Buckingham Brown and Nichols
I think
Boat
they
Club.
just dropped their splits about 15 seconds.
Yep. This is a good place to get a little bit more adrenaline as you make the last turn for the 500-meter sprint to the finish line. Bow 20 coming through just past Cambridge Boat Club now. That's Sacred Heart Greenwich, Scarlett Gedney, Morgan Matthews, Caitlin Dean, Sophia Segro, and Beta Cervic. They're followed
by number 16, another local favorite, Arlington Belmont. That's Asahi Adachi, Rose Lavin, Alice Moyer, Bella Ehrengross, and Lillian G. Go Arlington Belmont. Welcome to the Charles.
Yep. So the first cruise across the finish line, that is Austin, with a time of 19 minutes and 29 seconds. Almost a minute faster than the second place crew so far, Long Beach Juniors, with a time of 20 minutes and 26 seconds. That's the course record for this event now, 19:29.
They will hold it for at least a few minutes.
At least a few, yes. So that finishes up the women's races this morning. We're now shifting over to the men's events. Men's Youth Fours comes next. Then we have some of the Masters in the Directors Challenge Men's Quad, and back off to the juniors with the Youth Quads, Youth Eights, Youth Double, and the Under 17s, Youth Fours.
A few words now for Peloton. Peloton Row has arrived. Come visit the Peloton tent at Adager Row to experience it for yourself. Team Peloton is here to introduce you to Peloton Row.
Rival Kit USA is delighted to be the official kit partner of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Come and visit our pop-up to shop our technical garments and club kit. Speak to us about supplying your club's technical kit today, or visit rivalkitusa.com to see our full range.
We have a big welcome to Samuel Adams as the new official beer sponsor of the Head of the Charles. It's great to see a local brewery sponsoring the regatta. Find Samuel Adams at the Reunion Village or at the Falls Bar next to the awards tent.
And welcome back, Sperry. Shop in a great selection of footwear at the Rowing and Fitness Expo directly across from the main awards stage. Next sponsor to thank, Teddy Peanut Butter. The Head of the Charles is pleased to once again have Teddy Peanut Butter as a proud supporter of this year's regatta. Teddy Peanut Butter is all natural and the perfect fuel for rowers and elite athletes. Have you had your Teddy today? Well, while it isn't quite the pretty day we had yesterday, it seems like really good racing conditions, a nice temperature, no real wind, and no rain. So hopefully the rain will stay off and we'll have a clean finish to the regatta later this afternoon. But overall, couldn't have had a more perfect weekend of weather and lots of records being set.
Absolutely, a great weekend for racing. You'll notice these kind of reddish-pink vests all over the regatta that are being worn by the volunteers. Those are courtesy of Vineyard Vines. Get the good life. We're proud to announce that Vineyard Vines is the official style of the 2022 Head of the Charles Regatta. Stop by their locations at the Adager Rowing and Fitness Expo and the Weld Exhibition Area and check out their limited edition gear and enter to win the ultimate Vineyard Vines gift package.
So in this upcoming event, we have the Men's Youth Fours, Event 53. Started a few minutes ago. Course record set by South Niagara, just over 16 minutes. Nice fast time in 2017. There are 90 different entries into this event, and actually quite a few international crews that will be competing in the event after a few-year hiatus. We've seen a lot of crews from around the world here, including from South Africa, Australia, and in this event, we will actually have a crew from Ukraine that will be competing, which is great to see.
So landing here on the CBC dock, we have the two Cambridge crews who just competed in the women's youth doubles. We have Avery Packard and PJ Balazi, and in the second boat on the dock, we have Elsa Krasotti and Emma Kirk. Congratulations to all racers for nice racing. Good job. I think the results are going to shine favorably on these four.
Yeah, we've got the BB&N 4, men's 4, just docked out, getting ready to head up the river. So good luck to BB&N.
before the next event comes around the bend here, a final shout out to our premier sponsors. We want to thank the premier sponsors of the Head of the Charles this year: Vineyard Vines, Moderna, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Massachusetts, and the Omni Boston Hotel at the Seaport. And the Head of the Charles is presented by presenting sponsor BNY Mellon Investment Management. Our thanks again to all of those organizations.
So the next event should be coming into view just around the bend here momentarily. They went off on time, as they normally do, at 10:47, so we're about 10 minutes in. The boats are going to be led by bow number 1, Row America Rye, who returns to defend their title that they won in 2021. Though they do face a pretty deep field of over 90 entries, and they're going to be chased. Row America is going to be chased by Californians Newport Aquatic Center, who also started at bow number 2 last year and chased them the whole way down the course last year. We'll see what happens this year. Okay, here come the crews. Pretty tight coming around the bend. Bow number 2 and bow number 1 just about side by side. Bow number 1, Row America, has the inside around the red buoys. Bow number 2, Newport is taking the longer line, but is really pushing them. Rowing in Harvard's oars today in the white boat. So Row America Rye, Bella Padone, Alexander Ianchulev, Edward Mangan, William Kearns, and Thomas Simakis.
So you'll notice bow number 2 came around the outside of that turn, and so they had to cover a longer course. But now they're in an advantage position going into the final turn of the course to the finish line, where they'll have an inside line against number 1, and I'm sure they'll be shooting to try to overtake that number 1 crew in those last 80 strokes.
Yeah, it looks like they've got a pretty good setup for the line going right by the Belmont Hill Windsor Boathouse. Coming around the turn now, bow number 4. That's the Brunswick School from Greenwich, Connecticut. Brunswick took 4th in this event in 2022 and won the New England Interscholastic Rowing Association Championship Regatta last year in the 8.
And they've pushed past number 3, so they're having a good row. They were also well represented here last weekend at the Head of the Q Regatta. We recognize those brown unis.
Yeah, bow number 3 coming around, Marina Aquatic Center from Marina Del Rey. They've got the white boat and the red and blue oars, and they're being chased by bow number 6, Los Gatos, from the Bay Area.
Los Gatos has had some fine results in many regattas across the country in the last year, and I'm sure they're trying to move up in the ranks here at the Charles.
Behind them in the black and pink unis, bow number 7, SAC from Gold River, California. Austin Chen, Owen Chubb, Andrew Fowler, Noah Ferguson, and Hudson Cole.
And I'm sure they're measuring their gap against number 8, PNRA Mercer, which is chasing them. You can imagine those two crews started about 10 or 15 seconds apart, and both of those crews are trying to either close that margin or push it out farther.
And right behind them, bow number 9, so 7, 8, 9 in sequence. Greenwich crew. They won the 2021 Head of the Charles in the Youth 8 and in the U17 8 last year. They're followed up by bow number 10. So 4 crews in a row. That's Oakland Strokes. They finished 10th at the Head of the Charles last year.
All those crews trying to eyeball where they are versus where they started in terms of spacing against their rivals.
So the next boat coming through here in the blue boat is bow number 5. That's Unionville from Pocaspan, Pennsylvania. They're being chased by bow number 12, making a nice move. St. Joseph's Prep from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
And right behind them is a very local favorite from the Belmont Hill School.
The Belmont Hill School, the alma mater of both Tom and myself. That's Brian Lee, Luca Mezzanot, Sean Egan, William Carroll, and Andrew Bittner. They rode, their boathouse is just on the other side of the Elliott Bridge from here. They're getting ready to row by their home crowd, and I'm sure that they'll be pushing them to the finish line.
They're putting in a fine showing, given that Belmont Hill really doesn't have an official rowing program in the fall. All these boys likely play a different sport and are doubling up here to race at the Charles.
Their coxswain knows what he's doing, getting ready to take that turn tight to the dock. Following up with them, bow number 11, Culver from Culver, Indiana. They're being chased by bow 16, making a move. That's Northfield Mount Herman Prep School out in Western Mass, and they're this past bow 15.
Which is NorCal crew from Redwood City.
And bow 13.
Good duel going on under the bridge there.
Yeah, bow 13, Sarasota crew. We got three crews tight going through the Elliott Bridge. Bow 17 coming up, making a nice move from Phillips Exeter Academy up in Exeter, New Hampshire. Ryan Kim, Wei Huang, Rohan, Michael Goodall, and William Burnett.
In the white and green jerseys coming into view now is the Brooks School.
Another local prep school just up in Andover, Mass.
A longtime rival of Belmont Hill and BB&N and others.
Yep.
This is Natalie Ho steering Evan Salonik, Forrester Clark, Gordon Gibbons, and Zebediah Stewart. Go Brooks.
And they're followed up in the yellow boat by Balin Jesuit Prep School out of Miami, Florida. Bow 21 behind them, Lake Oswego from Oregon. And bow number 20, Old Lyme Rowing Association from Old Lyme, Connecticut. Some good racing here. Coxswains are doing a really good job coming around this turn, which is not easy, especially when you have the crews side by side. And when you're in the bow, you can't see what's going on behind you. So you depend on your crew to tell you what's going on, but it doesn't always work out so easily. We haven't seen a lot of crashes so far, which has been great.
Number 25 is another entry from Greenwich in Coscob, Connecticut. Greenwich won the 2021 Head of the Charles in the Youth 8 and Under 17 8 last year. A very, very strong rowing program happening down there in Greenwich.
Yeah, and bow number 24 that they passed, that's the Petty School from Princeton Junction, New Jersey, with the yellow oars and the black boat. They're followed up by bow number 26. That's Triangle Rowing Club from Raleigh, North Carolina, and tight on their tail, bow number 23 on the outside, Monmouth Junior Rowing Club from Red Bank, New Jersey. So got a bunch of New Jersey clubs here. Probably pretty know each other pretty well. Now we've got 3 boats coming across around the turn. On the outside, that's bow number 29, Milwaukee Rowing Club. Right in the middle here, Can't tell quite yet. Bow 28 is on the inside. Cambridge Ringe and Latin, the school that rose right out of here at Cambridge Boat Club. You can hear their
And they're trying to
fans.
squeeze by number 22, that's South Jersey Rowing
Yeah,
Club.
South Jersey. So Cambridge Ringe and Latin making a nice move here. Getting tight through the bridge. They're looking to pass two crews. Very experienced coxswain here, passing two crews on the Elliott turn.
Ringe is trying to get past crew 22 so they can get a better line. They've
Just
got some
caught a crab.
crashing oars there.
The next group of crews coming through here, another local team, bow number 33 is Noble and Greeno. And they're right-
just passing to the inside of number 30. That's Wilmington Youth Rowing.
And then you've got bow 34, Gonzaga College High School from Washington, D.C. And behind them in the blue oars and black boat, that's bow 27, Bromfield Acton Boxborough.
OKC River Sport is crew 37, which is pushed nicely into the field. They're from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma.
And
Go OKC.
Yeah, and bow number 31 behind them, Christian Brothers Academy from Lincroft, New Jersey. And got two crews hot on their tail. Bow 36, Hawk Rowing Club on the outside in the red unis.
And bow 32 is Stonington Rowing from Stonington, Connecticut.
And then bow 38 behind them, the Berkshire School.
That's from Sheffield, Mass.
And bow 39, White Rock Boathouse from Dallas, Texas.
That bunched up rowing right there is what people come to the head of the Charles to race and what they come to see.
Yeah, it's great
That's
as
as good as it gets.
It is. It's great as a rower to be close to the other crews and seeing where you're at. It helps push you all the way down the 3-mile course. Okay, coming into view now in the red oars and red unis, bow number 40. That's Concord crew from Concord, New Hampshire, rowing up on the fast-moving Merrimack. Finley Kritzinger, Etienne Folleman, Caden Qualley, Jackson Conway, and Andrew Blagnan. And bow 35 is behind them. That's Duxbury Bay Maritime in Duxbury, Mass, rowing on the estuary down there, or in the bay.
What do you think, Eric? Do you like to row by yourself kind of up the course, or do you like to row in a bunch?
I prefer to row in a bunch. It keeps you on your toes.
Much more memorable.
You might have to row in a little bit of dirty water, but it's pushing you down the race course for sure.
Those are the races you remember, no doubt.
Yep, exactly. Okay, bow 42 coming into view. That's Lawrenceville Academy. Very storied prep school down in Princeton, New Jersey. And they are being followed by bow 41.
And that's our local favorite, Brookline High School. Coached by Brian DiDomenici, a very talented local coach who also does some coaching here at Cambridge Boat Club. Go Brookline.
Yeah.
That crew looks great.
And bow 43 behind them. That's New York. Carly Knutson, Ignacio Reg, Bowden Perkel, Jacob Kugelmass, and Logan Bateman from New York Rowing Association. Great club, storied club down in the New York area.
So you may see a big gap in the field here, but do not be mistaken. We are only halfway through this event.
Yeah, three boats nicely tight to each other here. First one coming into view with the green uniforms. It's bow number 44. That's Central Ohio from Dublin, Ohio, just outside of Columbus. Skylar Myers, Henry Mattingly, William Buren, Noah Yanich, and Kyle Rucker. This crew finished in the top 10 of the pack as a U17 for last year. They're being chased just on the inside by bow 45, Central Ohio, Swan Creek Rowing Club from Lambertville, New Jersey. And on the outside in bow 47, that's the Frederick Gun School in Warren, Connecticut. Coming up on the line behind them, on the buoy line, is bow 46. That's Rowe, New Jersey, from Mount Arlington. And bow 48, the Groton School. Local prep school we have a few CBC members coach up at.
Number 52 is Pacific. They're having a nice row. It looks like they're pushing into the crews ahead of them. That's number 52 in the white boat right along the buoy line.
And on the outside in the blue boat, that's bow 49, Central Catholic High School from San Diego, California. And behind them, making a nice move, bow 55. That's from Ukraine.
Let's give a big hand to number 55, the crew from Ukraine.
Yeah, nice job, gentlemen.
We've got your backs.
Looking good. Bow 50, coming next into view in the red boat. That's Brewster Academy from Wolfboro, New Hampshire. They're being chased by bow 51 in the orange unis. That's Manhasset High School from out on Long Island, Port Washington, New York.
And right behind them, approaching now, that's St. John's Prep from Danvers, another Massachusetts crew.
And a Chicago crew, St. Ignatius College Prep. Bow 54.
That St. John's crew features Christopher Brown, Matthew Bernstein, Justin Armada, Jack Wagner, and Alden Rolfe.
Another group of crews coming into view now. On the outside, it's bow 53, Archbishop Carroll High School from Radnor, Pennsylvania. All members of this boys four have qualified for the semifinals at the Stotesbury Regatta in each of their years rowing. And bow 58 ahead of them, St. Ignatius College Prep from San Francisco. So we have a few St. Ignatius College Preps in the boat, in the race. And coming up on the inside here, in the white boat, red oars, is bow 60, making a nice move. St. Catharines rowing from up in St. Catharines, Ontario.
And on the inside, there is number 53. That's Archbishop Carroll from Radnor, Pennsylvania.
Bow 61 coming up on the white boat, green oars. That's Pinecrest School from Fort Lauderdale, Florida. And they're being chased by bow 59.
That's Canisius from Buffalo.
Bow 57 behind them, Manatee City Youth Rowing from Parrish, Florida. Looks like rowing in the distinctive Harvard University oars.
Canisius rows out of the storied West Side Boat Club in Buffalo, New York. Has a long history in our sport in this country.
And bow 62 on the outside, making some passes very deftly. That's Prince William crew from Woodbridge, Virginia. They're passing bow 64 right now, Upper Canada College from Toronto. And bow 66 is behind them. That's Argonaut Rowing Club from Toronto.
Is that 67?
I can't tell. And behind them is from Oklahoma City. You got bow 70 now coming into view, the Kent School Boat Club from Kent, Connecticut. And bow 71, Vancouver College from Vancouver, British Columbia, right on the buoy line in the purple unis and the white boat in white oars.
67, that's going to be Boston.
Yeah, so we got a local crew coming next, bow number 67, Boston Latin. That's Kava Stanley, Nathan Zhang, Nicholas Lahoulier, Alexander Matthews, and Robert Calhale.
They're rowing nicely. That is a young crew. The average age of that crew is just 16.
Yeah, they spend a lot of time on the river here, so the coxswain looks like he's steering a pretty good course. Okay, coming into view with the yellow is bow 72. That's Notre Dame crew from West Haven, Connecticut. Ryan Boreski, Derek Rodriguez, Nicholas Bauer, Aiden Tomlinson, and Tyler Falls.
Number 74 coming up into view now. Looks like they've made a good move on some of the crews around them. That's Saugatuck out of Westport, Connecticut.
A big crew that's got a lot of youth and masters rowers at it. Down in Connecticut. They're being followed by bow 68. That's Sora from Orlando, Florida, in the high-vis yellow hats.
And taking a very nice course. Look how close they are to those buoys.
Yeah. On the outside, bow 65 in the white boat. That's Hudson River Rowing Association from Poughkeepsie. And they're right on their tail is bow 77.
That's Westminster School from London, another international entry.
Yeah, doing a good job on the Charles. I'm sure that's their first time rowing here. Not an easy course for the first time out. Bow 69 behind them, Avon High School in Avon, Connecticut. And behind them, bow 73.
Maguntacook from Camden, Maine.
79 making a move in the red units on the outside here. That's St. Paul's School from Concord, New Hampshire. And they're passing bow number 78, who's on the inside. That's the Walt Whitman School from Maryland. So the St. Paul's made a nice move on the outside, and now they're set up pretty well to make that tight turn to the right here, past the Belmont Hill Windsor Dock. Behind
Crossing
them
the dock now is King's Wimbledon School. This is another international entry. They're rowing in some nice clean water there going into the Elliott Bridge. That's again a 16-year-old crew here for the first time from the UK, getting some good experience on the course.
And behind them in the maroon is bow 75. That's Gentle Giant from Somerville, Mass. And they're being followed by bow number 76, another crew from Chicago, Lincoln Park Boat Club, my old boat club. Founded in 1910, rowing on a inlet of Lake Michigan.
1910, really.
Been around for a while.
That's 82 and 83.
Okay, 82 is coming, bow number 82 in the white boat. Coming now into view, that's Neponset Rowing Club from Milton, Mass.
And they're being chased by Greenwich Country Day School, number 83. They're having a great duel. This is how good times can happen, is boats chasing each other at very close quarters like that. That can sometimes get the best performances out of both crews.
Absolutely, and they're both staying a good enough distance apart so they're not interfering with each other, but they're pushing each other for sure. Next boat coming into view, 86, bow 86, Radnor High School from Wayne, Pennsylvania. And they're followed in a yellow boat, bow number 84, Brunswick School from Greenwich, Connecticut. Bow number 85.
It's Riverfront Recapture from Hartford, Connecticut. Riverfront Recapture has put up some impressive results in this regatta this year. They, I believe that club set some course records yesterday, and these guys look like they're having a good row up the course.
They do. Behind them, bow 87, St. John's College High School from Washington, D.C. Coming up behind them, bow 89 with the blue oars and the blue and white unis. Seton Hall Prep, West Orange, New Jersey. Blake Zampino, Michael Balsamo, Griffin King, James Balsamo, and Charles Latimer. The team down there practices on the Passaic River, just in the shadow of New York City. So bow 81, Cortland Community Rowing Association from Verplanck, New York. They're coming around the Elliott turn here in the blue boat with blue and yellow oars.
81 or 83.
That's 81. That's the one I just. And then after them is in bow 90. Westford Academy crew. Kendra Ruan is coxswain for Kenneth Cromer, Austin Lewan, Aiden Moynihan, Thomas Locken. The crew rows out of Forge Pond in Westford, Mass.
There's more. They're still coming.
Right. So the next boat coming into view here is bow 88. White boat with blue and light yellow oars. That's Nashville Rowing from Nashville, Tennessee. Emilia Tarquinio, Patrick Noon, Henry McCallum, Ari Patil, and Jacob Mendez. And if these initial entries or the initial preliminary results are accurate, looks like we got another course record in this event, 16:05. That's a really fast time, or maybe it was 50.
At this point, the top 5 crews
Yep.
to have finished so far are Newport A, Brunswick School A, Row America Rye A, Los Gatos A, and Greenwich Crew.
Yep.
We'll see if those times stand as the later times get recorded. But at this point, those are some familiar names.
Yeah, Newport looks like unofficially has set the course record. 6:05 versus the previous record of 6:12. So nice job, Newport.
They won by a pretty handy margin, according to this. It looks like about 20 seconds. It's a big margin in an event like this.
Especially considering the quality of the crews. Some really nice ones.
I see Belmont Hill ended up 10th. Good result for them.
Yes, especially when they beat their rivals, Nobles, which they did.
That's great. I'm noticing that the entry from Ukraine had a good row. They ended up 9th as the results stand currently in the men's youth fours.
Very nicely done. And also impressive results from Brunswick being a school, not a club. Finishing second, close to Newport, but ahead of Row America, Los Gatos, Greenwich Crew, Mercer. So
Absolutely. As a school, they're just drawing from their student body, where those other programs might be drawing from a number of high schools. Could be a half dozen high schools, could be a dozen high schools. And so they have a giant talent pool. And when you look at what Brunswick did with a smaller group, that's impressive. We can say the same thing of a few others, including Belmont Hill.
exactly. Okay, so coming up next, we're going to take a little bit of a break from the youth action and go for the old guys. Director's Challenge Men's Quads, which just started up at the BU Boathouse, about 2.5 miles from where we sit. 32 competitors, some serious, competing boats, I should say, a lot more competitors. Some serious athletes in this group, a bunch of ex-national team rowers, a bunch of people just out for fun. A lot of it's for bragging rights, though.
The first crew we'll see up the course is called 612 Endurance. It's a composite crew of a number of familiar names in the elite rowing category. They're followed by 2 CBC entries, and then an entry that at least is registered out of Puerto Rico. And then rounding out the top 5 is the Rocky Mountain crew.
Yeah, these first 2 crews coming have a bunch of pretty successful Masters rowers. Multiple head of the Charles Championships among them. So it should be good to see how that all goes, and pretty close in ages too. So we'll see how they do.
We'll take this moment to thank our premier sponsor, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Massachusetts, the presenting sponsor of the 2022 Directors Tent.
And BNY Mellon. BNY Mellon Investment Management, our presenting sponsor, is one of the world's leading investment management organizations, encompassing BNY Mellon's affiliated investment management firms and global distribution companies. Thank you, BNY Investment Management.
We want to recognize again the Massachusetts Department of Conservation and Recreation, the DCR, who manages the parklands that today's races take place in. The head of the Charles has been in partnership with the DCR since 1965 and could not pull off the race without the incredible support we received from their organization and hardworking staff. Thank you to the DCR.
And pulling up in front of us right now is the U-17 BB&N boat going into their dock. Nice job, ladies. Another sponsor that we'd like to thank is Eataly. Eataly Boston is the proud volunteer lunch sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. At Eataly, we cook what we sell and we sell what we cook. We're a bustling 45,000 square foot Italian marketplace, overflowing with restaurants, takeaway counters, a full grocery market, and cooking school. We invite you to eat, shop, and learn with us all season long. Visit our kiosk at the Weld Exhibition this weekend for specialty Italian snacks and retail favorites. So it's worth noting, Tom, that the next two events that are coming up are quads. So a little different than what we were just seeing with sweep rowing, where in the case of the four, there were 4 oars. We're going to see the next two events, 8 oars, 2 per person. And the next one also, no coxswains. So this is where the bow seats of these boats are the ones who are not just rowing, they're steering and doing a little bit of coxing and coaxing along the way. So could make for some interesting steering around the turns here. Some local crews, I think, have a little bit of an advantage, especially using the mirrors as these boats move pretty fast. And speaking from experience, steering this in a quad moving fast is not always easy, let alone with another 30 boats around you.
You may wonder how the bow seat steers the boat from where they sit, and they have 2 options at their command. One is to ask their fellow rowers to pull harder on one side or the other, but the other thing they have is access to a rudder, so they can twist one of their feet in their foot stretchers, and that's connected by wire to a rudder, just like the rudder that you'll see on a 4. So the quads, while they're moving quickly, they can get around corners fast if they need to. So we have some results from some earlier races that were not available until just now. So we can report in the women's youth doubles, the Cambridge boat that came by so far ahead of the field with the number 2 bow ball did prevail and win.
That was Avery Packard and PJ Balzing, both 17.
In the number 2 position was NYAC, New York Athletic Club. Number 3 was Notre Dame Rowing Club. Number 4 was an international entry, Tideway Scullers, and number 5 was Dawn Rowing from Toronto. Congratulations to all those crews. Yeah, especially given the first place boat was bound number 2, but 2nd through 5 were from the back of the pack. So it just shows you how competitive this field is, and that they were able to move through a bunch of crews, with New York starting in bow 28, Notre Dame 24, Tideway Scullers 26, and Dawn Rowing at 45. So coming from the back of the pack. And those first 4 crews were only separated by 10 seconds. That's some tight racing.
Very tight. Very competitive race.
Okay, it looks like the Director's Challenge men's quads are on the course.
Should have the first boats coming into view. They've already clicked their time at Weld Boathouse. So that's just about halfway, a little bit more than halfway down the course. And about a mile from where we're sitting. And these top crews are moving along at a pretty nice clip. Quads can be very fast, almost as fast as an 8 if with equal rowers. So they're doing a pretty good job.
So these crews, unlike others, or this event, unlike many others in the regatta, works a little differently with regard to age. So many of the events you'll see here sort the crews into age categories, and the events are completely made up of individuals, say, in their 50s or 60s or 40s. This is an event that's all comers, and you take the average age of the crew, and then you apply a handicap. So the fastest crews you see up the course here may in fact not prevail if a slower crew with the advantage of a big handicap is able to post a good time.
Yeah, it's a good point. And so it looks like average age for this cruise range on the low end to 20, Oklahoma City, bow number 19, up to average age 75, bow number 13. Harvard UBC, which is some Harvard lightweight oarsmen from the 60s. So a pretty wide range. I'd say mostly averaging in the 50s and 60s, though.
So I'm looking at the early results, and it looks like the Club Nautico de San Juan has made a pretty good push to Weld, and as has the number 1 crew. But there's a big difference in age between the two. Club Nautico de San Juan has an average age of 45, but they're going to need all the time they can get, because the 3 crews ahead of them have average age 63, 58, and 65.
Yeah, the fastest crew to Weld is almost 30 seconds faster than Club Nautico. That's the Juicy Bruceys. Bow 18 from Narragansett, Potomac, Riverside, and Seattle Scullers.
Wow.
Average age 35, though. Okay, and here comes the first crew. And it's bow number 1.
That's 612 Endurance. This is Michael Tata, Steve Faber, a CBC member, Bill Purdy, and John Tunnicliffe. Familiar names to people rowing on the Charles.
Yep, listed as back again and again. A lot of these are very frequent rowers, racers, and head of the Charles and many other regattas around the country.
Multiple head of the Charles championships in the single, double, and fours among these 4 racers.
Yeah, and they're being chased by bow number 2. That's Cambridge Boat Club, the aforementioned varsity quad. That's Jay Manson, Jim Pierce, Tom Darling, and John Grant. Jay taking his usual very tight line, an experienced sculler and navigator of the Charles.
They look good, don't they?
Looking pretty good coming through. But
that is how it's done. Looking good, CBC.
Yeah, go CBC. They're followed up by bow number 4, which is Club Nautico from San Juan. Alexander Zelsels, James Besser, James McLaughlin, and Steve Tucker.
That's a crew with an average age of 45. And they're feeling every year of it.
So they snuck by bow number 3, which is the other Cambridge Boat Club entry here. Patrice Rioux, Russ Murphy, Stan Vager, and Charlie Andrews. Second year racing in this lineup.
I was a happy member of that crew a few years ago, and we medaled.
Yeah, it's a good
Looks
crew.
like they've upgraded, though.
Looking good, CBC. Bow 7 following them up. Sam Cunningham Special, Conshohocken Rowing Club. Average age 29. So these are some of the younger entries. Alexander Stasko, Austin Velt, James Sinkovich, and Sam Cunningham. Sam Cunningham's a 7-time USA national team member. And the rest of them seem like they've been pretty experienced rowers. Looking at the notes, passing now Bow 5, Rocky Mountain Rowing Club.
That's Pete Morelli, Ilya Kolesnikov, Mark Stormberg, and Mike Gasper. And that crew trains at 91 feet elevation. So they're barely breathing a hard breath here, I'm sure, today.
Yeah, this is easy for them. Bow 6 coming into view is the Sultans of Swing, Dartmouth Rowing Club out of Hanover, New Hampshire.
That's local favorites. Kurt Somerville, Pete Folger, Bill McNabb, and Tom Hull.
All alums at Dartmouth, racing together for 46 consecutive years.
And many, many important contributors to the sport of rowing in this boat. Kurt Somerville is one of the founders of Community Rowing. Bill McNabb's on the board at the head of the Charles.
Bow 9.
Well done, gentlemen.
Well done. Bow 9 behind them. Smooth Criminal, CRI entry. In Bow 18 behind them, the Juicy Bruceys, a composite crew from Narragansett, Potomac, Riverside, and Seattle.
Number 10 is Community Rowing, a local entry. This boat consists of 2 former Cornell rowers and 2 former Harvard rowers. Nice to see them working it out and coming together to give it a run up the course.
And then Bow 8 behind them, All-American Rowing Camp. Jim Dietz leading that boat. Bow 17 behind them, it's a composite crew. Cambridge Boat Club and the Twin Donuts. Two crews who raced on Friday in the double, did very well. Coming together and looking pretty good here. Followed them up, Bow 11.
The Fat Cat Rowing Club. Dax Gunther, Eric Tellender, Austin Clayton, and Robert Morse.
Once lightweights, looks like 1993 grads. They're followed, or right next to them, OCU Stars, Oklahoma City University. Bow number 19 through the bridge. Okay, coming around the turn here is the 90s Special from Conshohocken Rowing Club. That's Jim Delaney, Nafa Smith, Karsten Schwarting, and William Beck. Hot on their tail, Bow 12, Long Pond Rowing from Plymouth, Mass. And behind them is Bow number 21, Fast Eddie, Station L Rowing Club in Portland, Oregon.
Keep your eye on them. That's number 21, moving nicely along the buoy line and well into the field ahead of them.
Coming up along the buoy line behind them in the red boat with the red and white striped oars, Bow 15.
Did you call Long Pond 12?
Yeah. San Diego Rowing Club is Bow 15.
San Diego always brings a pool of strong entries to the club, and this is one of them.
Yeah, big successful club. They show very nicely at all the major national regattas. Coming into view, white boat with the yellow unis is Bow number 20.
That's Undine, one of the clubs on Boathouse Row in Philadelphia. It's Lawrence Fitzhenry, Joshua Reed, Robert Baldry, and Aaron Preedom. Go Undine.
Yeah, and they're followed up. Red unis, white boat, red oars, Bow 22. The Blood Street Skulls, Old Lyme Rowing and Bald Street Sculling, Old Lyme, Connecticut. Gregory Hack, Robert Durham, Dale Hoxie, and Tom Stottlemyre.
And behind them is an entry from Austin, Texas. Another great rowing center, building momentum. They practice on Ladyburg Lake next to the famous Congress Bat Bridge every day.
Behind
and it
them,
shows.
yeah. Behind them, RP3. That's bow 23. They're followed up by bow 14, which is Litchfield Hills. And in the black boat, bow 24, PBRA, Palm Beach Rowing. All of them previous winners of the fours and singles events at the head of the Charles. Average age of that crew is 56. Coming into view now, the Harvard Once Lights, Harvard University. White oars with the pink stripe. This crew, bow 13, is the oldest average age in the race. It's average age 75. All lightweight oarsmen from the 60s. Nice job, gentlemen.
Way to go.
They're followed up by bow number 27, Mohawk River.
And bow number 32, Long Beach. And Long Beach seems to have made a good push into the crews ahead of them.
They're followed up by bow number 26. It's a CRI crew, another one.
From Community Rowing up in Watertown. Looks like they've done some good work over the course of the season. They're looking good on the course here.
Bow 28 is next, another CRI crew.
And they're being pushed on the inside by local favorite number 30. This is a Belmont Hill alumni crew. Mark Findice, John White, Tim Fulham, and Dan Schley. I know at least 3 of those have been rowing together since high school in the 70s. They are trying to maintain their speed over these years as they push their average age up to into their mid-60s.
Yeah,
looking good, gentlemen.
Looking good. Another experienced coxswain in the bow, or steerer in the bow. He's coxing as well as steering, Mark Findice. Nice line, tight line going into the Elliott Bridge. Good group of alums. Next coming up here, bow number 29, University from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania.
And behind them, another entry from Philly. So University and Malta Boat Clubs, both on Boathouse Row. They may have seen each other once or twice before.
Yeah, a few national champions in this boat: Michael Brown, Rush Fisher, Jeff Cutler, and Leonid Katolik.
And in boat 29, we have Sandor Frenetsky, Fred Dooling, Mike Halbert. We're noticing the stroke of the university crew that just went by is reporting his age at 89.
That's pretty impressive, be out here at that age. So while we're still waiting for a few of these crews, we do have some preliminary results in. Again, these are not age adjusted yet, but the Juicy Bruceys finished with a time of 15 minutes and 39 seconds, a pretty fast time. Followed up by the OCU Stars, 16:19. And the Cambridge Boat Club Twin Donut Composite at 16:36.
Landing on the dock here at CBC right now is the Cambridge Ringe and Latin crew that's raced in the Youth 4. Well done, gentlemen. noticing a breeze kicking up here. I can't quite tell what direction it's coming from and whether it's friendly or not so friendly to the course.
Well, looking over at the top of the Harvard football stadium, the big American flag there, it's starting to look pretty stiff. And looks like it's a little bit of a tailwind maybe for the last bit of the course.
Yeah.
So that's not a bad thing.
You have to remember this course, as we're sitting here at Cambridge Boat Club, has just come around an almost 180-degree turn. So from the Harvard Newell Boathouse around to CBC is a long, long turn. That means that the wind direction blowing on one side of the course might give you a tailwind, and you get around the turn, and it's a headwind right in your face.
And this is one of those rivers where it could be a headwind whichever direction you're pointed. So
some days it feels that way.
Well, we should be coming up soon on the men's youth Cox quads that started, assuming it started on time, about 11 minutes ago. Course record set by New Canaan crew back in, again, another 2017 record, 15:21. There are 52 competitors in this race. The event, like those for the women's youth quad and other women's races, youth ages 15 to 18 from all over the U.S. and I think a few international crews. Some of these are new to rowing. Others have had some pretty good racing experience. And last year's winner, Maritime Rowing Club, returns this year in bow number 1. And here they come. Here comes the first cruise. Yeah, and it is bow number 1, Maritime Rowing from East Norwalk, Connecticut. Maximilian Mandel, Justin Sun, Gustav Newbon, Ethan Zia, and Kevin Crotty.
And they are looking crisp coming here up to the Elliott Bridge.
And pretty well out in front of the next crew, which is just coming into view now. And that's bow number 3 from Los Gatos, California. Milana Krieger, Jonas Team, Alberto Lasso, Ian Moss, and Miles Kramer. The coxswain's taking very nice tight lines around the turn here. It's a little easier to do when you're off on your own and no other boats around to worry about. But nevertheless,
that Los Gatos coxswain is doing a great job. You can see they're dropping the oars right over the buoys.
Yep.
The separation to Maritime is big, but their coxswain is really doing them a favor there and picking up some important time.
Yep, they're being followed up by the red boat and the signature red oars of CRI, bow number 3.
That's Rena Bornstein, Marcos Gonzalez, Anthony Solez, Samuel Perotic, and Paraskevis Fotitis. Go CRI. And
behind them in the white boat, white unis, bow number 5, Long Beach Junior Crew. Sydney Bergstrom, coxing, Travis Infante, Charlie Joseph Beck, Tate Griffin, and Magnus Hennessy.
And then right in order behind them are Potomac from Washington, D.C., and Row America Rye. Those crews 5, 6, and 7 giving each other a great run for the money up the course here.
Nice racing there.
You have to imagine Row America Rye may have gained a little bit over the first 2.5 miles here. We'll see how it closes out.
Yeah, some good course through the bridge. Okay, the next group coming up here, bow number 9, Newport. That's Newport Beach and Newport Aquatic Center. First race is Scullers, so looking pretty good.
And they've gotten by number 4 from Miami Beach Rowing Club.
And bow 8 is behind them, so they've passed 2 boats. That's California Yacht Club. Trains out of Marina Del Rey. They're in the black boat with the blue oars and striped white V's. Yeah, some really good courses coming around here. We got bow 12 now in the white boat with white oars. That's Maritime Rowing, the second maritime boat we've seen. They were the fastest U-17 Cox Quad at the head of the Charles back in 2021 and won Youth Nationals in the U-17 Quad.
And that is a fine course they're taking. We'll see if they break. They've broken off the buoy line and they're headed straight to Belmont Hill. That's how it's done.
Bow 13 right behind them. Camp Randall from Madison, Wisconsin. Charlotte Krez is the Cox. Asuka Suzuki, Willie Bishop, David Shear, and Robert Ijik, the rowers.
Boy, these are some sharp-looking crews. It's really terrific
Yeah.
to see sculling
Very good.
taking shape here in the U.S. This was really the intent of the regatta, to bring youth sculling to the fore, and you can really see it happening here. This is some fine rowing going on by these young crews.
Bow 14 just went by us. That's the Redwood Scullers. And they're behind them, Bow 15, TriStar from Knoxville, Tennessee. Founded in 2019, so a pretty new club. Bow
And then
11 behind them.
Is Athletes Without Limits from Bethesda, Maryland.
And Bow 10, Nixayuna from upstate New York. And they're being chased by Bow 16, making a nice move.
That's Three Rivers from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. They've got some navigating to do to the finish line, but Three Rivers moving nicely.
Yeah, nice racing through the bridge. Bow 17's coming next. Saratoga Springs, Saratoga, New York, another upstate New York crew. Good line getting ready to through the bridge. They're being followed by bows 18 and 20. Canisius and Manhasset High School.
Canisius from Buffalo, New York, and Manhasset High School from Port Washington.
Got four crews tight together here behind them. Bow 22 is Nairi in the green boat. Bow 21, Maritime Rowing, the third Maritime Rowing sculling boat we've seen. Bow 19 behind them, Christian Brothers in the striped blue unis. And following them up is Bow 24, NRS from Ontario, Niagara Rowing School, newer rowing club in the Niagara region of Canada. And they're making a pretty good move of it. Okay, the next group is coming in. Bow 25, Serbia Rowing Club from Miami Beach, Florida. Bow 23, the local crew, Buckingham Brown and Nichols School. Ben Serranian's the Cox for Elliot Johnson, Adrian Tabor, Ali Gonzalez, and Max Conine.
And they're being challenged on the outside by crew 26 in the pink. That's Westminster School from London, England. Racing with Belmont Hillblades just to make it a little spicier.
Yeah, and Bow 27 right behind them, Don Rowing from Toronto, Ontario. Good rowing here by these three crews. They're all looking really sharp.
They're getting some great racing in.
Bow 30 just coming by, Brentwood from Mill Bay, British Columbia. And Bow 29, Norwalk River from Norwalk, Connecticut. The next two crews we've got, Bow 31 and Bow 34. Great Bay from Dover, New Hampshire. And St. Catharines from St. Catharines, Ontario. It's Bow 34.
So you'll notice St. Catharines is pushing through on the outside. They must have been unable to get the inside line on number 31 when they entered the buoy, so they had to ride that outside line all the way around that long turn, and they're, I'm sure, finally looking forward to shaking loose here on their way to the finish line.
Okay, we got a bunch of good racing now coming right in a row here. Bows 32, 33, 35. So that's Nobles, another local crew, Rockland, Nyack, New York, and Argonaut.
That Nobles crew is steered by Mara Dubois. That's Noah Peters, Edward Winslow, Charlie Hall, and Ben Gunther.
Some good local crews.
.35 is Argonaut. They're down from Toronto, Ontario.
And we got Bow 28, King's Chester from England coming into view here just by the boat club. In the dark boat with the white unis and black blades.
This is a crew with an average age of 16, so we may see them back in future years after they take a rundown this year and See what the course looks like.
Making a move on the inside in the green boat. Bow 36. That's Detroit Boat Club. And 37 on the outside. Greater Lawrence Rowing up on the Merrimack River. And finally, bow 40 in this group, Narragansett. A good sculling club down in Providence, Rhode Island. Bow 41 coming into view, a Florida crew in a light blue boat. That's Vero Beach Rowing. Daniel Phillips, Wyatt Ritchie, Tristan Marion, Val Hudson, and Flynn Kerwin, all 17. They placed second at Southeast Regionals in the quad. Bow 43 right behind them. Another Florida crew, Miami Rowing Club.
And then number 39 is Ottawa, from Ottawa, Ontario.
Okay, bow 48 in the white boat with the aqua green unis. Windsor Boys from Great Britain. Welcome to Boston. Bow 42 after them in the gray boat, Golden State Rowing Club from Oakland, California. They got two boats side by side behind them. Behind them, excuse me. Bow 46, Endeavor Racing from Scottsdale, and bow 44
from St. Catharines, host to the Canadian Henley Regatta. It's good to see St. Catharines back at this event for the first time since 2019. Welcome back.
Okay, we got the next group of crews coming in here. First one making a pretty nice move, bow 52 at the front of the pack. That's White Marsh Boat Club from Conshohocken, Pennsylvania.
And they've passed most of the crews that you see behind them.
Yep, bow 50 is right behind them. That's River City. In the brown unis, sort of crimson, is bow 45. That's ACRA from Nyack. Bow 50, River City from Sacramento.
And bow 49 is BHS crew from Alplaus, New York.
Bow 51 coming into view here, Atomic Rowing from Oak Ridge, Tennessee.
It's impressive when you look at the average age of these crews is only 15 in some cases to see the skill with which they're rowing. They're putting on a fine show. So it looks like the handicap adjusted results are in for the Director's Challenge men's quads. And what we're seeing is that the winning crew is the 612 composite crew. Following them was another composite crew, the Juicy Bruceys. In third place this year, a Cambridge CBC boat, what we've referred to as the Cambridge Varsity Quad. The fourth looks like the fourth place and fifth place places are also held by CBC and CBC composite crews. So congratulations to those racers in the Director's Challenge 4.
Okay, I got another entry in the men's Cox quads. This is bow 47 in the red boat coming by here. That's Medford High School, Medford, Mass.
So some preliminary results from this event we've just seen. The men's youth coxed quad show Maritime Rowing Club A. That was the crew we saw come leading the field from their number one position. At this point, they're leading. Los Gatos is behind them. Windsor Boys A is third. Row America Rye fourth. And a second Maritime entry holds down the fifth position at this point.
Yeah, that first Maritime boat had a pretty nice finish. Looks like they beat the field by about 30 seconds, which in this type of race, in that competitive of a field, is a very solid gap.
Indeed. 15:47 was the time on that.
Yeah.
On that crew.
So that did not break a record, but that's a very, very, very solid time. While we have a break in the action, we'll take a chance to thank some of our sponsors. LaCroix Sparkling Water is the official sparkling water of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Head down to the Attica Row Rowing and Fitness Expo to try one of their many zero-calorie, naturally flavored waters.
We should take note, landing on the dock here are two of the CBC entries in the Director's Challenge Quad. To the right, we have the CBC Varsity Quad, and they may be pleased with their number 3 finish on an age-adjusted basis. And standing just beside them is this second CBC entry, which finished just behind them in 4th place in the age-adjusted results. Congratulations to both. You should know that those two crews both posted times that would be very competitive in that youth quad race. You should ignore the fact that they didn't have coxswains to drag up the course.
A little extra weight for the young guys, or maybe a little extra weight for the old guys. A few other sponsors to thank here. Next one, Moderna. Thank you to our new premier sponsor, Moderna. Look for Regatta and Moderna trivia stickers all along the race course and bridges throughout the weekend. Scan the QR code for answers. Nielsen Kellerman. Nielsen Kellerman is the global leader in rowing performance electronics. Visit NK's Head of the Charles booth to experience our latest offerings, the NK Link Logbook Team, Coxbox GPS, and Coxbox Core, as well as the rest of our connected ecosystem of products and services. We wish all the crews racing this weekend good luck.
Oh, yeah, right.
90 entries.
We should note the third CBC composite entry has now landed on the dock, and they've landed right in order. They've placed 5th on an age-adjusted basis in the Director's Challenge Quad, and that features the crew from the Twin Donut Rowing Club that had good success yesterday, along with Matt Collins and Xander Packard from CBC, who also had great results in the double yesterday. Great to see them doubling up and competing in this event.
So next up is event 56, the men's youth eights, one of the premier events here at the head of the Charles. 90 competitors again. That's a lot of boats. It's a lot of eights coming down the river, especially in this event where you could be coming from the back of the pack and finish very well. So there's a lot of passing, a lot of maneuvering, a challenge for all the coxswains coming through, especially this turn and this bridge right here. Bow number 1, Greenwich Crew, won last year with a 3.5-second margin after starting in bow number 2. They also won the 2022 Youth Nationals. Chasing them are bow number 2 from St. Joe's Prep down in Philadelphia.
I need to read this last bit. The fast boat class, 8s, and the challenging course with younger competitors always produces some exciting racing with some dramatic moves, especially here at Elliott Bridge. Reputations will start to be built.
Especially for those coxswains, you got it. Hopefully not too chaotic. It's worth noting that in this race, there are a number of international crews that will be competing, including a few from Great Britain, but also more impressively, 2 from South Africa. St. Benedict's College, bow 71, and bow 86, Bishop's Diocesan College from Cape Town. So I got a Johannesburg crew and a Cape Town crew. Came a long way. Hope it goes well for him.
I'm not aware of prior cruise racing here from South Africa. It's amazing they made the trip.
I met some of them when I was picking up my number, and according to some of the parents, the last time they were over here, which granted was many years ago, they came in first or second. So when they come to compete.
They have, I believe the Masters World Championships will be held next year in South Africa, and they have a great rowing tradition that we don't hear very much about. But I have a memory of the Olympics several years ago in which, in the finals of the lightweight 4 event, the South African crew came out of nowhere and won.
Wow.
And just stunned the field. So
good heritage.
It's nice to see them showing up here to contest the Charles.
Indeed, and they're actually not the only African crews that have been here. And in my event yesterday morning, there was a single sculler from Uganda who did quite well.
Really?
So far we've had about 10 crews come through Weld, so about a mile away. Fastest crew to that point is Greenwich Crew, followed up by St. Joe's Prep. So bows number 1, 2, and 3, right? And here they come right now. And this is bow number 1, Greenwich Crew.
You can see they are dropping those oars right over the buoy lines and steering the hull as close as they can to get the narrowest radius, the tightest radius around that turn to make their trip up this course as fast as possible. They'll need every second to stay ahead of this field.
Yeah, this is a pretty experienced crew. They won the Youth Nationals this year in the men's 8. Pretty experienced coxswain. Elena Seguin coxing the crew.
Amazingly enough, average age is 16.
Following them up in order, bow number 2. That's St. Joe's Prep. They placed 4th at Youth Nationals this year, and bronze medalists, including 2 bronze medalists from the Junior Worlds. So an experienced crew. They're followed up by bow number 3 in the gray boat. That's Row America Rye. Christian Floss is coxing this boat, doing a good job around the turn, getting ready to set her point for just off the Belmont Hill dock.
And they're being followed in order by Saugatuck from Westport, Connecticut. All these crews rowing aggressively as they try to gain ground on the crew ahead of them or push the crews behind them back.
Two crews tightly together here behind them. In front, bow number 6 with the orange oars. That's Marin, great club from out in the Bay Area. And following them in the white boat with the black oars, bow number 5, NorCal crew. It's another Bay Area crew. They must know each other well from a lot of the different regattas out there.
Looks like Marin is having a strong row. It looks like they've probably gained maybe 15, 20 seconds on that NorCal crew, and that NorCal crew is fast.
Yep, we got bow 7 and bow 8. Bow 8 having passed bow 7 here on the buoy line.
There, oh.
PNRA. Oh, looks like we got a little bit of a collision here through the bridge on those last boats, but PNRA is bow 8, bow 7, Sarasota crew following them up with the white unis, black oars, and then a good local crew, bow number 9, CRI. Sophie Cole coxing this crew. This is their first varsity. They have a few boats in this race.
Looks like that NorCal crew that hit the bridge recovered and is back on the course.
Yep.
That's good to see.
Bow 10 coming into view in the white boat with white and orange oars. That's Oakland Strokes from Oakland, California. Got a bunch of Bay Area crews up here at the low bow numbers.
And then number
looking
11 is Gonzaga from Washington, D.C. Looks like they're having a good contest here with number 10, the crew that started right ahead of them.
Yeah, Gonzaga's got some good cheering going on the Elliott Bridge right now.
They gained a little bit by benefit of their steering there.
Okay, the next crew, bow 15, having passed the two boats behind them with bow 12 and bow 13. Bow 15 is New Trier. Good crew from Chicago, the Chicago north suburbs.
They did their homework on the course. Look at them hug that buoy line.
Yep, and right behind them, bow 13 is Montclair, and bow 12, Maritime Rowing. It's had a pretty good showing in this event over the years and in this race.
Uh-oh.
Bow 13 coming through this bridge here, tight.
They're trying to hook that turn, and they may decide to take that Cambridge Arch. That's legal. That's part of the course.
Yep.
That was a good decision on the coxswain's part.
Bow 14 behind them, Greenwich Crew, Cos Cobb in the blue boat. Nicely done by the coxswain to avert the abutment. Bow 16 behind them, Milwaukee Crew.
You wonder why some of these crews come wide on these turns, and sometimes it's not the coxswain's fault. They may not have a rudder that's physically big enough to get them around to turn this tight. So they have it hauled all the way around as hard as they can go to try to make that turn, and they just don't have enough rudder to get around, and that's not the coxswain's fault.
So another West Coast crew coming in here. The red boat is bow number 19. That's San Diego Rowing Club. Right behind them, bow 20. Bow 20, the boat that they passed. That's Pelham Community.
And then 17 and 18 are having a good battle here.
Yep.
That's TBC Racing from Washington, D.C., and then a local rival, BCC Crew from Chevy Chase, Maryland. They've stayed right in order there, even if those other crews have pushed through them.
Yeah, some nice racing through the bridge. Good lines by the coxswains. Bow 21, the yellow boat. That's St. Ignatius from Cleveland, Ohio. Following them in the white boat with the crimson oars, bow 23, Hawk Rowing Club from Philadelphia. Some rowers from St. Joe's Prep, including last year's Stotesbury Cup and Mid-Atlantic Region champions.
And they've gotten by Crew 22, that's Saugatuck from Westport, Connecticut. That Saugatuck boat is an average age of 16. That may be their second entry in this event.
Yep. And then we've got bow 25, followed by bow 24. Bow 25 is Atlanta Juniors from Roswell, Georgia. And then Dallas United Crew is bow 24 right behind them, celebrating their 20th year of rowing in Dallas.
So we're about a quarter of the way through this event so far. There's been a lot of action so far.
A lot of action, just so, right. Some good racing, some pretty good lines by a lot of these crews. The Coxswain's doing a good job steering these 8s. Not as easy as steering a 4 or a Cox quad.
Some fast crews still on the river. You can count on it.
Okay, coming up here into view in the gray boat, bow 26. That's St. Joseph's Collegiate Institute in Buffalo. And they're right hot on their tail, bow 28. That's Texas Rowing Center out of Austin, Texas. Savannah Cunningham is the coxswain.
The Texas Rowing Center is gaining a lot of momentum as a national center of rowing. They're putting up some impressive results, not just at the high school level, but at the masters and international level as well. They've got a beautiful rowing venue down there in Austin.
Yeah, nice lake. Good water. Bow 27's coming next. Jesuit College Prep of Dallas, another Texas crew. Hot on their tail, right on the buoy line, is bow 30. Port Rowing from Port Washington, New York, out on Long Island. And right behind them, in the green oars and green boat, is bow 29. Jackson Reed High School crew.
You're noticing the boat, but how can you not notice the hats?
Yeah, those are some pretty spiffy hats. Looking good. Making a move behind them, bow 32. Row, New Jersey, from Mount Arlington, New Jersey.
And then behind them is Chaminade from Mineola, New York. They row out of Bar Beach on Hampstead Harbor on the Long Island Sound.
Bow 33 on the outside, but taking a tight turn. That's a local crew, BC High. I believe this is their varsity boat. They've got 2 in the race. Cameron Tourette, Griffin Mazinski, Carter Blessing, Mateo Reyes, Michael Cairo, Harrison Lynch, Jillian Fay, Nicholas Carley, and Yuchen Gu.
We've got some navigational challenges here.
Yep, they're getting close to bow 35 and hitting some oars. Bow 35 is Pacific. Bow 34 looks like they're speeding up on the side as these 2 crews try to get out of the way. Bow 34 is LaSalle scheming by, but unfortunately it looks like, we got 2 boats stopped here. The other crew's doing a good job of staying out of their way, though, and staying safe. Bow 36 is Rose City, and 38, second CRI boat.
You
Okay,
can see that BC High boat tried to hold the line on the buoy line as long as they could before that crew at 35 overtook them.
They're getting back into it.
And then
good job, BC High, getting back into the race.
We'll hope their hull keeps them afloat to the finish line.
Yep. Bow 39 coming along here. That's Pittsford crew. And bow 37, Everett Rowing Association from Everett, Washington. Coming around the turn right by the boat club.
It's number 40. This is Brunswick School from Greenwich, Connecticut. They've posted some good results today. A big showing at last week's Head of the Queue regatta. Maybe reaping the benefits of that here today in the sweep events.
Yeah, and following up with them in the gray boat with the Crimson, bow 41, St. Peter's Prep from Jersey City, New Jersey.
So we've now seen the first half of the field.
A lot more action to come. Got bow 42 here off in a little bit of open water. Canisius from Buffalo, New York.
Canisius rows out of the storied West Side Rowing Club in Buffalo, I believe.
Yeah, this is one
historic rowing club there.
Yeah, they've got a lot of good rowers that come out of there. This is a pretty young crew, average age 15. The yellow boat coming up behind them, bow 44. Bale and Jesuit crew from Miami, Florida. Seem we have a lot of Florida crews up at the race, junior crews up at the race today and this weekend.
Putting in a good showing.
Yeah, we got 2 crews coming around the turn hot. Bow 46 on the buoy line.
Looks like they're squeezing past bow 43.
That's Annapolis Junior. And bow 43 On the outside is St. John's Prep, a local crew from Danvers. Yeah, that bow 46 is making a pretty good move, having passed a few boats to this point. Coxon doing a good job of navigating the line. Set up pretty nicely for the turn to port as they move towards the Belmont Hill Windsor Boathouse. Coming up next here in the green oars, aqua oars, bow 45. That's White Marsh Boat Club. And then bow 47 behind them, Hingham High School in the red boat. Bow 48, Phillips Exeter Academy. Uh-oh. 47 needed to stop to avoid the abutment, but they got it back, and now they're moving. Good job.
Good adjustment.
Bow 49 now coming, TBC Racing in the black boat. Looking pretty good, coming through past the dock and into the bridge. Another on the crew on the younger side, average age of 15, including a 14-year-old in this boat.
Number 50 is Duxbury Bay Maritime School in Duxbury, Mass. Good to see another local entry here. Some preliminary results as it stands. We have Greenwich with the top time in this event among the crews who've finished, followed by St. Joe's, Row America Rye, Saugatuck, and New Trier. Some familiar names starting to echo in the top tiers of
with these youth events. Yep, some good clubs and good schools. 51, the nice Stars and Stripe boat. That's Glastonbury. They're followed up by bow 52, Bedford from Bedford, New Hampshire. And then on the buoy line here in the yellow boat with the Harvard oars that they're, I'm guessing, borrowing, bow 59. King's Wimbledon. So this is one of our Great Britain crews. Bow 54 behind them that they just passed. Long Beach Junior Crew out from California. And then we got bow 58 and bow 53 side by side.
In bow 53, in the stroke seat, is Kam Zahir. He was born on the banks of the Charles River at Mass General on this day 18 years ago and is celebrating his 18th birthday. Happy birthday, Cam.
Happy birthday, Cam. They're followed up by bow 55. That's the second BC High boat. Bunch of good rowers in that boat, too.
And here's another local favorite.
Got Belmont Hill School.
From
bow 56.
Here at Belmont Hill, we have Aaron Stanger, Luke Gulasarian, Ezra Lee, Josh Davis, Lev Tolkoff, Connor Smurl, Aaron Schmeidek, Michael Bobo, and Nathan Pappas.
Nice
Go
job.
Belmont Hill.
Go Belmont Hill. Getting ready to hear a lot of cheering on their dock as they make the port turn, the last turn towards the finish line. Good little jolt of adrenaline.
That'll take them home.
They're followed up by bow 62. That's Saratoga Springs.
That's a start.
And here we have number 66. This crew is from Green Lake in Seattle. Very well-known and well-respected junior program. And they've actually pushed by a number of the crews behind them, so they're having a very nice row today.
Yeah, bow 57 behind them. Manatee City Youth Rowing from Parrish, Florida. And on the outside in the white boat, red unis, bow 61. Pinecrest School from Florida. And then bow 63 on the buoy line, Camp Randall from up in Madison.
We have another international entry approaching. This is on the inside of the turn here with the white and red blades is King's Chester from Chester, England. This is a championship level school, first 8. It looks like a talented group, and they've done a good job in moving through some of the crews around them.
And they're being chased right now in the gray boat on the outside by bow 65. That's New York Rowing Association. Now we got 3 boats coming across here. Getting looks like oars getting a little tangled on the buoy line. You've got bow 68. That's Huron, Ann Arbor. In 71, that's St. Benedict's College. That's one of our South African crews right here, making a nice move through a few of these crews in their borrowed equipment from Harvard. Bow 60 on the outside, Haddonfield crew.
And then number 70 is DC National.
DC National.
Poolesville, Maryland, and they're looks like they've made some moves on local
yeah, we
crews
got
around them.
Everybody merging in to get under that center arch here, but looks like doing a good job of navigating. Bow 73 coming up, Upper Arlington crew, and bow 69 on the outside is Burnt Hills.
64 is East Bay Rowington from Barrington, Rhode Island, rowing the El Guapo.
And bow 76, got another international crew, Westminster School from London, in the pink unis with the Harvard blades. They're followed up by bow 75. That's Walt Whitman School from Maryland.
This is a deep talent pool. You can still see very, very strong crews even here at the way back in the field. You never know who might pop to the top, even among these last few crews we're going to see in the coming around the turn here.
Yeah, we got bow 78 coming up to Cambridge Boat Club. That's Central Catholic crew from Pittsburgh. On the inside, the crew they passed, the Chargers Rowing Club from Liverpool, New York, up by Syracuse. And behind them in the red unis and white blades, that's bow 72, East City crew from Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Making a move, bow 79 behind them, the Pinecrest School, another of our Florida schools and clubs. Taking a nice line around the buoys, getting set up for the turn through Elliott.
And here comes a local favorite in orange and maroon. This is the Wayland Weston crew. They row out on Lake Cochituate in Wayland Weston area. Good to see them here on the Charles.
Yeah, a few Cambridge Boat Club members help out on the coaching there, I think.
Absolutely. That Wayland Weston crew is mostly 16-year-olds, so they've got some speed to gain over the next couple of years.
Yeah, we've got 4 crews coming tight together around the turn. Leading them is bow 83, Fairfield Prep from Fairfield, Connecticut, in the red unis. Tight behind them, bow 84, staying right on their tail. Another local crew, Bromfield Acton Boxborough. And right behind them, bow 82, that's Oyster Bay. Coming along on the outside, bow 85, Los Gatos. That's the second Los Gatos crew we've seen in this event.
Yeah, and even though they've been pushed to the outside, they got ahead of it on that turn. So you can see they tucked up high. We'll hope that they can stay clear of that crew on the inside line.
Yep, and now they're set up well for the final turn to starboard here. Bow 87 now, Mount Baker crew coming around the turn. Red boat, red oars. Right behind them, bow number 86. In the yellow boat, that's our second South African crew. That's Bishop's Diocesan College from Cape Town. Coxswain taking a nice line around that turn. Like they've been here before.
That Mount Baker crew in number 87, you see that the coxswain there has asked their bow seat to sit out for a few strokes just to help them get around that turn. And that seems to be doing the trick. Now he's going to jump back in as soon as they're clear, and they'll have a clear shot to the finish.
And we've got 3 boats coming in here tight. Bow 81 on the outside. That's Avon High School. On the inside, Bow 88. Miami Beach Rowing Club. And then right behind them, and looks like making a move, Bow 89, the Haverford School from Haverford, Pennsylvania. And looks like they've got a little bit of oars getting in the way of each other between the 2 boats, but they got it back, both crews, and looking good. Bow 90 coming around the turn at Elliott Bridge and Cambridge Boat Club.
This is Bishop Ireton High School from Alexandria, Virginia. They row out of the Anacostia Community Boathouse in D.C. Right now, it's looking like in the men's youth eights, the results we described earlier are holding up. We have Greenwich Crew A, which I believe had the number 1 bow ball. They held their position for the win, as did St. Joe's Prep A, as did Row America Rye, as did Saugatuck. So the first 4 crews started in order and finished in the same order. The first crew to break ranks was New Trier, which started with the 15th bow ball and ended up 5th. Familiar names in the next set, Marin, PNRA Mercer. CRI's A boat was number 9. Great to see them in the top 10. And then Oakland Strokes rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, another nice showing in this event by some of the high schools, not just the clubs. At the top here, St. Joe's Prep from Philadelphia and New Trier out from Chicago. Both doing really well, top 5.
As school programs rather than club programs.
As school programs, exactly.
Yeah, good point.
So it looks like we got a little bit of a break in the action before our next event, the men's youth doubles.
We'll bring you a few messages here in the meantime. A shout out to our new premier sponsor, Moderna. If you're on the bridges, you can look for QR codes stuck to the bridges with some trivia questions related to the regatta, and I believe to Moderna also. You can scan those QR codes and get some answers. But it's great to have Moderna on board. Another new sponsor this year is the Omni Boston Hotel at the Seaport. It's the official hotel of the head of the Charles Regatta. It's located in the center of the bustling Seaport District, across the street from the Boston Convention Center and Exhibition Center, and less than 3 miles from Logan. The property boasts 1,054 finely appointed guest rooms, including 52 suites. If I recall correctly, it's a brand new hotel. It's the fourth biggest hotel in Boston, so it's a big addition to the scene. And it's great to have him here at the head of the Charles.
Yeah, that is a big hotel, but they need it. There's been a lot of conferences in town, including one I was at earlier this week. So I think it's being used quite a bit. Some other people we probably should thank are all of the volunteers for Head of the Charles. There are over 2,000 of them. Most of them are wearing the reasonably bright red vests that say Head of the Charles Volunteer on the back of them. And this regatta could certainly not be put on without all of them. So we thank them. If you see somebody with the red volunteer vest, thank them as well.
Those vines, those vests you see are courtesy of Vineyard Vines. We are delighted to have Vineyard Vines back as the official style of the 2022 Head of the Charles Regatta. They have a location up at Attager Rowing, down at the Fitness Expo, and at the Weld Exhibition area. Check out their limited edition gear and enter to win the Ultimate Vineyard Vines gift package.
Yeah, there had a lot of people going into that store yesterday, and we're giving out some pretty nice foam pink whale hats that seem to be a hit.
Should probably do that.
So another one of our sponsors is Peloton. Rowers and fans, meet Peloton. We are excited for our first trip to the Head of the Charles. They have a nice booth over on Attager Row. Come say hi to Peloton's latest product, Peloton Row. Another big welcome to Samuel Adams, the new official beer sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Find Samuel Adams at the Reunion Village or at the Falls Bar next to the awards tent.
So
we're about 10 minutes in now to the men's youth doubles.
this is another tightly contested event and a great representation of the increased focus on sculling here that the Head of the Charles has brought. And it's really been a great movement to see sculling come to this course. This you'll see a tightly contested event here. The first seed is Y Quad Cities. You've seen them in a number of other events. They have a deep youth sculling program and always comes to the Head of the Charles with a strong squad. They're back this year to defend their title. And the crew includes a member of the U.S. junior national team who competed at the Junior Worlds. With the bow marker number 2 is South Eugene Rowing Club from Eugene, Oregon, who also has a member of last year's runner-up crew still on board. At bow 3, Burton Beach Rowing Club from Washington have 2 young scullers who competed at Youth Nationals or at their first Head of the Charles this year. The total field this year is 56 crews, and you'll always see some exciting action at this event. This event, unlike the other junior events or youth events you've seen, has no coxswain on board, so anything can happen.
Yeah, these boats are a little easier to steer than some of the larger boats around these turns, but there is no rudder. So you're purely working on adding pressure or taking pressure off, depending on from an oar, depending on which way you want to turn. So it does add a little bit of difficulty to the rowing assignment for these rowers, because they're not only both rowers need to steer. It's not just one, and they don't have anybody telling them what to do or to steer for them. So far through Weld Boathouse, Y Quad Cities is in the lead, but it's a very tight race. Bow 11, who is Niagara, is hot on their tail, so they should be coming into view shortly. Yeah, so this is another event coming up, and we see the first boat coming into view, and it is bow number 1, Y Quad Cities. Charles Bolt and Nikhil Ramaraju. Both of them junior national team rowers this year.
You can see them wrestling with how tight to ride that buoy line. It's worth dropping an oar over if you can, but since you don't have a coxswain or a rudder, you don't really have a good opportunity to steer quickly if you see a buoy coming. So, and there's a pretty significant penalty if you miss a buoy. So they did a nice job navigating that to steer the turn tightly and stay on the right side of the buoys.
Yeah, they did a good job of making the course correction and now powering through to the finish, looking like a very sharp crew. Bow 5 is next, having passed a few crews here.
This is Redwood Scullers, Alex Kawaja and Charlie Vaxman. And they're making a good show. They've passed, I suppose, 3 crews to get to that position.
Behind them, 2 crews pretty close together, and the blue boat right on the buoy line is bow number 4. That's Miami Rowing Club, Barnett Payson and Nicholas Nadal. And then sneaking in just behind them, trying to get to the buoy line, is bow number 6. That's California Yacht Club from Los Angeles, California. Sean Cuneo and Ryan Anderson.
You might notice bow 4 swung way to the outside on that turn, and that was to give crew 6, the crew that's gaining on them, the line. That's their duty, and they did it well. They were asked to move outside so crew 6 would have a free ride up the course.
Yeah, and in coming in to make way for it, bow 11, this is the crew that was in second place through Weld. And they have a nice line going. Bow number 2, South Eugene Rowing. But that bow 11 making a really nice move.
Nice to see them
That's
get
NRS.
clear water going into the
Alessio Perco and Preston Darling, followed up by bow 7. That's Oak Neck Rowing Academy. And bow 3 going into the bridge right now. That's Burton Beach Rowing, followed by bow 8.
Newport, from Newport Beach, California. We're all lucky to avoid collisions.
Okay, we got bow 9 coming. Atomic Rowing from Oak Ridge, Tennessee.
And they're coming up right in line with the crew that started behind them. That's number 10, Beaver Creek Sculling. They've had 15 minutes to build a relationship there and see what they can do.
Pushing each other. I'm sure the Oak Ridge crew is using that as motivation. Bow 12 coming up now. That's the Haverford School. Ryan Brewington and Ben Erskine.
They're enjoying clean water.
Picking
making the best of it.
Yeah, picking up the stroke rating too.
Jeez.
3 crews close together at the front. Bow 16. That's St. Mark's. Tight on their tails, bow 15. Oak Neck Rowing Academy from Bayville. And right behind them on the buoy line, bow 19. Row Boston. Lewis Grimes and Simeon John. They're followed by bow 14, closer to the boat club. That's Long Island Rowing Club.
And right behind them, coming fast, is number 22 from Miami Beach Rowing Club, taking advantage of clear water.
And then you've got Nareed, bow number 13 from Rutherford, New Jersey, in the white boat with the green X's across the oars. They're followed up by bow 21, Resilient Rowing Club from Burke, Virginia.
And they're being chased by the Ridgewood crew from Ridgewood, New Jersey, at number 23.
Yeah, and bow 18 behind them, that's Seton Hall Prep from West Orange, New Jersey, Christian Timberlake and Nicholas Saviku. Few crews coming a little wide here. Bow 26, Ravana. They got to make sure they get their course. Bow 17, Oak Neck Rowing Academy, another one. And then two crews side by side, bow 20 and bow 24. Springside Chestnut Hill and Port Jefferson Rowing Club is on the inside. Okay, coming along a little bit off of the buoy line here, bow 27. Benny's from South Africa. So this is another one of our global crews coming to compete.
That's Jordan Ford and Nicholas de Kaiser. The
And
Bennies have 28 consecutive national championship titles with 3 South Africa School Sports Team of the Year awards. And they're all the way here from sunny South Africa.
Yep.
Great to have you here.
Bow 25, the Hill School Boat Club from Pottstown, Pennsylvania. Michael Rapp and Colin McLennigan. Right behind them, going through the Elliott Bridge as we speak. Okay, the next group of 6 crews here on the outside, taking it a little wide, but making a move to pass is bow 28. That's Niagara Falls. And they're past bow 30, who's on the buoy line. That's St. Catharines. Hot on St. Catherine's tail is bow 32. That's Malvern Prep at a Malvern.
Number 28. Crew 28 is rowing with incredible aggressiveness on this course. They are rowing at 40 strokes a minute. You think about trying to sustain that over a 3-mile course. That is really something.
That's impressive.
And they even made it through the bridge arch.
Yeah. 3 crews side by side. Bow 29, bow 36, bow 31.
There's a dogfight.
That's Philadelphia City Rowing, ACRA, and bow 36 making the move. That's Cambridge Boat Club. That's one of our local crews, Winston Stahl and Jonathan Wang.
Go CBC.
Go CBC. They're followed up in the red boat. That's Artemis, bow 39 from Oakland, California.
We have number 35 on the inside in the white jerseys.
Lake Phelan Rowing.
And on the outside, number 33 is Maine Coast Rowing from Brunswick, Maine.
Okay, bow 40, Potomac Rowing. They're followed by bow 34, Argonaut, another Argonaut crew up from Toronto.
So on the outside is 37.
2 crews in order right now, bows 37 and 38.
37 is from Ridley. It's up at St. Catharines, Ontario.
And 38 is Peachtree Rowing Club from Peachtree City, Georgia. Wilfredo Gonzalez and Liam Doyle. Bow 42 is following them up. That's Germantown Friends Academy, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Going side by side into the bridge now. Got their course. So bow 44 is coming now. That's Waterford from Sandy, Utah. So another Utah crew. Guess there are a few of them in there. Guess there's some water there to row in.
Last year, Waterford got second at the youth double at nationals with 2 new rowers in this boat. We'll see how they do here at the Charles. Welcome to the Charles.
Yeah, they got some nice clean water. And bow 49 behind them, Gordon Rowing from Wenham, Mass. That's Liam Gruner and Caleb Leonard in the blue boat. Bow 46 behind them, South Jersey Rowing Club. It's like the bow seat is looking around behind his shoulder to make sure he's got the bridge lined up. It's what you got to do when you're in these sculling boats without a coxswain. Make sure you're not going to hit that bridge.
So we have number 51, the Windsor Boys. This is another Great Britain entry. Here in the dark boat in the center of these three coming up past the dock now.
Yeah, and they got Concord crew, bow 55, cutting back in. Maybe not. Got to look to see where they're going. Bow 53, Star Rowing right behind them. Three boats really close together here.
Some bold steering there on the part of number 55, and they worked it out.
Yeah. It actually allowed bow 53 to cut over to Belmont Hill a little bit more quickly. Bow 45 coming next, Lake Las Vegas Rowing Club in Henderson, Nevada. Dakota Cooper and Chase Campbell. They're followed up by bow 56, making a nice move, Episcopal School of Dallas.
And we have number 41 passing. That's the Brooks School crew from North Andover. Good to see them sculling here.
And then bow 47, the Red Boat, Brophy from Tempe, Arizona, Hayden Penn and James Carter.
That may be the first entry I've seen from Arizona.
Yeah, Tempe Town Lake. They actually do have some good rowing there.
All right.
And we've got on the outside here, bow 48, Knox Falcons from St. James, New York. On the inside, bow 43, that's Bishops from Cape Town. That's our other South African crew in this event. Rowing with some borrowed Belmont Hill oars. Bow 52 now coming, from Middletown, Connecticut. Eric Liesener and Andrew Green. Yeah, I haven't seen him either. Another international crew coming here around the turn. Bow 54 is Windsor Rowing from the Bahamas, Nassau. Matthias Sims and Isaiah Ellis.
Got a turn coming here. We'll see which arch they go for. They're going to have to haul it around to get through the center arch.
Yeah, I got that bow man looking over his shoulder again. You pick up that abutment, make sure he doesn't hit it.
Might have to check it down.
They got to check it down. They're checking it down. Yep. Nice job recovering.
Good to see them back on the course. I'm sure of that, yeah.
No. Certainly not one coming around a 180-degree turn either.
All right. For those on the bridge in Cambridge Boat Club, this is Greg Stone replacing Tom Pounds, who did an excellent job here. And I'm here with Eric Lev, and we're going to talk you all through first event 58, the men's under 17 fours, which got on the course about 8 minutes ago. And this is a brand new event for this year. It looks reasonably popular with 21 entries. These athletes are at the start of their rowing career and are mainly 14, 15, and 16-year-olds. So give them a big cheer as they go down the course. It's great to have them here, and it is great. What the head has done is the real capacity here isn't the river, of course, or the hotels nearby, but where to put all the trailers. So capped with the trailers, the head has tried to allow schools to use the same boats over again. So you'll see the under 17 fours at a different time than the under 19 fours, etc.
Yeah, and this gives some of the younger crews a little bit more of, I think, a good opportunity to race kids some of their own age and at their own experience level. Because you could have 18, 19-year-olds in the youth events, and this gives something for the 14 and 15 and 16-year-olds a chance to compete well against some of their competitors, some of their friends.
Yeah, I get a feeling. And, we're for better or worse, we're in an age of sports specialization, so people are starting rowing earlier and earlier, and good to give them some racing. So that is on the course. While we wait for them to come around the quarter, I'll just briefly mention some of our great sponsors. And the premier sponsor, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Massachusetts, is presenting at the director's tent. And, of course, they're the biggest healthcare insurer in Massachusetts. They've done a great job over years and are very supportive of many of the charities in the Boston area. So thank you to Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Next, we got BNY Mellon Investment Management. Our presenting sponsor is one of the world's leading investment management organizations, encompassing BNY Mellon's affiliated investment management firms and global distribution companies. Thank you, BNY Investment Management.
All right. And then we wouldn't be anywhere without DCR. That is the Department of Conservation and Recreation in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. And they manage all these parklands that the races take place in. We've been in partnership with DCR and their preceding organization since 1965 and couldn't pull it off without their support. Thank you, DCR. And maybe, Eric, someday we'll get them to cut down a few more trees on the other side, so there'll be more than a few lucky spectators over there. Yeah,
that would be good. Also, there's a few trees that are falling into the river right now, but keeping it looking natural, I guess.
Yeah.
But the DCR does a great job with this event and helping and supporting all the rowers and many of the other events that happen along the Charles River, some of the road races and other walks and events that are done.
All right. Well, looks like we have time maybe for one more. And here we have Italy. And Italy, Boston, is the proud volunteer lunch sponsor here at the head of the Charles. And Italy comes from Torino, Italy. It was a great concept, a supermarket where everything is beautifully placed, where you can also stop and get prepared foods. And Italy, in Boston, we cook what we sell and we sell what we cook. 45,000 square foot Italian marketplace, overflowing with restaurants, takeaway counters, a full grocery market, and a cooking school. Eat, shop, and learn with us all season long and visit their kiosk at the Weld exhibition this weekend for specialty Italian snacks and retail favorites. And I got to say, Italy is really a fun place to go and have a meal.
It is. Now, as this is the first year for this event, we know we're going to set a course record today.
We're not only going to set a course record, but we suspect that the fastest boats will probably not happen to be 1 and 2.
Exactly.
There's no way to seed this, so they're going to be all over the lot.
Yeah, and through Weld, we've got 8 or 9 boats through Weld, and it's exactly that. There are 21 boats in this race, but first up so far is Marin Rowing Club. They're in bow 2, but they're followed by bows 8, 3, 4, 7, 8. So it's going to be some jockeying.
So you're reading what order they're in now, or whose time is fastest so far?
That was what order they're in as we speak.
All right. So we've had some good changes. And when we watch these younger crews, let's take a look at one, how well their coxswains steer. I bet they do just as well as their older friends. And what cadence they row, and they may have trouble finding the right rhythm and be all over the lot.
Yeah, hopefully these coxswains have done a really good job, especially in the fours. It is a little easier to cox the fours and steer the fours around these turns, especially being in bow, but it is a little harder to see everybody around you. And if you're getting past, it might not always turn out so well.
Yep. It looks like our one prediction already is wrong. We were talking about the great steering these coxswains might do. The first crew we're seeing, Eric will come up with
it's bow number 2.
It's bow number 2. That's Miami Rowing Club, and they're taking a very wide approach to this big curve. That is Natalia Navarez, Mateo Monterreo, Michael Caracos, George Peasant, and Andres Hernandez. So that is a great Miami-sounding team, and man, Eric, they're a long way out.
Yeah, they've opened up a very nice lead on the next crew. I mean, at Weld, they were about 15 seconds ahead of the second fastest crew, but that was bow number 8. So,
wow. So here they bow number 2. Let's give them a big hand as they come to the bridge. Coxon was a little wide early, but now is right on target. They're rowing a perfect 31.5. That's just where I would put a 4 down this course. It's looking good. Very well coached crew.
So next, coming around the turn, the yellow boat, that's bow number 1. They're followed on the buoy line. Really nice, tight course. And the blue boat, that's bow number 3.
All right. So bow number 1, yellow boat, yellow blades from East Rapids, Michigan, is East Grand Rapids with no bios. Average age 15 in the blue boat. Bow number
It's 3
is Glastonbury, Connecticut. And this is their, well, they say it's their varsity 4 for under 17, which is what we accept. But you can't see it from the bridge, but there's a hell of a paint job on this Glastonbury boat.
Yeah, that's a nice bright blue and some bridges
really
on it.
Is that an EKG on the side? I'm not quite sure.
Yeah.
Or maybe it's a metric slide ruler.
So coming up behind them fast, this was the second fastest boat through Weld.
Yeah.
This is Row America, bow 8.
Bow 8, Row America in Rye, New York. And nice time, rowing a bit of lower cadence than the others, but good long strokes, followed by boat number 4, Triangle Rowing. That's out of Raleigh-Durham, which is located in the Research Triangle, which is the business and tech hub adjacent to UNC and Duke.
Yeah, and now you got bow 6 coming here, the crew from right next door to us, Buckingham, Brown, and Nichols School.
So here's a local crew, Buckingham, Brown, and Nichols, part of the New England Interscholastic Rowing Association, coached by Adam Holland, and they're getting a good send-off from...
Good course by their coxswain, Haley Hicks. And a lot of cheering going on right next to us.
A lot of cheering going on behind those fences from the parents, I assume. And then in the yellow boat...
Bow 7, that's Balin Jesuit crew from Miami, Florida, another Florida crew.
Another Florida crew. And they are having a great experience coming up here. And you can see they're rowing just a little bit lower per stroke. They're at 30. And nice job.
And bow 5, this is our first British crew of the race, King's Chester.
King's Chester from Chester, England, coming through now. And they recently raced in the Henley qualifiers and GB versus France trials. That's boat 5. It's in the dark blue hull. Out in the white hull going by them is boat number 11. That's Ridley. That's a great rowing school coming through. Long history and tradition.
Yeah, they're being followed up near by the white boat is bow 13. That's White Rock Rowing from Dallas, Texas.
Dallas, Texas. Great. And another great place to row.
Yep.
Followed by boat number 14, which is the
Northfield Mount
Herman, which has become a force in 4s over the last couple of years. And they have been rowing at the head of Charles since their coach, Chuck Hamilton, brought them here in the early 1970s.
Yep. Bow 16, a local crew, the Friends of Brookline High School. Just rows out of a boathouse just up the river from here.
We're getting, and now we've got boat number 12. This is the Belmont Hill School.
Yeah.
And they're right by. They're about to hear their fans coming. Max Glick, Will Jacobian, Ryan Paul, Jack Kasner, and Will Walton. Go Belmont Hill.
Yeah, then you've got followed up by them. It's bow number 19. That's TriStar Rowing. Bow 15, First Coast Rowing.
All right, and we've got a boat whose number I don't have, the dark red, so I apologize, but you can read it on the bridge, I'm sure.
Yeah, the white boat is Radnor High School, Wayne, Pennsylvania, and they're followed up by TriStar Rowing in Knoxville, Tennessee.
Wow, TriStar 18. They've had a good race.
Yeah, we got bow number 20 coming here, the black boat, the black and gold unis.
Black and gold rowings of Morristown High School in Morristown, New Jersey. And this is Morristown's first year as a club. Previously, Morristown High School was a high school only, but now they've obviously brought in some kids from the outside to bulk them up, and there they go.
And bow 21, the Brunswick School from Greenwich, Connecticut.
So Brunswick's been able to get a 4 in here as well. They won the Interscholastics in the 8s as pass string for the first time in school history. So these are the guys that are going to follow that tradition, followed at last by boat 9. This is the Long Beach Junior crew. And they are a very active program as well. So go Long Beach. And, Eric, I haven't been checking these off, but I think that just there's a lot of open water behind us, so we think that's going to be
I think that's it.
21 crews that we did see.
Came by pretty quickly.
We saw TriStar? Yeah. I guess we did.
I don't think we saw 20, but that might have been the boat that didn't have the...
20 we did see.
Okay,
19 might have been
okay.
the one. Yeah, great.
Yeah, they went by fast, and I think reasonably good coxing there.
That's just what we thought. You know, it's the head of the Charles decided to use coxed quads, feeling that maybe the juniors couldn't handle this course in a quad. But I would say they do better than their senior compatriots. But there we go. Okay. And we've got a little wait here because I'm sure the organizers want a gap before a faster crews roll up the course. But Eric, I'm really excited about the next event.
Yeah, this should be a lot faster.
So coming up is the Champ 4s. And the course record here is 15:07. We've got a little bit of an east breeze. This could be a record-setting time here.
Yeah, it should be a nice tailwind at the finish especially, but probably going through the powerhouse too.
Yeah, it's going to be really a nice temperature for rowing. And we've got in this group, I thought, Eric, that we had some U.S. team crews here, but they're in disguise. I think actually boat number 2 is U.S. team.
Yeah, okay.
But we should see...
Should still see some really good rowing.
We should see some good rowing here. Yeah. And we've got a German crew later on in the program.
Yeah, British
crew. A couple
crew.
of London crews.
Maastricht, okay. Netherlands.
Austria. Yeah, it's going to be fun. So...
Now, with all of the records that have been broken, yeah, it'll be interesting to see. It's a fast time, and back in that 2017 when many of these records were set, the event for this event it's 15:07 is the fastest time.
So Lisa says there's a crew named Peloton. That's U.S. team.
Oh, it's AK. Oh yeah, it is because it's Andrew Reed and all the rest.
Yeah. Okay. I'll just...
Yeah, 3 athletes.
I guess they're looking for money. Yeah. Okay. Well, they're starting back at the pack.
Yeah, and the 2 guys that were in the pair yesterday.
Yeah.
If you saw them go by, they did a good. They did.
Great. Thank you. Okay, for those that don't have cell phone reception for the incredible Head of the Charles app, here are the under 17 4 results for the boys. Miami Rowing Club, which we all thought looked pretty darn good going through, is bow number 2, won the event. And they were followed up by Row America, bow number 8. And then third place, bow number 19, TriStar, 4th. Bow number 16, Brookline. And 5th, Northfield Mount Herman. So that's a great mix of private school, club, and community and public school groups. So it's a real mix, and next year they'll all get to start right behind each other, go mano a mano.
Yeah, probably not the same crews though. If they're
Yeah,
they're
good
going to
point.
they're going
Because
to
they're under
graduate.
17, there
Right.
won't be anymore.
They're going to graduate up to the Youth Force event
Yeah.
for most of them at least.
Thanks, Tom.
But yeah, some good racing there.
Good racing. All right. So just as we wait, we're going to talk a little bit about other great sponsors. Easy Dock. How do we get on the water here if you don't have an old club like this? Well, from the bridge, you might see this plastic dock extending downstream from CBC. You might see the BB&N docks. They are all Easy Docks, an official dock supplier of the Head of the Charles. We'd like to welcome every crew to this year's event and invite you to the Easy Dock booth to see the low-profile dock, which exceeds FISA, that's the international rowing body, and U.S. rowing standards and designed specifically for rowing. And one of my favorites is Gentle Giant Moving Company, who move everything around for Heather Charles, but they were founded by a Northeastern oarsman, and they hire oarsmen, and they really take good care of your furniture if you happen to be moving. So think of Gentle Giant as not only a secret force behind this regatta, but by a great organization, and they are currently hiring. So if you're interested in a job in either management or getting stronger, go to their booth at the Rowing Fitness Expo and learn more.
Another one of our sponsors is Hudson Boat Works, the official gold boat builder of the Head of the Charles Regatta. They're hosting some of the world's best rowers over in the Shark Zone, located in the main expo area, where when you're there, you can see how Shark Vision continues to push the pace of high-performance rowing. Also, we've got LaCroix Sparkling Water as a sponsor. They're the official sparkling water of the Head of the Charles Regatta. Head down to the Attiger Row Rowing and Fitness Expo to try one of their many zero-calorie, naturally flavored waters.
All right. Let's see. How long have they been on the course, Eric?
So the race was started at 1:07. It's 1:15, so we're about eight minutes in.
On, so they are, the top boat is probably through Weeks Bridge, but not yet to Weld. And just to Weld, reported
Okay,
by our
so-
statistician.
So about a mile away then.
Yeah, about a mile away. So let's see. The 2021 fourth place finisher in this race, Cornell, is in bow number 1. And they will be chased by Princeton, Florida Institute of Technology, Syracuse, and Brown in successive order. And at the starts, as you probably all know, it is roughly 15 seconds between each boat. And then down the field are the international entries we mentioned from Netherlands, Great Britain, Canada, and Germany, and the USA, we have now discovered, is boat number 15. And that's under, yes, Tom, that's under the name Peloton. Peloton, as you know, is quite well known for their video bike stuff, and they now have a rowing machine as well.
Yeah, so that Peloton boat has 3 athletes from the Rio Olympics. Sam Ozurkis, Andrew Reed, who we know pretty well around here at Cambridge Boat Club, and Anders Weiss. And Andrew and Anders raced in the doubles race, champ doubles race, as a pair yesterday, and did pretty well, as I recall.
How'd they finish? We're going to turn to our
Yeah,
statistician.
we need the stats. How did
the pair do in the men's double?
They were in the top 10 anyway.
Top 10, we're being told. Top 10.
So they're doubling up at a minimum.
What did he say?
They finished 5th.
They finished 5th. Thank you. Thank you. We've got one of the premier photographers of the Charles River down on the river, and he's also knows his stats. So.
So they're in first?
Just got going.
Okay. Well, are they at Weld yet? Or
They are they're through Weld.
Okay, so they don't. Yes.
Yeah.
They're 15th, so that's why that makes sense.
Yeah. So don't go away on the bridge. Sort of pretty exciting racing is going to come up. We got Champ 4s, we got Lightweight 4s, we've got Champ 8s,
Yeah, and especially with
men and women.
especially with some of these national team crews starting towards the back of the pack, there should be quite a bit of passing and should be some
that
action.
should be fun for them.
Yep. And fun for the spectators.
Yeah.
Yeah, the website is much more stable.
Yeah, the app keeps blanking on me.
It kept on crashing. Well, crashing, and then it would just refresh and it would stop.
Yeah, I'm on the website one. Yeah, and it's not the.
Okay. All right. Okay. We got action coming. Not yet for the bridge, but at least for us. And we see the
Bow number one.
bow number one, the bright red of Cornell. They're very, I want to say, Eric, just by the way, red is very important to Cornell, and they all must be exactly the same form of red. None of this Harvard stuff, maroon, bright.
Red is red.
So red is red, and here they are coming. Coxon doing an excellent job. Notice that the blades are on the inside of the buoys, but he's not taking the extra risk of putting the riggers there.
Yeah, Coxon's down nice and
So
low in the boat.
Really nice corner there, and these guys are rowing strong and long. And let's see, Cornell right at 35 strokes a minute. That's something that we can't do anymore. Happy
Yeah.
to see them do it.
Yeah, and
Nice job, and they've got roughly their spacing, it looks
Yeah.
like.
Right over
on this
Princeton.
Princeton crew.
yeah, they're pretty much on holding serve, as they say.
Princeton also chasing them down, and mixed metaphors and colors out of Princeton this fall with the blue and the yellow. But there you go. The Tigers going down the course looking good.
Yep, and then down we got Syracuse,
And we
bow
got
number 4
Cuse,
on the blue
finalists
line.
in the IRAs for the last couple of years. Really upgraded rowing program. And Syracuse and their orange coming down. Beautiful steering by the Coxon.
Yep, bow 3 is on the outside. That is FIT. That's who they just passed on the turn.
FIT just got passed. FIT is a great school down in Florida. Long history in rowing. Syracuse right at 35. FIT 34. Rowing matching shells. Nice rowing. Okay, what do we got in the blue top? That looks like
it's brown. Well, it's brown. But
It's brown
Yep.
with the blue tops. This is Brown University
Yep.
rowing in a U.S. team, Philippi, and they are looking strong.
Yep. Oregon-
But 6,
Oregon State.
Oregon State right on their heels, made up their time, trying to figure out now where they cross the Belmont Hill dock and go for the quarter. Great racing there, and now with the
Bow number 7, Wisconsin.
Bow 7, the University of Wisconsin, the Badgers coming at us on Wisconsin. Great program, coached by Chris Clark. It's been there a long time. These guys are mostly seniors, looks like. Followed, boat number 8.
It's Boston
on their
University.
heels,
Yep,
the
and
Terriers, the BU.
making a good line through the bridge here.
Making a nice line, have their inside corner, and are trying to keep their spacing on boat number 9 in white here. That is Georgetown, the Georgetown heavyweights. Some of these athletes were bronze medalists last year in the 4 in the IRA. Followed, boat number 10,
Cornell, that's their second
another
boat.
Cornell boat. And Cornell, 1865, a mission for any person, any study. And that's why it's such a big school and a great school.
So we have the U.S. national team guys are coming about 15
now
on the
coming
inside,
around
making a move.
the corner, blue shirts, Harvard Blades, is the U.S. national team rowing as Peloton USA. They started as boat 15.
They've just passed 11 on the outside.
Just past boat 11, and the computer says that they are in very good shape here. And rowing at 31-32, getting that length in this boat. Andrew Reed and Durs Weiss out of this straight 4 in Tokyo, along with Alex Karofsky in the 8 in Tokyo, and Nick Mead, who is still rowing in the 4 this year. Behind them, Riverside, our great club on this river, our great friends.
In bow 14, just coming in front of the boathouse is
14.
Frankfurter. It's the German entry.
The German entry, bow number 14. All German national team rowers from Dortmund. 12 behind in the white hull is Western Ontario. This won the lightweight men's 8 in 2016 here, and a U23 member on board. And then boat number 17 back here is more Tigers from Princeton. They're heavyweight men, and
blue unis seem to be in vogue.
blue unis are definitely in vogue, and we haven't seen boat number 16, which is the Harvard lightweight boat. Don't know whether. Oh, there we go. We have another couple of boats going to come up.
This is bow number 1. Is this? It's top
Whoa,
lightweight.
whoa. So 16, we're just going to have to write off.
Yep.
It looks by their names, Harvard lightweights, who I guess couldn't make weight.
Yeah, we got bow number 1 and bow number 2 here. Penn followed by Harvard in the lightweight 4s.
Okay, so now following up, we've got the lightweight 4s who follow without much of break, and Penn, which is a dominant, one of the great lightweight programs now in the U.S., coming around the corner. Looks like they are barely, maybe, holding their time on the boat behind. Nice. Boat number 1. Nice steering job by boat number 2, which is Harvard, I presume.
Yep, that's Harvard.
So this is Harvard. They're A lightweight 4. Jillian Medina, nice upcoxing. Greg Kane, Johan May, Benjamin Weatherwax, and Zaret Mills. Go Crimson.
Bow 4 is coming around the turn. Another Penn boat.
Yeah. So it's a strong program, and you're going to see this Penn boat again. Their distinctive blue and red blades.
They're being chased by the boat they passed. That's bow number 3, Colgate, from Hamilton, New York. Isabella Jaffe is the coxswain, with Alexander Gunnell, Harrison Ziegler, Jordan Maxim, and Charlie Jones. But the Penn boat, this is the second half of the Penn Varsity Lightweight 8.
Okay.
And bow 5 coming up.
Bow 5 is got Harvard on it. Those don't look like Harvard blade. No, that's bow 3. I'm wrong. Harvard blade. So bow 3 can pick up already?
Yeah. That's Colgate.
Okay. Bow 5 behind white hull, Harvard blades, more blue shirts. Is Harvard again, Harvard lightweight B4.
Yeah, rowing in some, looks like some cycling jerseys.
All right, that's a way to stay light. That's right, and then behind them, we've got a Cornell crew.
Yeah, bow 7.
Bow 7, Cornell. That is led by Coach Kerber from Ithaca, New York.
We've got Yale in bow 8 making a nice move on the inside, passing bow 6.
Okay, bow 8 is Yale. Very distinctive blades, and the very helpful media guide says these are all students at Yale. Well, there we go. So Magdalena Moore is the coxswain, Andrew Geisiger, Jamie Sudlow, John Cale, and John Plumier. And behind them, bow 6
it's MIT.
is MIT, right downstream, the MIT lightweight men.
And following them, we've got a Canadian crew, Brock University.
Brock University, host to many when they go to the St. Catharines Regatta. Great spot, and this lightweight program has been one of the better lightweight programs in Canada. Last year, they won 5 out of the 6 events at the Ontario Championship. Okay, and now beautiful course coming up is Dartmouth.
No, it's
9.
bow 12 in front of them. That's University of Victoria.
University of Victoria with a beautiful course. A white hull with also green and white blades.
And Dartmouth is right behind them, the other green blades.
Victoria is boat number 12. They've done very well. So here we go in darker green blades, and boat number 9 is Dartmouth. And I just like to say a brief word on this Dartmouth crew. The boat they're rowing is named for Andy Gillard, their coach, who very unfortunately is in a very serious stage with cancer. And so let's give a hand
give a
for
hand
the
out to
Gillard
the-
family and the Dartmouth crew.
Yeah, go Dartmouth.
Thank you.
Okay, and in the
Woo, woo, look at
Orange-
these hats coming off.
the
Look at
orange
that.
hats, bow 13. This is Oxford lightweights from Great Britain.
All right, over from GB, the Oxford lightweights, who are not being dragged down by the boring dark blue, wearing those great hats. Bow number 13 from Oxford, welcome. And then on the inside here, bow number 14 is Mercyhurst from Erie, Pennsylvania. Right behind them, Whitehall White Blades. 16 is University of British Columbia, UBC. Boat number 20.
And then we've got a local crew, Gordon College from Wenham, Mass. Is bow number 10.
College, bow number 10, which is relatively new to rowing and a lot smaller program than everything else you've seen go by here. Welcome back to the Charles, Gordon College.
And following them up in the purple unis and white blades, that's bow 15, Western Ontario, another Canadian crew
Another
here.
Canadian crew, Western Ontario, coming through now. Whitehall and the dark blue shirts.
Yeah, I guess they have a
All
pretty good lightweight program. They've won the lightweight men's 8 here in 2016.
All right.
Western. We're just going off what's written.
We're just telling them. All right, so that is it for the lightweight men's fours. And thank you, Eric Lev, for your work
Thank you.
here at the bench.
I'm passing it over to the big guns now.
And,
Thanks, Eric. You guys did
I
a
am gonna
fantastic job.
Be joined by Ellen Minster, who has been on the mic yesterday afternoon as well and probably needs no introduction. She's our boss, actually. So we'll sit down, and we're looking forward to the next event, the Women's Champ Fours. All right, and here are the results of the men's Champ Fours. Isn't technology great? No surprise, Peloton A, which is really all U.S. team men, won the event in 5:17. I'm going to have Tom or Lisa look up and see whether that's a course record. Oh, yeah, we could find if that's a course record quite easily, actually. Followed by Cornell, who earned their number one designation. 5:07. So 10 seconds off the course record, which was set what year, Ellen?
2017.
2017. That was when it was very warm with a big tailwind. Okay, and third place, Princeton. Well done, Princeton. Right behind Cornell, and then Syracuse, Georgetown, Princeton B, and then Cornell again. That's a great performance, and especially, I think, with these American colleges all ahead of the international crews. Great job all around.
Yeah, there was some great racing, and before we see the women's Champ Fours come down, we'll do a bit of more thank you to our sponsors. We're winding down into the home stretch of the regatta, so we have to thank our premier sponsors, which are Vineyard Vines, Moderna, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Massachusetts, and the Omni Boston Hotel down at the Seaport. They've done a fantastic job stepping up. I'd say this is the best regatta to date. It's been really fantastic, and we really appreciate the support of all of our sponsors and our volunteers.
All right. Many thanks. Ellen, a little preview now. The Women's Champ Fours, they got on the course at 1:20, so they're already 10 minutes in, 12 minutes in. And the course record is held by Brown University, 17:08. The U.S. national team is going to be defending their top spot starting at bow number 1. The women in this crew were all in the U.S. 8 in this year's World Championship, and that 8 finished 4th. Bow number 2 is Brown, who are second at the Ivy Championships in 2022. And then we have 3 home crews. That would be BU, Harvard, Radcliffe, and BC coming through in bows number 3, 4, and 5. And we have in this event 14 entries.
And indeed, we have reports that the U.S. rowing entry is holding position number 1 as they came through the Weld Boathouse. You get a little bit of an edge on that corner since there's no dock at Weld right now as it's under construction.
Well, but you would never want to be that close anyway, Ellen. And our poor club member, who doesn't have great eyesight on day 1, didn't see the dock. He said he's waiting for the lock to turn, and so he went through the wrong arch with no dock. Okay. That was Patrice, yes. Okay, so here we go. Those on the bridge. This may not be exciting, but this is high-end rowing. This is the U.S. team coming down. Coxon doing an excellent job. Notice the blades on one side of the buoys and the riggers on the other. Rowing a U.S. team Filippi. All these U.S. team boats, you'll notice, have dark blue decks, white hulls. This is a great group, and let me see. We've got Hannah Broadland, Madeline Wanamaker, who's not just in the 8, she was also the pair, Kelsey Rillick, Anna Hegstrom, and Charlotte Buck parling down. Nice low cadence, stretching it out.
And Hannah's doing an amazing job coxing that buoy line. This is not her home course, but you would never know it based on that line as she enters the Elliott turn.
All right, and now bow number 2. Brown University, Bruno coming down. Always a force to be reckoned in the Ivy League. And on the bridge, notice this traditional Brown style. At the end of the stroke, they really haul on the oar at the end of that stroke. They do not mess around with the finish. Hard rowing from John Murphy's crews at Brown. Okay, and now in the sights of everybody is BU. Just down the river, and a much improved program over the last couple of years. And they have put on a lot of distance on their upstream friends at Radcliffe. But here they go. BU, the Terriers of BU. Excellent rowing. Nice length.
Interesting. This is such high quality rowing here, but interesting among this top pack that there's such spacing here. So these gaps would all be bigger than the gaps that they would have started down at the BU Boathouse near the start line. So all coxswains enjoying a very clean line as they come in front of Cambridge Boat Club and into the Elliott Bridge.
Yeah,
but
you would almost wonder whether the starter gave them extra spacing. We don't know about that. The computer works, whatever spacing they have. But this is BC. BC is a Division I program for rowing, and the women are out here all the time and going by in their 4. Started 5th. Ella Bruno, Laura Brower, Brooks Picasso, Lauren Meath, and Lucy Barrett. Go Eagles. Now we've got boat number 4, Whitehall, Black Blades. That is Radcliffe. They are just marginally ahead of the Tigers behind them. And really challenging. The umpires will be the judges here, but crews have to get out of the way. And at Princeton, the Tigers in the new color for Princeton, blue, right behind them. Okay, we're going to have clarification soon from our statistician and Tiger himself. Boat number 7, Columbia, must be Columbia. Those beautiful blades coming through. And then 9 from the Quakers of Pennsylvania. Penn's first trip to the NCAAs last year led to an 11th place finish. And then behind them in the white hull, white blades, is Calgary Rowing Club from Canada. They won the Cox 4 in 2021, setting a new club record. So now they've moved up to the Champ 4. And behind them, gray hull, white blades, is Temple University from Philadelphia, bringing Philly energy to Boston. Go Owls! Go Owls! Okay, and these are the blades of Dartmouth. Are they Dartmouth? 10, yes. Dartmouth University, boat number 10 coming up now. And Dartmouth's women's program, part of the Ivy League group, on the upswing. They get to row in the most beautiful river, perhaps in North America. And also, excellent food there for the Dartmouth. So go Dartmouth.
And upcoming, we've got a hometown crew. This is bow number 12, Northeastern University, white blades with the black and red stripes. And pink
Northeastern
unisuits.
has been constant present and a great presence on the river, and one of the most courteous coaches on the river as well. Boat number 14 now is Rhode Island, Little Rhodey. URI coming through with the black hull, light blue and white shirts.
And they're coached by Shayla Donahoe, Olympic silver medalist from 1992.
Thank you, Ellen. This is what we need. We need more stats. So this is good. And we are looking for boat number 13, which my guess is this. Yep. So we have coming up here with the red, yeah, CRI blades, the red with a smattering of white, paint missing, red hull, upstream CRI bar, and they have loaned a boat to Calgary Rowing Club. And Deanna, Carly, Hannah, Natalie, this group finished second at the Canadian Henley this summer, which is a very big deal, actually. And they're returning after winning the Cox 4 last year. I think they mean the Club 4. This is the Champ 4 now, and it gets harder. And we've got boats on their heels. This is the lightweight event coming right on the heels of the Champ event. Leading is boat number 1, MIT, in the black hull. And they are the 2022 IRA champs in the lightweight 4. Outside, light blue, and in the red is BU. Great program, coached by Malcolm Daldrin and perennial national challengers. Right on their heels, they've made up their time. They're probably feeling pretty good. Is the Tigers of Princeton, their lightweight program, which Princeton seems to have taken a great interest in the last couple of years as they churning out the wins. Okay, big gap there, as those three are such an advantage in some ways to be racing against people the whole way up the course. On the inside, the black hull, black oars is Radcliffe white hull, the Radcliffe lightweights. And on the outside in the red is the BU, I assume, B boat, another BU boat. And these two seem to be arch rivals with each other on the same river. Lightweight women, both good programs, going after it now. And Radcliffe has moved a bit on boat 4. Now they have to get across the river to get the inside at Belmont Hill. Okay, this looks like Wisconsin. Can be none other with the bright red. Yeah, the University of Wisconsin, which in 2022 won the Eastern Sprints in the lightweight varsity 4 in the Dad Vales in the Open 4 category. So they've had a great tradition recently in the 4s, a long tradition in great women's lightweight rowing. From Wisco, go Badgers!
And we know that since these lightweights are same size generally, they're not going to be overpowering one another, and you can see a tight cluster of 3 crews coming along the Elliott Turn right together here. So it's going to be right closest to the buoy line, but trailing that pack is, bow number 11. So moving well in the pack. They're putting pressure on 10 with the checkered blades there.
Okay, the checkered blades. That is from Germany, the Corner Club. This is first at the German Championships in lightweight women's mixed quad. Okay, and they have since changed, taking 1 oar at a time to row here. That's boat number 10.
And that
inside boat number 11 is what Ellen talked about. That's the University of British Columbia. Outside, Tech, all black hulls, all white blades. A little confusing, but having a great row up the river. There's a kind of stretches that you can remember for a long time into the winter.
Yeah, and you can see how steering matters. Bow number 8, as is the rule, had to yield a bit, but when they cut back online, they were right on the heels of those 2 crews, so the steering really matters when you're racing against the clock on this course.
Bow number 9 now coming up, black hull, and this is Radcliffe again, their B boat, we assume, and they've been eclipsed a bit, but they've got a boat behind them. Their their Ivy competition, Princeton, behind them, so they've got to keep going. And there's Princeton rolling a bit higher beat. Nice length in the boat, too. It's a good-looking Princeton crew. Go Tigers!
It's going to be Gordon College here.
Yeah.
And I think we see the final entry in this division here. This is going to be bow number 9, Gordon College. They're from Wenham, Massachusetts.
Yeah. Gordon is compared to everybody else you've seen going down the course, it's a very small school. I think enrollment is about 400.
Yep, but they've got a great program there. They also had a number of inclusion entries, so they've done well at the Dad Vale, and they've entered some of the inclusion racing here. So a great growing program. They've got some great coaches. So have a great row on your final turn. Gordon College from Wenham, Massachusetts.
Let's go, Gordon. All right. Yeah, I assume we saw them. All right, so that completes the lightweight fours. And fantastic work up here on the top here. So this is the results from the champ fours from the women. No surprise. Bow number 1, Charlotte Buck stroking as the USA boat, finishing in 16:48. Let's see, we're going to go back to the book, see what the record is. New record for the women's champs 4. Woohoo! And not by a little bit. Fantastic. So it's U.S. rowing. And behind them, Brown, which was, recently behind them. 25 seconds behind and not breaking the record.
What was the new record then?
The new record is 16:48. The old record was 17:08. 20 seconds off that record. That's terrific. Third place, maybe a bit of surprise, boat number 11, Calgary Rowing Club. Terrific. Fourth place, Penn. We're getting new names. Fifth place, BC. So it is a shuffle and a healthy shuffle. We got some new names and some fast times. Congratulations. All right. Yeah, after a bit. Okay. Oh, good. Very fast order. Results for the lightweight fours. Awesome. University of British Columbia, which started 11th, won the race in 18:06.95. No record. Followed by Princeton, bow number 3. Then Wisconsin, bow number 7. Kohler, Germany, bow number 10. And Radcliffe in 6th place with bow number 5. All right, terrific job. I love to see people coming from a distance and taking home the hardware. So that's great. Okay, a little preview. The fastest race of the day is coming up. That is the men's Champ 8s, the big boys in the big boats. Course record.
13 minutes. That's not even fair.
The course record for the Boston Globe Trophy is the University of California, Berkeley, back in 2017, which is a very fast year, of 13:27. You know, some of these masters don't make it to weeks in 13:27.
I was going to say, was that a short course year?
So there we go. Washington, bow number 1, is back to defend the title they won last year when they had just 2 seconds over second place Dartmouth, who we'll find in bow number 2. Dartmouth, of course, is the great ascendant program in U.S. collegiate rowing. Bow number 3, Yale, was only 1 second further back, and that has been the dominant program in U.S. collegiate rowing. Coming in bow number 4 is the U.S. national team, filled with athletes from this year's World Championship. Harvard rounds out the top 5. The Harvard stroke rowed in the Tokyo Olympics, a stroke of the straight 4. And I think Harvard's got 2 British athletes from the international world. And then further down the roster, we've got the Ukrainian national team at bow number 18. That is a mandatory applause from the bridge, followed by the Danish team at 19, a crew from the famed Leander Club in the UK at bow 20, Minerva of the Netherlands at 21, and the British Columbia at bow 22. 25 boats total in this event. So really looking forward to this. And they are starting. It's now, let's see, he started 10 minutes ago. So we're going to rip off a couple of thanks to our sponsors before we give you the results halfway through the race.
Well, sure. I don't know about you, but I think in a few minutes I'll be ready for a Sam Adams. They are the new official beer sponsor of the Head of the Charles, so we're really excited to have them.
What a great sponsor for the Head of the Charles. It's about time we get our act together.
Yes, a brewer / patriot. You can find Sam Adams at the Reunion Village down by Harvard Square or at the Falls Bar next to the awards tent. So it's a great place to watch racing, get a beer, cheer for the winners. What more could you want?
Well, you could go to Tremont Street across from the Granary Cemetery and have a cold Sam Adams next to a cold Sam Adams. All right, here they come, the big guns. Early, Washington. This Cox is being extremely wise. He's not trying to split the buoys because the boat's going fast. And these big empokers are hard to bring around the corner. So this is the University of Washington. They were semifinalists at the Henley Royal Regatta. They're fourth at the IRA. They won here last year. Their coach, Mike Callahan, has consistently produced great crews. They are, of course, the University of the Boys in the Boat. And there they go through, and they have got their time so far on the green of Dartmouth. There we go. Well done, Washington Huskies. And now we have the green of Dartmouth. Wyatt Allen's groups. Wyatt Allen came to Dartmouth 3 or 4 years ago. No one had remembered who they were. They are now a force to be reckoned with. They're all sculling in the fall. They're all learning how to pull year-round, and they are doing a great job. Nice job, Coxon, too, going around that corner. The Bulldogs of Yale, dominant for years. A terrific program by Steve Gladstone. But right behind them, gaining their time, is the U.S. team. This is a combination of athletes from the men's 8, both at the World Championship and the men's 8 at a Canada Cup. And they are now thinking, where are we going to cross? Where are we going to try to get that team from Yale? Okay, and both Yale and U.S. have made their time on Harvard. I am personally sorry to see. But this is a great program, the other side of the river. And stroked by Clark Dean, who is a Tokyo Olympian and a multiple junior world champion. Great program with Charlie Butt. And behind them, bow number 6, Hughes. Hughes has made up their time on Harvard. Hughes is now a real contender in the IRAs. They're rowing 3 beats lower than Harvard and still making up time.
And they opened up a big gap on the next crew on the Brown University in bow number 7.
Brown was 3rd last year in the IRA championship. Always very capably coached by Paul Cook. And again, sporting the color of the fall blue. Followed by NU, our local club. Northeastern University. Great program over many years. Historic program under Ernie Arlett. Nice cadence there. They're holding their place. They're definitely holding their way through this course. And now we have Princeton following Northeastern. Princeton with the Tigers of Princeton, their trademark blades, the blue shirts, and what does they say? Rowing for change. Rowing for change is on these shirts. Being Princeton, are they talking about Wall Street or are they talking about change of society? Who knows? But they're moving on. And now we have the Harvard second boat coming on. Champ 8 B boat, and they've done well against the Tigers, and they've got some distance behind them on what I'm going to assume are other B boats behind them. Harvard boat rowing a bit lower cadence than the Clark Dean boat. Same shirts, consistent. The big thing at Harvard now is to wear black, which is, I'm not sure what
and
that's
behind
about.
them is a battle on the buoy line.
We love this, and that's got to be the Naval Academy with the yellow.
Yep, they're holding their own, and they're forcing bow number 12, which is Yale, to come around closer to the Cambridge Boat
Yale's
Club.
taking
So
the long turn here. Here's Navy lining up here. Navy with their blades. And Yale, the Bulldogs inside them. Let's hear it for both crews, and let's hear it for Navy. These guys are going to be protecting us. Okay, and now bow number 13, another Dartmouth crew. Lovely green deck on that boat. And this is their JV, which medaled in the IRAs for the last 2 years, coming around. And now bow number 14, we're seeing the BU crew. And this is, I'm reading now from the brochure, the top entry in the regatta for BU. Nice looking crew. Tom Bohr, their coach, highly respected. Long-term program.
And the other red is coming down now in bow number 15. That's the University of Wisconsin. This is their men's varsity 8. Really doing a nice job
here. This is
here.
a new look for Wisconsin. The first time I've ever seen them in Empacher, and I've never seen them in black. The Badgers are changing their ways. Let's go, Wisconsin.
And they look like they're holding their own, about even spacing, probably near the start for Brown University.
Yeah,
this is their second entry.
Yep. This is the Brown University. Great program down on the Seekonk. Tough water much of the year. Great coaching. Okay.
Yep.
All right. So now we see in.
Ukrainian national team charging on Penn.
Okay. So Penn 17 here, white hull, blue and red blades, and which is great. And right behind them, let's hear it from the bridge. This is Ukraine, the Ukraine team.
Onward, Ukraine!
Represent Ukraine.
And they are doing a fabulous job.
Fabulous job. Welcome to Boston, Ukraine. And that is great. And thank you to Sean Colgan for bringing them here. And
bow number 20 out in front first. Right here is bow number
20 from Leander from Great Britain using a BU boat. But this is Leander, a great club. 5 of this crew won the ladies' challenge plate. Second top plate at Henley.
And they've pushed the Danish crew from bow number 19 just a little bit wide, but both clear through the arch right now. So that's fantastic. An international 1, 2, 3 through the bridge. I didn't hear any scrapes, but I think they're. I don't see them on the other side yet. Yep, yeah, I do. They're all set.
They made it through, and with all their blades. Okay, a little gap after the internationals. Maybe we got some more internationals here. Okay, bow 21, we're using Boston College equipment, is Minerva Rowing Club of the Netherlands. This is the Royal Dutch Student Rowing Federation that allows young, talented rowers to compete at international regattas.
And they...
Minerva in the red boat, and in the white boat, Ellen.
The Canadian crew of British Columbia, bow 22, so they're trying to overtake 21. They couldn't get quite through them before the bridge, but they're in luck because the next turn is back over to the starboard side, so they may be well set up to overtake them.
Set up for the next turn, which is a steep turn. And that's University of British Columbia, who are the 2021 Canadian champions. We are now followed by Princeton's B-Boat, which is working hard and just ahead of Stanford. Welcome, Stanford. So, Princeton's B-Boat, Stanford's A-Boat, we assume. Great challenge here. In the Stanford boat is a U.S. Peter Chayton, who's a U.S. U-23 silver medalist. And they're going to have a little crossover under that bridge. Now, Northeastern second boat is here. Yellow boat. Northeastern blades black. Terrific job.
And behind them come the first of the lightweight entries.
Really?
Yes, that would be the Yale crew.
All right. This is the Yale University lightweight crew. And they have stepped out on their lightweight brethren in a big-time way. Go catch the big guys, you lightweights. Nice job.
Yeah, there you go. So they're almost catching the tail end. They're within striking distance.
We cannot see almost the next one.
Yeah,
these are lightweights. As Ellen said, they're all the same weight. They should go more or less the same speed.
but it's a real tactical race, and that mental fortitude. It's a great feeling to come through this bridge without seeing any competitors behind you. You know you're off to a great finish, possibly even a win, but that Yale crew looked incredible.
Yeah, congratulations, Coach Andy Card. Okay, now, more traditionally, here is Cornell, always a lightweight force. With in boat number 2, that's the white boat with the red tip blades. Right behind are the Tigers of Princeton. The Cox, you notice, of Cornell is wisely looking at her stern. Beautiful job by the Cornell coxswain. The Princeton fans up here are going crazy as the Cornell coxswain has aced the turn. Princeton has now got to take it up a couple of beats and cross over. That was a
serious
beautiful
move.
Execution.
And a power 10. They took that rating up, and it's not easy to gain seats on the outside of that corner, but they did.
Yeah, that
well
was
done.
An exciting, elegant move. Okay, and now looks like a Dartmouth crew. Yeah, bow number 4, Green Blades of Dartmouth coming up.
But 6 is putting pressure on them.
And they have pressure from the Naval Academy. Big time pressure from the Naval Academy, which is second last year at the IRA. So here's Dartmouth in the white and the green behind the Naval Cadets.
And the Navy Academy has already gone through bow number 5 at Princeton, so that's got to feel good. Now they're out.
And then behind there is Princeton's B-boat rowing for change, and they are rowing a nice line. And then followed by Penn. Penn, bow number 7. Nice job. And then Harvard on their heels. That's bow number 8. Harvard's lightweight 1V on the heels of Penn. And having gapped a bit on their next competitor, which by blade cover looks like Georgetown. Yep. Oh, we have
with
troubles
contact
ahead.
on the bridge. Everyone looks okay, but we have only
We
3
only
starboard
have,
oars in that
3
Penn
starboard
crew.
oars in the Penn crew going forward.
Well, it is the final port turn, so I guess they're in luck.
And this is Georgetown, the black hull and the gray blades. Great program, rowing on the Potomac. Georgetown lightweights. Yeah, they looked okay. Okay, now up on the inside of the buoys, not maybe as close as the outside crew would prefer, is Harvard's second boat coming up. The white shirts, Harvard red crimson blades.
But
And
MIT follows.
working very hard on the outside, started 2 boats behind Harvard and is moving on them. Nice job, MIT. Now MIT is set up for the next corner.
Yeah. Nothing they
Tech.
would like better than to break through
Go
that bow
Badgers.
of the Harvard crew, but it'll be a hometown battle into that final corner.
Beavers. Go Beavers. Go Beavers. And I apologize. Yeah. Okay, and then Penn's B boat coming here. And having seen the first Penn boat, this makes me nervous, Ellen, with this Penn boat. Okay, Penn, let's work that turn. That's it. Nice
And then
job. And
coming
now,
up next, the tightest pack of this event, we've got bow 12,
bow
followed
12,
by
white
14,
hull with the blue shirts.
followed by 15.
Is
13.
13. That's the Hens of Delaware, and then followed right behind them by 14.
Look at this
Page.
line, bow 14,
Which is Kolner of Germany, followed right behind, but the Naval
and the
Academy
Naval Academy
is
have
boat.
had to make a
Naval
quick
Academy
decision.
looks like they're going
Not
for the
sure it's
other
going to work
arch.
out for them, but it is legal.
It's legal. Crabs don't help, but okay. Now get around that turn, Navy. All right. Yeah. Can't say that. Can't say that. Holding back. And Navy on the other side of the bridge, struggling with the corners. Woo. Now they.
So Yale went 1407. Is that a right? That may not be a record.
Champ 8.
No, in the lightweight 8.
Whoa. Okay.
1407 is not a record.
But it's pretty close.
13:49.
Okay.
70 seconds. Do we have the Champ 8 results yet?
Yes. Hold on.
hold it. Let's get the champ aids down here. Yeah, I know. You want to talk it up. See if we get another record.
You know, guess who? You'll never guess who's second.
So we do the collegiate eights.
Syracuse.
All right. Okay, champ eights. Do we have big news? Well, not a surprise. The U.S. team won in a time of 13:23, a new course record by 4 seconds. And not the best, but good conditions. Well done, U.S. Stroked, by the way, by Henry Hollingsworth, a Cambridge Boat Club member and a Brown graduate. Nice job. And boat number 2, Syracuse. That is a fantastic result. The top college, there is a trophy for the top college, and Syracuse is taking that away 10 seconds behind the U.S. team. Followed by Yale, Harvard, and then Leander. And Yale was stroked by Nick Rusher, a U.S. team member in the 8. And Harvard stroked, as I said, by Clark Dean, a U.S. Olympian. So a great job. Leander 6, Northeastern 7, Washington all the way down at 8. All right. And that is a fantastic result, and we will work our statisticians on getting the lightweight results soon. Interested to see how that Yale crew ended up.
That's the lightweight.
Lightweight results are surprising all of us experts here on the bridge. In fact, we wonder what's happened here. The results as we see them are that Harvard won the lightweight 8 in 13:59. Sorry, it's not a record. Sorry for my slow reading, but pretty fast. Princeton 2nd and Yale 3rd. What surprises us is that Yale led that race at this bridge by quite a bit. No. Yeah. So that was. My eyes aren't good enough.
They were second at CT. You can still blow it up, though, yeah.
Ah, shoot.
Mobile computer.
Yeah. We thought Yale was just wildly in front, but this says Yale was in 4th place, and they passed us. They must have gotten a very head start. Yeah. And I was told in the women's single yesterday, the leader, Maggie Fellows, got 40 seconds. Some reason the starter gave her an extra break. And so it's not perfect down at the starting line.
So you can blow it up here. This is that Yale 3rd.
Yeah, Yale 3rd.
And the time here is very close racing. 13.
Yeah, close racing lightweights, 13:59, 14:04, 14:07, 14:09. Well, that is what our expert to my left, Alan Misner, said in the beginning of the racing, and then we shouldn't have been eating our words. We should have blamed it on the starting order. Well, that was really interesting. Return your computer.
Well, congrats to the Harvard guys. That's a
great.
Shocking.
huge result.
Okay, next race, which brings a lot of fans to Regatta, and looks like it's already happening, Ellen, is the men's collegiate 8s. So this is not Division 1. This is everything below Division 1. Division 2, Division 3, whatever. Course record, University of Virginia, 14:24. 41 boats in this entry, led by MIT, and still led by MIT. They started first. There they are, MIT. They are not far ahead of Drexel, right behind them. MIT now is interesting. MIT appropriately is given way to Drexel on the end of this turn.
But not without some waving of the arm of the Drexel coxswain. It's a coxswain's battle, and they were in the thick of it here.
Yeah, but now Drexel's on the outside of the final turn. And they wish that MIT was further over to the right. But there you go. A great duel by the two leaders, MIT and Drexel, for the men's collegiate 8s. Okay, a little gap here.
I'm sure this has got to be Marist.
No, this is Temple, isn't it?
Temple.
Yeah.
Temple.
So this is boat number 4 coming up now. Temple University.
So they would have passed Maris, so that's a
They
great row.
passed Maris. They're having a great row, and they've got nothing in their way between now and the finish. Okay, guys, 800 meters to the finish. Nobody in your way. Crank it out.
Bow number 6 now is moving well in the
Bow
field.
6 in this white hull
Is the Williams College Boat Club.
is Williams. Williams, this has long been a powerhouse in this level of rowing. Williams going through on the outside. And then there we've got Maris, bow number 3 in the white hull, white with red tip blades, following Williams. In the pink, without the 2-man rowing, is Bates. There, Maine's rowing at its best. 2-man is waiting for the signal to get back into this hunt. 7 in the yellow hull behind them is Holy Cross. Wow, Holy Cross, varsity 8, very much in the thick of things here. Followed by, on the outside, Tufts, our friends, on the Mystic River, Tufts University.
Yeah, coached by George Munger, an IRL grad.
Great. And back after being second at the inaugural D3 IRAs. And they've changed their blade design. Looks good. Go Tufts. Okay, on the inside, passing, bow number 9. That is Hobart College. Hobart College won here at one point. A very young crew. And, excuse me, that's bow 9. Hobart's on our side of the river. 10 is Michigan.
And lots of action to correct
Both
the course
crews
here.
are
Lots
too
of action.
wide. Hobart now really tough decision. Going correctly, I'd say, through the right-hand arch.
Yeah, did a great job making that split-second decision.
It's not what you plan on. but
And
it's
they'll
what
meet
you
each
end
other
up
again
doing.
on the other side of the bridge.
Okay, and here we go. In the Tech Blades is Middlebury. No, what is it? This is MIT, another MIT boat. MIT's program has certainly grown. Very good. And then the dark hull is Marietta College from the Ohio, coached by Greg Myers, formerly of Cambridge Boat Club.
And bow
Go
14.
Marietta.
Bow 14 in the orange jerseys are the Virginia crew from Charlottesville, Virginia.
The record holders is the Virginia Rowing Association from the University of Virginia. These guys are back, striving to get back on the podium.
And they
it's
moved-
to earn a trip to
Yeah.
Henley.
And they moved well through Middlebury. That's bow number 13 now. You see the white blades with this sort of
Yes, with the-
Holstein pattern.
Oh, we love the Middlebury design. We're glad we don't paint it. Bow number 13 from Middlebury, rowing a brand new flippy hull. 16 behind them, Trinity College Hartford, which ruled the waves under Coach Larry Gluckman and is a long tradition of success. Behind them, the white hull, bow number 17, is St. Joe's of Philadelphia. Tough guys, tough rowing from St. Joe's.
And all the way from UCLA is bow number 15 now. They're a great crew all the way from California. See 2-man sort of taking it lightly to make sure that Coxon can stay on course. Coxon's arm looks like it's in the water to complete the turn, and they are clean through the Elliott Bridge. Well done.
All right, and now we've got bow number 18 here, red shirts. That's WPI from Worcester. Qualified for the first men's D3 championship at the IRA last year. Row on the wonderful Lake Quinsigamond. 19 here in the dark blue, Ithaca College, which the nickname are the Bombers. They finished 19th at last year's regatta. They're aiming for a higher mark. They were second last year in the Liberty League and gold at the New York State champs. Over here, Bucknell with the dark hull with their orange shirts. Boat number 20, Bucknell.
And then Wesleyan is bow number 21 in the
They are
yellow boat.
looking at Wesleyan. Oh, too bad on Bucknell and Wesleyan.
Oh, and
nice
Bucknell
line. Yeah.
Bridge contact.
So Ellen, now they're past, coxswains sometimes oversteer, and the coxswain was still putting the stern into the bridge.
Well, what I've seen is coxswains coming off the buoy line a little too early. You really do want to hug it for one or two more buoys, and coxswains see the bridge and they're drifting to the middle and realizing their error sometimes too late. So hugging that port buoy line is really important, almost right up to the bridge itself.
Yep. Okay, bow number 22. That's BC High. Oh, no, BC College upstream. And they are doing a great job in keeping their time on bow number 23. Whitehall here, which is Hamilton College, upstate New York. 5th place at the lightweight Division III IRAs last year. And bow number 24 right behind them. Adrian College, not a constant. This is the first time at the head of the Charles was last year. Hoping to qualify again. Adrian College, go.
Out in front now are the Coast Guard, bow number 25 in the orange long sleeve.
Love
and
the
blue
Coast Guard
stripe.
and their distinctive blades. Rowing on the Great Thames River. And behind them,
Bow
Delaware,
26.
the mighty, what do they call it? The Hens of Delaware.
And
26 crutting across. Brilliant job. Nice job, coxswain.
And that's Colgate there having to have some steering issues coming into the bridge. That's Colgate, bow 29.
That had caught up and now had to give away a little on that corner. Inside line. And now we
27.
have bow number
Colby.
27, Colby, College of Maine.
And again, it's a difficult turn. The coxswain had this stroke seat now holding water to finish that turn. As we said, I think we're getting a slight push is what I'm noticing.
Well, and
Flags blowing this way.
The tailwind
Yep.
is getting them over further than they thought.
Yeah, cross tail
I think
here.
the tailwind is definitely part of this game. Okay, we are looking at bow number 30, Whitehall, Bowdoin from Brunswick, Maine. They were 8th last year at the New England Rowing Championships. And then behind them,
Georgia Tech.
Georgia Tech, the Rambling Wrecks of Georgia Tech. And go the Yellow Jackets, yeah. And the color designer on those oars didn't match the hull, but great job to see you up here.
And moving up pretty well in the field is bow number 34.
Look at this. Bow number 34, the White
That's
Hull. They have
LaSalle.
definitely moved up this field. That's LaSalle Rowing. This is a young crew after a very successful spring season. First time in this race in a number of years.
And they've
Way
passed
to go.
bow
Way to
33.
go.
Bow 33
This is
has
bow 33 here.
no bow number, so hopefully that's not from a
Blue blades.
contact. They're
Yeah.
doing great.
Probably from contact, but no harm. Oh, we got noise here. Yeah, nice job. Oh.
That's unfortunate for LaSalle. They had a great line, but as I said, this tailwind, it's surprisingly pushing you toward the
Yeah,
Cambridge
it's-
shore,
and
which
right
you
as
do not
enter
want.
That bridge, it's a crosswind, and so.
So you may be better off with a line that this crew has coming up, starting that turn a little wider than what would be typical.
So here we've got some look-alike Princeton blades, but it's not Princeton.
31.
University of California at Santa Barbara, boat number 31. Not a constant visitor to the head, but welcome, welcome. Nice job getting
Yeah.
down the course.
Yes, but notice the line here. They're wide earlier, but in perfect position now, so perhaps that is the best way
I bet
in
that
this wind.
coxswain took to listen to the video of how to cox.
37, though.
Now
Up
we have
next.
bow number 37. It's made up sometime. This is UCLA, Southern California. First varsity boat for the men's crew in 5 years. And they note the GPA was one of the highest in the country at 3.75.
And Penn State, bow number 36, is moving up in
Penn
the pack.
State, gray boat, bow 36.
Bow 32 is having to tussle with the Cambridge shore here. Bow 32,
And bow
that's
40
Con
on the
College.
inside, a boat named Legacy is
Con College.
Con College, Mansfield, Connecticut, also trains on the Thames. And
But we-
boat 32 here, the dark
We got
red hull is just
more
starting
action
up.
behind them. Bow 41 leads this very
And
tight pack.
There's a race behind here, a serious race behind. 41's on our side, that's Tufts.
35.
35 in the gray is
Mass Maritime.
Mass Maritime.
39 having to stop.
39
That's
having to
Skidmore.
hold up, wisely hold up. 38 taking advantage of the commotion. And that is Vassar.
We do have a tangle in the bridge. Wisely, that coxswain has
This is nice.
get
nice.
a pause drill in there, and they are all clean through. Unbelievable.
All clean is a relative term here as they continue to bang blades against each other.
Clean enough. Barely scathed.
Michigan State, very elegant, scoot through the whole thing.
How did we miss Michigan State?
Well, that's what Tom said. It couldn't be Michigan. They're too big. You mean Mass Maritime?
It was the Green S's.
Oh. No, I don't know what that green. Skidmore.
Oh, Skidmore. Yeah.
Skidmore skidded through. There we go. Whew. All right. That is awesome. Now we're going to get the results of.
Men's collegiate eights.
Wow. Well, we can't get them yet. They're not all finished, Tom. Do you think? Preliminary results. All right. Preliminary results. Men's collegiate eights. Bout number 2, Drexel University ends up winning. Excellent. In a time of 14:20. I'll let.
14:24 is record in the
That is a new record by 4 seconds. All right, for Drexel, followed by Williams College Boat Club in 14:21, also breaking the record, and then MIT in 14:30. Okay, well off the record. So Drexel, Williams, MIT, Holy Cross, and Temple, the top 5 in the very tough and big college collegiate division. All right.
Just FYI, Yale JV has Anna Mathis and Imogen Cabot.
Oh.
So
Yale JV, that's the Yale 1V.
Yeah.
Mia Levy, who I coached at Andover, that's fun. What did she say, Yale 2V?
Yale 2V. Yeah. Anna Mathis and Imogen Cabot, Windsor and CBC summer.
Not that I recognize.
yeah, that's the JV. I don't know who's in the varsity. Maybe there's some CBC.
All right. All right. Well, that is a lot of excitement. And Ellen, what time does the women's Champ 8 go off? Here we go at 2:11. So they're 9 minutes into the course. Okay, so we're going to do our introduction to this awesome event right now. This is the Governor's Trophy, and the course record, it reads here, Sudbury has the course record. That is the grade 8 of international scullers who have the course record.
Who stroked that boat, Greg?
And I'm being asked by our statistician who stroked that boat. That happened to be none other than Cambridge Boat Club's Jevy Stone. And there we go. The 29 competitors in Women's Champ 8. Princeton lead the field at bout number 1, and Princeton, I think, was second in the nation last year. So, no surprise. Texas, number 1 in the nation, doesn't come to this race. Princeton starts, and they'll be chased by Yale, Brown, Penn, Syracuse, USC, and BU. And Yale and Princeton both have had two crews in the top 10. The international entries are later down the field. The Danish Rowing Center, bow 16. Canadian British Columbia, 17. Minerva, Amsterdam, 18. Leander, 19. And the Ukrainian women, bow 20. That would be awesome. Those Ukrainians shouldn't be counted out, I think, for this race. They had a very good showing at the World Championships.
Go Fat Cats!
And they've got a local coxswain, so that should help them out. That's going to be Emily Eldrocker, who was the coxswain of the PR3 Mixed 4 at the World Rowing Championships. She's been tapped to take the helm for the Ukrainians, and she's coxed at MIT, so she's no stranger to the river, so she's hoping to do a great job. She told me earlier she's written down some commands in their native language, so we'll see if they translate properly out on the course.
Wow, well, that is exciting, and for her, it's going to be exciting to go a different speed than the Para 4.
A Cox 4 is a very different race, but she's also going to be in the Director's Challenge all PR3 Mixed 8 later, so she'll have her hand in a couple of 8s this year, so that'll be great.
Hot seating, and then. All right. Well, that's going to be exciting. They're obviously on the course right now. Yeah. They've gone by Weld, so they're minutes away from it. And do we have any sponsors who want to shout out? Should I shout out to? Okay, just a quick shout out here to Sperry. And I don't know what all you think of Sperry, but I have to be a sailor, and their shoes stick to the deck. So I love Sperry. But there is a great selection of more stylish Sperrys at the Rowing and Fitness Expo, which is right across from the main award station. Sperry's been a great sponsor of the Head of the Charles Regatta. And Teddy Peanut Butter, let's not forget them. I only eat Teddy. No sugar, not too much salt. Great stuff. Pleased to be the sponsor again. Have your Teddy today. All right. And here we see it. You'll see it's in the ridge. We see the Tigers of Princeton, bound number 1, holding their slot, but not by much, over the Bulldogs of Yale. And the Tigers are, both crews, notice they're a little wide of the, there they are. Now they're tightening up on the course as they go to this corner. So Lori Daphne, the Princeton coach, super experienced, super intense, and well, he doesn't like her trips to Boston for some reason, but here we go. Tigers trying to hold off the Bulldogs, who have made up some time on them. Bulldogs now taking it a little wider. I don't know if I would do that, but
They're
there
correcting
we go.
now. Look at that arm in the water.
Oh.
She knows she's
Oh, yeah. So it's not on purpose, obviously. Look at the coxswain. She's doing the right
now
thing.
the stroke is sitting out as well.
Absolutely.
But
They're
they've
getting
got-
her line. Nice job, coxswain. Really nice job. Bow number 3, starting to eat them up a little bit. Bruno wearing pink hats and has just made up some time on Princeton and rowing. Give me that cadence, man. They are not hacking around. They are rowing at 37 minutes, 30 strokes a minute. Okay, and they are followed in boat number 5, the White Hull, by the University of Pennsylvania.
Yep, they've moved well
And
through bow
the
number
Yale
4.
B boat right behind Penn. And in the 2 seat, we have Anna Mathis of Cambridge Boat Club. And in the 4 seat, Imogen Cabot of Cambridge Boat Club in the summer in the Windsor School and a junior national champion. Having a great tussle down the course. Okay, and this has got to be Syracuse, right? Or is that UVA? Syracuse. At the orange, Cuse. Doing the same stuff there. Men's team, Cuse, was second place. Let's do it here. The orange will come back. Nice job, Syracuse. And here comes Brown. This is as good a 2V as we've seen down this course. They were second at the Ivies last year, 6th at the NC2As. Great steering of the Brown crew. John Murphy, look at the finish of that stroke. That is only found at Brown.
And a very young crew, too. They're just 19 years average age, so that's a great future for the Brown program.
Yeah, and behind them, bow number 8 is USC. Great to have you here, USC, the Trojans. Returning here from last year. Welcome to Boston.
And they've opened up a big gap on the crew that started behind them at the start line. That's the BU women.
The ever-improving BU program. This is a greatly improved program, and they are coming down the course trying to keep their distance, not working hard at it against Princeton's B boat. Princeton's B boat here with the yellow hull, Princeton in the blue shirts. Very much pressed by
Tennessee, coached by Lisa Glenn.
Wow. Volunteers, Tennessee Volunteers. The Volunteers of Tennessee making up their time on Princeton, and then right behind them comes the Radcliffe A boat, boat number 12.
Also a very young crew. They're just 19 years of age, so these are the young future of the program in a very steep field in this women's Champ 8.
But okay, on the inside, Northeastern doing a lovely job steering this corner here. Northeastern, which started at 14, and they've pushed Dartmouth 13 out to the side. Northeastern rowing one of those brand new Empacher hulls that won the Olympics. Oh, that's 14.
No, you got it right, but 16.
16 in the gray hull is the Danish crew. Moving nicely. Danish crew pulling themselves into contention in this back part of the field. And Danish crew now should be thinking about that starboard turn.
Next
Okay.
come the Leander crew trying to
All
make their
right,
name.
here we go, Leander. The Leander women coming up. Nice job. Of course, the British know all about steering on narrow rivers. This is child's play.
And they've
But here we
passed.
go with the BU Blades, the white shirts, is the Leander Club of Great Britain. Welcome. And they have gone by a lot of crews, including this boat, 15, which is Cornell. And behind that, 17 in the white hull is University of British Columbia. Leander looking really good. Our statistician's going to get some preliminary numbers on that. And now Minerva from Amsterdam here with the green shirts and the red hull. And this is, as we chatted about, the men's aid. This is a rowing initiative for young athletes in Amsterdam to come to international regattas. And they
And
right
here
on their
come the
heels.
Ukraine national team.
Here is number 20, Ukraine. Let's hear it from the bridge. Let's go, Ukraine.
Well done, Ukraine.
Yeah, getting a good shout from the coxswain. And now the coxswain knows what she's doing. She's lined up for the next turn.
She did a great job, and she was so excited. She's commanding the other crew with her left hand to move aside because the Ukrainian women want that final turn.
Okay.
Well rowed, Ukraine.
All right, now we have boat number 21, which is the University of Pennsylvania, I believe. Yes, University of Pennsylvania's B boat. Second, 11th at the IRAs last year. University of Pennsylvania looking good in their B boat, followed by more Tennessee. 2 boats in this regatta. That is terrific for Tennessee. This the B boat of Tennessee looking good coming down the course, followed by
23 and
boat number
24.
23, Clemson. Welcome, Clemson. Nice job in the football game yesterday. And then 24 is Columbia of New York coming in. And then behind them in the yellow boat, 27 is the University of Washington. So unusual to see them back here. They recently raced the Australian national team at the Henley Regatta. And 25
They've moved through. Bow number 25 is Syracuse.
Syracuse.
Washington won the Alumni 8 yesterday also, so they've got a lot of rowers, current
Yeah,
and past.
Washington. Interesting to have them back in this part of the fleet. Oh, this is a high-stroking crew. And boat number 26 is the Naval Academy, rowing at 35. Naval Academy coming down the course, and their yellow hull, yellow blades. Go Navy, go midshipmen.
And about a boat length of open water separates them from the USC women from Los Angeles, California. That's bow number 28, white hull, red blades.
Yeah. And we've seen a lot less trouble on the bridge here, Ellen, I'm happy to say. And here we have, in the gray hull, boat number 29, started last, but last no longer, Temple University. Oh, and right on their heels, this is Temple, last of the Champ 8s perhaps. Right on their heels is the lightweight women's 8, bow number 1, the Tigers of Princeton. And they have put some distance on their lightweight friends. And they also have closed the gap on the heavyweights ahead of them. And now, going to be a tailwind, Tigers soon, right at 34. Behind them,
The Radcliffe crew have
the
overtaken
Radcliffe crew, which
Georgetown.
started third and has overtaken George Washington right behind them. Oh, Georgetown, excuse me, right behind them. This is the Radcliffe crew. Happy to have them here. Happy to be putting some pressure on the crews in front of them. Georgetown right behind. All right. And Now, did someone say?
Now coming into view are the BU lightweight women.
Okay,
This is the youngest crew in this field. It's a small field this year, just 4 competitors. This crew averages age 19, so the young, up-and-coming lightweight to the strong BU women's program. Let's give them a hand as they go through the Elliott Bridge.
all right, BU. Well, so I have to say,
They're in the Slim Reaper.
Nahal's name is the Slim Reaper. Very clever. Sorry just to see, Ellen, 4 lightweight crews. You know, and I think that's a reflection of the International Olympic Committee's distaste for lightweight rowing. And with that, then the NC2A not wanting to give the nod to lightweight rowing. And it's so unfair because it's such a great sport.
Yeah, and it's such a great tradition here in the U.S. among the collegiate system, and it's nice to see the colleges still subscribing to it. They may not have entered here, but it's still a strong division within the collegiate programs. That said, up next we'll have the women's collegiate eights coming up.
Women's Champ 8 results.
The course record was set by Bates College again back in 2017. We're getting more of a headwind here, so I don't know if that record will fall. But it's a full field of 36 competitors, so that should be exciting. But it sounds like we've got some results, Greg. What have you got?
We do. We do. Thanks to Tom, our statistician. We have the women's Champ 8 results. And better check those records. Leander won in a time of 15:14. What's the record?
14 for the, where are we, women's champ? No, not a record.
Not a record, sorry to say. Okay. But Leander won, and here is a bit of an upset. Second place was the University of Pennsylvania. Wow, starting 5th. And followed by Brown starting 3rd, then Princeton starting 1st, the Danish Rowing Center 5th, followed by Yale 6th. So that's a little bit of shuffling of the deck. You know, the Eastern Sprint schools had to.
Well, the nice thing is it just makes it very exciting for the spring racing. The fall racing season doesn't really count for any NC2A standings, so it certainly gives a tremendous amount of motivation for training over the winter season to rekindle those rivalries come spring.
Yeah, and so as we move down, that was Yale at 6th, Syracuse, a rebuilding program, at 7th, and the Ukrainians finished 8th. That's great. Great job to all crews. All right. Thank you, Tom.
You bet.
Sponsor notes, I sat on them so they wouldn't blow away.
That's a good idea.
Who do we need? Probably just stick with the big guns now.
Check out the women's lightweight 8.
Okay. Okay. A little more results. Women's lightweight rates. And here we go. Great job. First was Radcliffe. Sarah Baker has her first Heather Charles winner, and that is terrific news. And the time was 15:44.
A course record by 2 seconds.
A course record by 2 seconds. Well done, Radcliffe. Followed by Princeton, who's had the upper hand most recently, only 2 seconds behind, and also on the course record. Followed by Georgetown and BU. Well, good stuff.
Big rebound for the Harvard Radcliffe lightweight.
And before the next race comes down, we definitely want to thank BNY Mellon again this year, our presenting sponsor, one of the world's leading investment management organizations, encompassing BNY Mellon's affiliated investment management firms and global distribution companies. Thank you so much for your continued support of the head of the Charles, BNY Investment Management.
Okay, so the next event, as Ellen said, is event number 68, the Women's Collegiate 8. Another crowd pleaser. Course record, Bates College in 16:01. That's 2017. Most of these records we've had were 2017, and it's fun to see some fall today in good, but not like super conditions.
Yesterday, 15 records were broken. 15 records were
15.
broken.
I
So
take
people
it back.
enjoyed the sunshine yesterday. So some good conditions yesterday. Good solid conditions today. So not quite as many course records, but we are seeing probably
We've seen-
5 or 6 at
We've
least
seen a
this
number,
afternoon.
yeah. And so Mercyhurst of Erie, Pennsylvania is going to lead off this event, bound number 1. Last year they had a great season, winning here and at the Dadville and at the NC2As in Division 2. This is a new crew. That's what happens. People graduate. So they're looking to hope to continue this standard. Bound number 2, Wellesley College, who placed second at the NC2As last year. Then Bates, down from Maine, and WPI. A great group, and some with a lot of Charles River experience. That will be great. And they started this race at 2:26, so they're 12 minutes into it. They can't be too far away.
The rain's holding off. This is great. It's 2:40.
I know. Rain's holding off, so we still have you.
What's that?
We still have you without the rain.
And most of the field of this event is already past the Weld Boathouse, so we should see them in a few moments. Currently holding that first position is indeed the Mercyhurst crew. We'll see what it looks like when it comes out here.
That's impressive for a new crew, and they were sort of making some excuses early on. That's wonderful.
And so we're currently in,
Here we go,
in
and
bow
we can
order.
see them. And wow, so this is a bit of surprise. We've got one crew with, it looks like, about its starting lead. I mean, it looks like around 15 seconds. We've been fooled before by this. But Mercyhurst is going to lead this parade a little wide on this corner, conservative corner, I guess I'd say. And they are followed by Wellesley, bound number 2.
Only to there.
We have some Wellesley people here.
Yeah, Wellesley were second at the NC2As last year, and they are the reigning D3 rowing championships.
Wow. Okay, so way to go, Mercyhurst, with a relatively new crew. And notice on the bridge, this coach knows what he's doing. He has put his bow person on the starboard side to bring it around. And he's done that by putting 6 and 7 on the same side.
But here come Wellesley in
and
the
now we
gray
have
hull.
Wellesley has done the same thing wisely, and they are on their heels. Go Wellesley.
Bow 3 in order. That's Bates College from Lewiston, Maine.
College from Lewiston. Here on the white hull with the red blades, dark red blades. Great program. And on the inside of the corner, here's someone taking a really nice turn. And that is Tufts. Tufts in their baby blue boat. Hull number 5, having just passed hull number 4, which is WPI. But a little duel here. Oh, it looks to me like the
Well done,
Tufts
Jumbos.
coxswain has her hand in the water as well. That's just just go straight. Just go straight, Tufts. Oh, and look, Tufts is rowing with the little teeny comp blades, and so is WPI. So see.
Yeah, I've seen more of those comp blades in the sculling events than the sweep, but some of the colleges
seem
really
to be migrating through into the sweep. Okay, now on the inside with the nice Bates on the inside with the Williams on the inside of the white hull and the pink oar collars, and on the yellow hats outside is Ithaca College on the Racing Williams, one of their normal rivals, and unfortunately having to take the wide side around. Those are the rules, but they're going to straighten themselves out. Good coxing here. Another crew with those small blades. Just, seems to be okay. And now they're getting going again.
bow number 6 out in front of Cambridge
Here
Boat
we
Club
have
in
bow
the
number
blue
6.
hull. Grand Valley from Allendale, Michigan.
Yeah, and that's a D2 school as opposed to D3.
And bow 9 now emerging in the black hull and the maroon blades. That's Clark University from Worcester.
Yeah, nice job, Clark, pulling yourselves up into this race. Great racing out from Clark.
And the second crew from Wellesley College, this is their 2V, which also placed second at NC2As last year. They were the team champions in the Division III NC2A trophy last year. And they've moved through bound number 10, Smith College from
And
Northampton.
This is Smith, and we haven't seen Smith here for a number of years. So welcome back, Smith. Okay, and now this looks to be a Bates crew. Bow number 13 approaching us with the dark red blades. Bates is B crew, because we've already seen one of them. And doing a nice job. And behind them, the distinctive blades of Coast Guard, bow number 12. Tufts, bow number 14, on their tail. Nice race here between... And Coast Guard is doing the right thing, I think, giving way. Well, hard to tell whether they're giving way or not, but there they are. Giving Tufts, good point, Tom, giving Tufts room to cross their stern. So 16 is next, and that is Trinity College, Hartford, in the dark hull with the white blades of the stripe. They've passed Williams, boat number 15, which is Williams colors. Is that?
It's maroon and gold. I mean, purple and gold.
Thank you, Ellen. Yeah, but it looks. I don't see any gold, right? I see white.
It's a very narrow gold stripe. It is there.
Okay. Thank you. And that's Williams. Okay, and here we got Middlebury, very distinctive blades, bow number 17. And doing a great job rowing on, they row on Lake Champlain, right, or a little tributary of it.
So next we've got Hamilton College.
Hamilton College, white blades, bow number 19. They just moved into their new Jason P. Andrus boathouse on the Erie Canal this spring. Jason is a wonderful guy. He was a coxswain in the program, very generous supporter.
Wesleyan out in front.
And then bow number 20, Wesleyan, in the gray hull and the red and black. And over here, bow number 18, closer to us in
That's
the blue.
Mount
Mules.
Holyoke.
Mount Holyoke. Off of the Connecticut River. Terrific.
And then we've got the black and white checkered, I wouldn't call it checkered, but crosshatched blades there of the Bowden crew. And the coxswain's got the pink jacket on. High vis.
High vis and fashionable. Okay, and behind them, bow 22 at about starting spacing is Colby College. And they're doing a great job with the... Must have changed their blade design from the last one we saw. Good job, Colby. Remember, I think there are about 35 entries here, so we've got a ways to go as we get down. Okay, now this is hull number 20, bow number 23, WPI. From Worcester, from Lake Quinsigamon. Back, racing again. This must be their B boat. Behind them with a bit higher cadence, a little more
That's going to
aggression.
be Smith College.
Another Smith College boat. Two Smith College boat. Great to have them both here. And this one doing well. The coxswain egging them on. And then in the yellow is boat number 28, Bryn Mawr, which has passed one boat. Bryn Mawr Rowing was founded in 1998 by Carol Brower, a former Olympian. And the Owls are excited to get back here.
They've got pressure from Washington College in the maroon hull at bow number 25, and it looks like UC Santa Barbara in the black and white. They've lost their bow number. It could be from contact, so I'm not sure, but I believe UC Santa Barbara.
And then behind them, hull number 29 is University of Rochester's women rowing. In the blue hull, just going under the bridge now, followed by 31 in the white hull, blue shirts, which is
Creighton from Nebraska.
Creighton University from Omaha, Nebraska. Second, welcome from Nebraska. Creighton, go for it. 800 meters. And now, boat number 24. Looks like Bucknell by the...
But that is indeed the UC Santa Barbara crew, so it
Okay.
must have been Colorado with the missing bow number that we reported earlier.
Okay, it's borrowing a Bucknell shell. But that is... and then on the inside, moving a bit faster, Skidmore with the green S's.
Yeah, doing really well.
Doing really well, Skidmore. And then on the far outside, started last but last no longer. Boat number 35, University of Calgary, province of Alberta, and host of the 1988 Winter Olympics. Yes, we know.
And at bow 30 is the next Wellesley crew. They've
Behind
had
them,
3.
Wellesley. Yes, thank you, Tom, bringing up Wellesley. All right, and we think these may be the last 2 boats in this event.
32 and 34. Clark comes across first.
Okay, on the outside here is boat number 32, and that's Clark University from Lake Quinsigamond and Worcester, and they're fighting off the Coast Guard B boat, which is there. So we've got. All right, way to go, Clark. Way to go, Coast Guard. Nice job. Oh, Coast Guard just caught a little crab, over the head crab. Okay, put it back together, back on your seat. Let's go, Coast Guard. She's back. Oh, I know what you're saying. We have one more race, one more shell in the distance coming up. You'll pick it up on the bridge soon. And we're hoping it's Connecticut College. And it is.
36. Connecticut College.
So assistant coach Daphne Mitchie graduated last year of the program. And this race is dedicated to her and her classmates who made it through the COVID protocols and left the program healthy. So great job. Great job. Dedicate the race. Connecticut College rows down on the Thames River, which is really a beautiful place to row. Is 8 miles of rowing upstream toward Norwich and an unlimited miles out into Long Island Sound. Boat number 36, Connecticut College. Wow, and great cheering for Conn College from the shoreline downstream of us. Terrific. All right, terrific job. Tom's got our results up. So, this is for the Collegiate Women's 8, and Mercyhurst, with that young crew, retained their number 1 position by winning this race in a time of 16:32. How do we do on the record?
16:32.
No close record. That's okay. They won. They'll take home their trophy, their ribbons. Wellesley College, nice job. 2nd place. Boat number 5, Tufts, finished in 3rd. Boat number 3, Bates, finished 4th. Boat number 16, Trinity College, Hartford, finished 5th. Williams, 8th. Well done to all of them. And Wellesley's B boat, 7th. So that's pretty impressive. Great job to all schools. All right. Thank you, Tom.
All right, and up next we're going to have the men's collegiate 4s. The top 6 crews all returning from last year, with Vanderbilt going to be leading off at bow number 1 as the defending champions. But since these collegiate crews tend to have people move within the program, you never know what the lineups will reveal. But we've got a very strong field here, 39 entries in this division this year, and it's going to be some exciting racing.
Yeah, this is terrific.
You guys want coffee or anything? I was going to grab a cup.
What do you want?
Cup of coffee?
No, thanks. Tea, if you have it. Thank you.
See what I can do.
If you can't, I can live. But that'd be nice.
Would you like a water?
A little milk if they have it, milk cream. Yeah. No, I have a little water here, but I just thought the warm tea might be a good voice soother. All right. Well, here we go. We're going to wait for this next event. Starts at 2:43, so they're 9 minutes on the course. And Ellen, why don't we talk about para rowing? Ellen Minstner, next to me, is the National Director of Para Rowing. She now reports to Josie
Verdon Scott.
Who is the Chief National Technical Director. We've got new professionalism, I think it's fair to say, in U.S. rowing. And what does this look like for you? I mean, what's it going to be to your program?
Well, sure. Like any other team this year, we've got a building year, so we're working very tirelessly among the collegiate ranks because there are several college rowers who may have eligibility for para rowing that they may not be aware of. And it's a fantastic opportunity for an athlete to gain international experience. In fact, we had 3 collegiate athletes in our PR3 Mixed 4 this year, and they returned to their programs motivated as ever. So the future for para, like anything else, is going to be in our recruiting of the younger athletes who will be able to commit to 2024 and 2028.
Well, that's terrific to have them still in college. And in college, they're rowing in able-bodied rowing?
Yeah, sure. In the PR3 category, the top PR3 rowers will be coming from collegiate and high school varsity programs. Generally, these athletes will make the varsity boat despite having a minor mobility impairment or a visual impairment. So we've had athletes from University of Washington, Gonzaga University, Sacred Heart this year, Tufts University. So these are strong programs that they are really helping the U.S. system build its PR3 program. And now for the fixed seat athletes, it's a bit of a different pathway. Some colleges do support a fixed seat athlete training alongside, of course not in the same sweep boats as their counterparts. The fixed seat are all sculling events, and those fit more evenly into a club program that may have some para athletes or a specific para program. But even our PR1 male single sculler this year was Andrew Mangan, a student at Stanford University. He was recruited as a rower for Stanford, but sustained an injury that made him eligible for para. So he's continuing his competitive rowing career with the U.S. para team, and he's got a great future.
That's a great story. And are you getting out and telling this story to the college coaches so they know how they can allow these people to continue their career in rowing, which otherwise would be dormant? Sure,
yeah. It's awareness building among the athletes as well as the coaches so that they can help support the para team. The Collegiate Coaches Association had both Yossi and myself on a Zoom call with all the national coaches. We'll be doing a few more things like that leading up to the December and then through the convention. But we definitely rely on the club and the collegiate system to help fuel our national teams on both the open and the para side.
And do your athletes then come together in Boston and maybe once in the winter in order to train and become a team for a brief time?
Sure. Boston has been a hub for us for quite some time, and we rely on the good graces of not only Community Rowing, who has been our home for some time, but also the MIT helped host the PR3-4 this summer, which was fantastic. Riverside helped us train with their open athletes. So it's a great community here in Boston, a strong para rowing presence, but so many of the events are single trials events that they do often train with the home club and their home coach.
Right. Great. Well, thank you. Sorry to put you on the spot, but we had a little time, and people should all know the para story because it's just a great story to allow people to go a little further in sport and to enjoy the benefits that the rest of us have had, so.
Yeah, absolutely. And we had a great athlete meetup over at the U.S. Rowing Tent yesterday. We have 19 entries in the para inclusion doubles yesterday, and that field is getting quite fast. It was won by an international duo. The Canadian PR3 rower teamed up with the Austrian PR3 rower, and they won the event yesterday. So that's very exciting.
That is exciting. That is awesome. All right, so here we go. We've got the first look. Men's collegiate fours coming down, as we noted. Vanderbilt is starting number 1. We're going to assume they won it last year. And we got an orderly pack coming.
1, 2, 3, but it's tight.
And they are 1, 2, 3. So Vanderbilt, we see here. Now in the fours, as you know from the bridge, the coxswain is sitting up under there like a bobsled, and it's really a great place to steer the Heather Charles because they get to see the whole thing. So here's Vanderbilt, bow number 1, looking extremely strong and professional, I'd say. Long strokes. And then on the inside is
That's
bow
bow
number
3.
3.
So just a moment ago, we were in order, but we are no
That's
longer.
Bowden.
Bow 3 overtook bow 2 just in front of the
Bow two
Cambridge
had
Boat Club.
to pull aside here, and bow 2 is here and now going to get back into the race. Bow 2 is Mercyhurst. Bow 4 is made up some good time, and that is Oklahoma City. All right, Oklahoma, welcome, guys. And their cox is going to be able to take a pretty good line into the finish. Now we've got bow 5 in this blue shirts, and that's UC Santa Barbara. Oh, excuse me. This is bow 6, which is Emory-Riddle Aeronautical University, in Daytona, Florida. And they're doing a great job. And that's UC in the gray hull, UC Santa Barbara, doing a great job. Hey, Tom, that's just totally awesome. Okay, and now we have bow number 8 in this yellow hull coming up, and that is Drexel. And they're Drexel. We want to keep them going though. They're here we go. Yeah, no, they've decided to take the other bridge. Cox's hand is up, but there's really nothing to do for us. So that is tough because Drexel is having a great race. And before that, here's bow number 9. That's Michigan's Rowing Association. Large senior class last year in Michigan. So this is mostly new guys, but they're holding their own. On the
bow
inside,
12.
the white hull is bow number 12. That's UNC men's crew.
And they're charging up through Marietta, who is bow number 7 in the black hull.
First UNC crew we've seen, I think, here today.
I think so.
Okay, and then 10, that must be UVA, Rowing Association, in their big fall event. So great on both parts.
And coming up in the pink jerseys is bow number 15, Bates College. They're having a great row. They're motoring through some of the lower bow numbers here, and with no one in front of them, they've got to be happy. They can smell the finish line from here. What a perfect line. They've set themselves up well on this turn. You see very close to those port buoys, now headed into the final turn. Well rowed, Bates.
Okay, and now behind them, the white hull is Lafayette. And great to have them from Easton, Pennsylvania. This is a student or club program. They're competing with collegiate programs. And was that 11 in the green hull?
Green is Notre Dame. That's
Notre
17.
Dame. Notre
17.
Dame in the green hull. 17 doing very well. And then 11 in the white hull.
13.
And 13 behind in the white.
Marist and Vermont.
Vermont. Haven't painted their gear yet. And so that all-white group that went by. Okay. And now we have with BC equipment, but maybe somebody else. That is BC. BC in the gray hull with the crosses on their blades, 16. And then over close to us, made up their time on BC, boat number 18, which is Arn Coast. Haven't seen them in a while. Just a great, historically a great program. And then 19, dark hull is Grand Valley. Several members of the novice men's 8 that was second in the Dad Vale last year. So great to see Dad Vale. Okay, now with this green blades, slightly higher cadence, is boat number 21. That's Loyola. And Loyola University from Baltimore. Doing a nice job here, and I think probably row in Baltimore Harbor. Behind them, 24 in the white hull, and that is LaSalle rowing. Young crew coming back from a great program last year. And now we see in Washington University is Washington in St. Louis. Washington St. Louis is here, bow number 20. Looking along, nice line of the coxswain. They are trying to hold off bow number 25, San Diego. All the way from San Diego, welcome. We enjoy going out to race in your regatta every spring.
26 is Stetson.
26 from DeLand, Florida, Stetson. Stetson became a varsity program in 1993. And they've got an alum who's represented the U.S. at the Coastal World Championships. They've got a history, and Stetson has a great place to row. I've been down there rowing. A lot of crews go down there in the spring. Big lake.
22 in the black hull and black tight on the buoy line.
Tight. The inside crew in the dark hull is boat number 22, University of New Hampshire in Durham. And out here on the outside with the white hull, 27, is Carlton from Ottawa, Canada. First time at the head of the Charles since COVID. And bow and stroke have some Canadian rowing credentials. And now in the red boat is 23 is Liberty University from Lynchburg, Pennsylvania. Virginia, excuse me. This is the men's varsity 4, and Callie Perini from Michigan is her coxswain. Great job.
Should see Brandeis, Miami, and Arizona State.
2 more on the chart.
Oh, God, we have a lot more. What am I saying? 2 more on this page.
Do we move the tent over here when it rains, or we? Because this is all. This isn't waterproof.
No, I think we ought to just move ourselves. What we're going to do. Let's just climb under the table.
Yep. Okay, so we got a little bit of gap here. This happens as under their tent. Move. They would not love us. We don't love that. A little bit inside here. This is bow 29 coming up now. This is Miami University from Ohio, from Oxford, Ohio. And behind them, bow 30, Arizona State from Tempe. The only collegiate rowing team in Arizona in her 20th anniversary. And there is water left in the desert. And that's 33. Behind in the white hull is Clemson. And moving along.
5 is behind them.
And behind them in the yellow hull is 35, University of Rochester. So we're noticing there's been a lot of movement in this field here.
It's amazing, refreshing the results. It's
Yeah.
turning over.
Tom is noting his refreshing results, and we're getting constant change.
34 is next.
Okay, and this is a Middlebury crew coming now. Boat number 34, the dark hull. Middlebury Blades. Close on their heels is boat number 36, is Michigan State University. Yeah, I recognize the Michigan colors. And then on the outside black hull is 39.
Inside on the black hull is
Inside,
39.
39. Excuse me.
Calgary.
The Riverside Blades is the University of Calgary.
And they've
Really
gone
doing
through
well, and they've just gone by 32 in the
High Point University.
High Point University in Carolina, which is in the purple hull.
And next we've got another entry from Gordon College in Wenham, Massachusetts.
Gordon College 31 in Wenham, and they have passed 28 on our side, which is Brandeis. Wow, local school. And on the outside with those N's, could that be we're going to apologize on that crew. And then Delaware in the white hull and the blue blades following up.
The Purple Blades was Northwestern
Gotta
from
be
Evanston,
Northwestern,
Illinois,
yeah.
for sure. We missed the bow number, but they were indeed 38, already through the bridge.
And they were wearing Northwestern colors, so that's the giveaway. Yeah, we did that. Good. Well, we have one. Don't we have? Calgary went by. That is okay. That is the field for the men's collegiate 4s. Just getting a little sprinkling, and I'm happy to have the results here coming right up. You know, we were talking about how mixed up the field seemed to be. The results prove that. Bow 17, Notre Dame University was the winner of that regatta. Now, well done, Notre Dame. Winning time 16:12. I'm betting on the conditions. That was not a record. We'll get some confirmation on that. Second place, bow number 24, LaSalle. Bow number 25 was third place, San Diego. Bow number 6, fourth place, Embry-Riddle Aeronautical. We got some new names up here, and bow 15, Bates, was fifth. So that is quite a jumble of results. And no record, we are sorry to say. But great news altogether. Do you want my phone? Because you're losing battery.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm pretty close to it. If I run out, I'll take it as a sign it's time to go.
That's why I was going to give you my phone. Okay. Next event will be the Women's Collegiate Fours. That started at 2:58, so they're 9 minutes in right now. And they probably are not at Weld yet. I'm sort of guessing that maybe the leader only is at Weld. But they've got some nice conditions. This may not be ideal spectating conditions. I see the umbrellas going up wisely. Wondering where our umbrella went.
I know it's definitely not ideal conditions for announcing today. I feel like the local meteorologist who gets stuck out in the storm to show just how windy it is.
So, but all in good fun. It's so as we had not great weather for spectating, but really good weather for rowing, because rowing is a sport you heat up in, and this is going to keep you cool. And we've got a little tail breeze looking
Well,
all
it's
the way
got to
down
be
the
great
course
weather
here.
for rowing with the number of course records that were broken today. 15 yesterday, and almost too many to count since you and I have been on the mic. So some tough records to beat for the returning rowers for next year. Well, Greg, despite the change in the weather, we're getting a little bit of rain here at the Cambridge Boat Club and a little bit of wind, but the fans are really sticking it out on the Elliott Bridge, so we appreciate that, and we know the next event is going to deliver some excitement. The Women's Collegiate 4 was one of the few records that was set in 2019, so that's very interesting. The Women's Collegiate 4 a record was set by Florida Institute of Technology, FIT, back in 2019. They're starting second this year, though. It's going to be Barry University from Miami, Florida. That's going to start at bow number 1. FIT will be second, and Boulder back at bow number 3. Many of these rowers only just started rowing in college as walk-ons. It's very typical in this division here. And for many, it will be their first head of the Charles. So let's hope they all have a great race.
And it's so important, I think, just for the sport that we still have schools that allow walk-ons, because most of these big universities have no interest in walk-ons whatsoever, and it's almost impossible as a walk-on to be competitive in 1 year. It takes 2 or 3. So this is good for the sport. It's good to keep it all going. And Ellen, good news, here they come. So we're seeing our side, we're seeing people coming around the bend.
Record holders.
And the FIT, current course record holders, have put themselves in front. They started second. Now they're in first place. Nice looking rowing, actually. Good steering.
Yeah. They're ahead of bow number 1, Barry from Miami Shores, Florida. Barry was second in the 2021 head of the Charles in this event. And the FIT crew is quite new. They are not the same rowers from the course record-setting crew, averaging just 18 years old. So the young future of FIT is right out in front in the black hull and the white blades.
Okay, and they are followed by boat 4, the white with the dark red. That's Lafayette from Easton, Pennsylvania. Not known as a rowing power, but Lafayette is boat 4, and they are gunning down boat number 1. Great job, Lafayette.
Yeah, and Lafayette had gone through Colorado, probably somewhere out in front of the Newell Boathouse, I would say, based on the spacing here. Bow 3 is the Colorado crew from Boulder, Colorado.
Yeah, so all the way from Boulder is this is bow 6. This is bow 6. This is Bowdoin. Bowdoin doing a great job here, bow 6. So they have made up some time. They've got some pretty open space for them. They can just crank it through to the end of this race. And now we have coming up on us a very tall sitting coxswain, so we can't see the number behind her.
Bow 5.
This is bow 5 in the dark hull inside on the corner. Coxswain sitting up quite upright. Got her hat on. And that is Jefferson University of Philadelphia. Great place. And then bow 8, just to the outside of is Embry Aeronautical from Daytona Beach. We're starting to see them more. Bow 9, dark hull against the buoys. And that is William Smith, Hobart William Smith. And they're doing a nice job in 10 here. Is this tightly packed? That's Clemson. Clemson crew. And now, that's a nice streak of boats. Bow 7 is Bates with the gray hull. Perennial power in the collegiate level, followed by boat number 3. That's the Colorado. Boulder, Colorado. Out of Boulder. Bow 3. Welcome, Boulder. Keep it going.
Bow 12, Northwestern women.
And now bow 12 from Northwestern with the purple blades with the ends on it. And behind them, bow 15, which is Vanderbilt.
Vanderbilt's also a young crew, averaging just 19 years old, and they're putting pressure on that Northwestern crew as they both go through in single file the Elliott Bridge.
And our statistician says that Vanderbilt is doing very well on time as they go down the course. And now we have boat number 13 here, which is Colby College from Sydney, Maine. And they are welcome and coming to course, and they're holding off.
The green hull is Washington from St. Louis, Missouri. That's bow 16 in the green hull, rowing.
And unfortunately, you can't see it on the bridge. Very snazzy paint job on that Washington hull. Bow number 16.
Bow number 11 in the white hull, closer to the buoy line. That's the Manhattan crew from Riverdale, New York.
Right, Manhattan, which doesn't have a big program, and rows, I think, on the and Spoot and Dival area. Okay, and this is bow number 17, and that's Middlebury, who's really good participant regularly here at the regatta, and we're treating them some Middlebury kind of weather for a second. Looking through, and now we've got a little bit of a break here.
Doing a nice job on the buoy line is 14, though. 14.
Okay, and the red hull here. This is Liberty. Liberty University in Lynchburg is varsity 4. And doing a great job. And behind them, bow number 19 is Gordon College. This is a great job. Gordon College, way to go. Chewing it up.
18.
And 18 behind them is Trinity of Hartford. In the dark hull, white blades with the gold stripe.
Yeah, so that's been a number of entries from Gordon College and doing a great job. This is a competitive field here.
I'm
And
surprised how many entries they've gotten in.
Yeah.
So that's an excellent job.
must be a huge percentage of the school population that actually comes out for crew.
Okay, and here on closest to the club, it's got to be none other than Skidmore, which started, Penn State, excuse me, bow number 21. Penn State, close to us. And on the inside of them is bow number 27
Carlton from Ottawa.
with Carleton College from Ottawa. And they've obviously made up a lot of time. They can sort of see those puddles right in front of them. Another crew to chip off. Here we've got bow 23,
Illinois from Champaign.
which is Illinois, Champaign. And they are giving us no other information, but welcome out here, the Fighting Illini.
22 is Amherst.
22, Amherst, in their purple, very traditional purple, coming down the course.
And in this pack of 3, we've got 24 leading.
24 in the dark hull is leading this group.
Franklin Pierce.
That's Franklin Pierce. 25 on the outside here is St. Lawrence. Oh, now we've got to break it up, guys.
That's
Push
Bryn
them
Mawr
away and go.
in bow 20. Tangled up a bit with bow 25,
20
St.
and
Lawrence.
25 or
29 is hoping
in
to squeak
discussion.
through.
29 is going to get
Wesleyan is
a
trying to
little-
squeak
are they
through.
gonna get a
Holy
gift here?
moly.
No, they are not getting a gift here.
So quite a tie up here. So
Yeah, referees are going to be busy. And this is 28.
Smartly-
Good coxing, 28. Good coxing.
that's the University of New Hampshire.
UNH going by there on the bridge. Okay, and now, 25, trying to get going. This is, sorry to see that because that's a lot of rhythm broken.
But it does look like all rowers unscathed.
Good point.
2 of the
Everybody's
3
healthy.
are already back underway, and it looks like the 3rd is about to go.
Yeah. So, there'll be a few.
Yes, the 3rd crew is underway, so everybody is healthy and back on track. But bow number
Okay,
37
bow
is
number
charging up.
32 here. This is bow number 32, and this is Georgia Tech. More rambling wrecks from Georgia Tech, and the coxswain are properly attired for the weather. And they are going through, and she is probably telling them that they have been gaining. And there is bow number 26 in the dark hull. That's Mass Maritime. Glad to have them here. They happen to row on a beautiful pond, long pond, down by the canal. And just be great to have these midshipmen getting used to the water all year round. Okay.
Bow 30 is next, Con College.
That's Conn College in the white hull with the striped blades on the inside.
34.
Started at 30th, and they're being pressed hard by bow number 34, which is Merrimack College. Welcome, Merrimack. Small community college up on the river. Great to see you. And now bow 31, the white hull, is Miami University from Ohio. Welcome. Followed, that's got to be Simmons, right?
33 Simmons.
33, local Simmons. And I think that's the first Simmons crew we've seen,
Yes.
which surprises me. They row just downstream out of the Riverside Boathouse, and many years coached by our good friend, who's passed away, Nick Kermakoff.
His successor was the Ukrainian guy who brought over those Ukrainian crews, right?
That's right.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah. All right. So, Ellen, is that it for this group? We did.
I'm not sure we saw the Wesleyan crew, but there was a bit of commotion going on under the Elliott Bridge.
It could have been in that mix-up, although I don't remember that number either.
Yes, it was. Wesleyan
okay.
was tied
It
up in there.
was.
That's
It
right.
was.
So
They
I
were in
believe
the
we've
tie-up.
seen everybody, including Franklin Pierce. Nazareth. I have not seen a Nazareth
We haven't seen
crew.
Nazareth, which is Nazareth from Rochester, New York. This was going to be their first competition in the Charles. They recently moved up to D3 status. So hopefully we're going to see them on the course. But our statistician will tell us if they started. Nazareth, 35.
Yes, they have the time.
Okay.
They do have a
Okay,
start
Nazareth is on the course, so we'll hope to see them. Oh yeah, here we go. We're just coming out under the trees, so we'll wait on that. Okay, do we have 2 directors' races now?
3.
Okay, here's Nazareth and Nazareth's crew. This is the first time in the head of the Charles, and they recently became D3, and they're building their program. And those who are left on the bridge, let's give them a hand for coming here to join us, to come through to the race. Way to go, Nazareth. 800 meters to go. Not a problem. All right. Much like in the men's Collegiate 4, the women's Collegiate 4 is bow numbers don't mean a thing when it comes to how you finish. But the winner was Lafayette, which started 4th, won in a time of 18:37.
Not a record.
Not a record. And then followed by bow number 15, Vanderbilt. Bow number 2, FIT. Clemson, which started 10th. And Bowdoin has started 6th. So congratulations to all those crews.
Bit of an upset there.
And a bit of an upset, which is always fun for us here. All right, and thanks now to our statistician, Tom Pounds, who's been up here for at least 5 hours. So he's getting a well-deserved break as he goes on his way.
Because up next are the Directors Challenge events, which need no statistics because it changes every year who's going to be in what and who's doing what. So we will have a lot of fun announcing some of the folks that have been already racing throughout the weekend, because in the Director's Challenge, it doesn't matter if you've already competed before. So we're going to have the parent-child doubles coming up, as well as the Director's Challenge mixed eights. And that's going to round out our day of racing. But don't go away, because we've got pages of people to get through.
There could be some crashes. There could be some fun stuff to watch.
That's right. The Director's Challenge it's all about bragging rights. It's not really about course records. It's about bragging rights. So
bragging rights.
There's some aggressive steering that goes on, especially in these doubles. It's going to be fun.
In the parent-childs over the years, I don't see it today, but we've had some pretty awesome parent-childs. We had Jamie Cove and his daughter Lucy. Jamie, a former world champion in the single, his daughter Lucy, stroke of Princeton. And we had the two Holmeses, both international oarsmen.
But we've got the Crawfords.
We have more local excitement. Blair Crawford and his daughter Aiden. I assume daughter, yes?
No, son. It's his son.
Son,
Yeah.
son, Aiden.
Yeah.
And they are so they're both members here, and we're going to find some people to talk about as they come by. All good.
Oh, we got Jim Dietz. That's going to be good.
Wow, and I didn't realize that. So there's some status. We have Jim Dietz and his son Jim Dietz. Hi. Which will be fun. And Jim Dietz, this is Jim's third race of the weekend.
That's right. He's supposed to be announcing if he would just put down his oars for long enough to do a shift. But we'll pause also to thank all of the volunteers that helped make this happen.
I was going to say that as well. As I see this, you see this little outboard go by. The unsung heroes are people like this two crew and their outboard, and they spent the whole day just making sure buoys are in place, or in this case, picking up a buoy that's not in place, and cruising around. And you think that'd be fun for half an hour, but for 8 days, 8 hours could be a long day on the water. So thank you very much. And all over the course. Yesterday, Ellen, I was picking up my daughter's race at the other end, and there was a woman from England who's an official at the Henley Regatta. She pulls up the little slides along the course, and then she comes here and she looks for buoy violations for 8 hours a day for 3 days. And I said, well, how many do you get here in the beginning of the course? She goes, absolutely none. But she's enjoying it, enjoying rowing. So thank you to all the volunteers. Oh, and we're getting a shout out here. Is that the Brandon? Well, he's not a volunteer. He's the pro who runs this, right? I mean,
He's still out here getting wet like the rest of us. So
now, Brandon,
thank you for
who
keeping the
runs
dock
show,
safe.
And I refer all calls to, and the trailer can't get into the trailer park or other difficulties. Oh, Brandon. Brandon is a volunteer, and Brandon's not a volunteer?
That's right.
Oh. Are you? Yeah. Okay, and here we go. Director's Challenge Parent-Child Double, bow number 1 from Marin and from New York AC. We've got Bjorn and Niels Lawberg, 59 and 27. Niels is a Harvard lightweight. Oh, he changed to heavy. And now rows from New York AC. Bjorn is Marin. Great program out there. He was 5 seed in the men's 68. Okay, and wow, this is big time spacing. Here we have bow number 2, the Ken Coyd Boat Club from Arkansas. Well, they're the only representative. This is only the third time down the course together. You guys are doing a great job for third time down. And I love the way the sons seem to be in the stroke seat doing the work, and the dads are there just talking it up. So that's for me. Okay, big gap to a Riverside boat. Paul and Lucas Canastero. And Paul have fond memories of their sculling camp family trips to Craftsbury. They were 9th last year. They're back here starting 3rd. Nice job. And behind them with the CBC Blades, Fat Cat. That is Stephen and Alex Morse. And they're really CBC, but they're going,
and they're getting pressure from CBC, the Crawford duo.
And the Crawford duo, the Crawford duo ought to be giving them pressure because they got a big age handicap to throw at them. Let's go, Morses. Nice job. Nice little CBC battle down there. And look we are seriously gapped. While we're here, we got a little gap. The record here, 17 minutes. That's fast. That's we're not going to see any records breaking today. So that was an impressive show. 2013.
Yeah, but those first crews must have been going fast because it's a huge gap, probably, over a minute gap until the next bow number is just coming into sight now. Wow, but it is bow number 12 that is next, so
okay,
holy moly, having a great row.
Had a great row out of Fairmont. Harrison and Joseph Kiefer. Let's give a little backstory on them. So Joe rode for St. Joe's Prep and Cuse, and Harrison rode for Mercyhurst and Oxford. All right. Harrison just competed in the lightweight 4 event an hour earlier. All right, nice job. Bow number 12. And now we have bow 6, and this is a mother-daughter combination. Patricia Smith and Elizabeth Pratt, 74 and 44. So there is an age handicap here. Old is better in that sense, and that allows us to talk about their ages. And now we've got bow number 7, the White Hull. That's out of Saugatuck, and that's Jack and Dan Kiley. Dan rode for Holy Cross in the 90s, and Jack is rowing with Saugatuck. Dan rode last year with the older son, who bowed out this year.
The Peters are next.
And boat number 8 going underneath. Hannah Peters, age 18, and John Peters. Not mentioned where they're from. They're wearing Noble's blades, so let's say they're local. 9 here with the red blades is from Pettipog, great pug, Casey and Casey.
Casey and Oakley Elfstrom.
Casey and Oakley Elfstrom, mom and daughter, rowing again to support women's rights. Okay. Oh, now someone's rowing a very good line now. Look at that on the inside.
20.
Bow 20, Crabtree from London. Okay. This is Matthew Parrish and Honor Parrish, who's only 16.
Wow.
Past
bow number 10.
That is a great job. And the 16-year-old in the stroke seat is a daughter. You guys are doing terrific.
Looks like bow 10 is having some difficulty here. They're rowing
unaffiliated.
There we go. Back on track. That's Joe Flynn and Bill Flynn. Bow number 19 now chases them. Bow 19 is from Undine in Philadelphia. Mike Hindry and Mike Hindry Jr.
Hindry, yeah.
Bow 11 from CRI, Sonia Provost and Will Provost. Bow 20.
That's 23 going by on the inside. Wow,
that's
looking terrific.
The Swiss
and
duo.
They're from Zurich. All right, with a big resume. We don't have time to read it all. 14 from CRI. Behind is Bonnie Baker Polig and Catherine Baker. Okay, and bow number 25 in front of us from Germany, from Frankfurt, Germany. And then
bow 22 is the All-American duo, Jim Dietz and Jim Dietz.
James Dietz in the bow and Jimmy Stylish Dietz in the stroke seat. hauling his butt through his third race of the year of the stay. And then here we have
The Plantation, Florida crew, bout number 13, Alexander Earl and Carl Earl.
and then 15 right near us here.
The New York Athletic Club, Caitlin Brisson and John Brisson, their 8th time rowing together,
Beautiful.
racing together.
Racing together. All right, and what do we have here?
In the Whitehall White Blades.
Whitehall and White Blades 24 from Potomac is Tenley and Daniel Raddick.
29 right
And
behind
29 across from us is from Richmond, Virginia, Chuck and Brooke Alexandra. And then they're followed by 16 with the yellow slash from Dallas, Lily and Pitts Yandell. Wow, and now we have some CBC Blades 27. That's Patrice and Rue and Alexander Coleus. Grandfather-grandson combination. Woo! And now 17 in the yellow and blue hull is
PCRA from New Rochelle, New York, Chris Clark and Brian Clark.
Looking forward to doing it again. In the yellow hull, 26 from Frankfurt. Oh, no, excuse me, from Union Boat Club down the river is none other than Tegan Schnorr and Peter Schnorr. Both former Naval Academy. Terrific. An 18 here.
That's the Hull Life Saving Museum from Hull, Massachusetts. That's Craig Wolf and Chad Wolf.
And Chad rode for Harvard, 99, and Craig is an ocean rower. 28 here in the red hull is Alex Evanchik and Len Evanchik, father and son combination from MIT. All right. Bow number 30 in this dark hull coming up unaffiliated is Henry Palmer, 39 years old, former coach on the river, and Callum, his 11-year-old son.
That might be
Way to go, Callum. You are crushing it, buddy. Keep your dad going. Best you can.
The youngest entry in the division
youngest
today.
entry, by far. Yeah, way to go, Palmers.
35 is next.
And now 35 in the white hull. PCRA from New Rochelle, New York. I'm going to... wow, we're going to ruin this. Fasciato, Matthias, and Marcelo. Wonderful father-son combination. And we're going to work on our pronunciation. Oh, wrong side of the buoy coming up, but I'm not going to mention it. All right, we've got a little fleet coming up here now.
First one coming is the striped blades of 33. We'll call them
Our
first.
side, yeah.
33
Okay,
London.
the striped blades from London is Teo and Richard Metcalf, 22 and 66. Teo's a former GB junior team rower, and great to have him here. And
Bow 21 having a little bit of difficulty, but they look okay. That's Peter and Laura
21,
Lebordet. Bow 20.
we have 33, 34 as here. That's the CBC blades.
21 is the dark jerseys.
Oh, okay. Dark jerseys is 21. Excuse me. That's Maine Rowing Association. Peter and Laura Lebudras. The CBC boat
37
was, help me out. CBC, we've got behind. CRI 37, 43. Woo! Nice job. Look where you're going. And that is the last round. That's from Malta. Buzz and Russ Fisher. They're doing a great job. 36 here in the white hull is,
Sammamish.
Sammamish rowing from Redmond, Washington. Kenzie and Stephen Walter, father-daughter duo. 40 right here.
And 40 now is PCRA from New Rochelle, New York, Nick and Charles Ippolito.
Woo! Let's go. And now we have a crew with Union blades and a yellow hull. So
It's Union.
And it is Union.
Menino.
Oh, that's Bob Menino and
Henry.
his son Henry, who's rowing in his first set, Jones. He's 14. Henry, that's a burden to carry, buddy, but go for it. And 42 here in the red
Sarasota.
is from Sarasota, Jim McNamara and Thomas McNamara. Okay, and we have out here in the white hull. Help me out, Ellen, with that number. 32. Hull number 32 here in the white hull is unaffiliated. It's Caden and Nick Grassi, 16 and 41, second year in the event. Tolan, Connecticut. Great to have you here.
31 now in the black hull and black jerseys.
Black hull, boat number 31 is Marin, from Marin. Eli and Robert Arden, 82 and 44.
Could be the oldest average crew.
Could be the oldest average age here. Pretty awesome.
63 average.
And these guys are Erg Kings now on the water. And 41 behind them
Unaffiliated.
is not
John-
affiliated.
John and Emma Cox.
John and Emma Cox. And Emma races with Potomac in the summer and fall. And Thomas and Jefferson High School in the summer. Great. I mean, in the spring. Great job. And our paper,
We missed- it was a Chuck Piper that we missed.
oh,
It's been 38.
man, we're in big trouble. We missed Chuck Piper in the Cambridge boat with his son.
And we got some in.
And they were also 63, so they were also in the older group.
We saw London.
Okay. Yes, we did. Yep. Okay, so we think that's it for the director's double, and we're a little slow, both because they're close together and because our pages are wet, don't turn anymore. But we'll do our best as we get to the next and last event, which is the Director's Challenge Mixed 8. So men and women in this, 35 mixed 8s here. Final event of the regatta, always fun. And a tradition in this event is to dress up a little. Last year, the crew rowing as Club Nautico de San Juan dressed up as Hogwarts Express, and they're back this year, of course, starting as bow number 1 to defend their title. Let's see what kind of wizardry they can bring us. And who are these people? Well, they are Union Boat Club. Ooh. They have Claire Collins, national women's team from Princeton. Karen Davies, 3-time gold medalist. Steve Tucker, Olympian. James Bescher. They have an odd group.
This is not correct. There's another U.S. This is not my people. So there must be another U.S. entry. Who knows? Peter Troy.
Should we pull these out so you don't have to turn them back and forth? Would that make it easier?
Yeah, maybe. I'll just flip them over. But what I'm trying to do is see, because this is going to be wrong. So don't read these names. But I'm loath to cross it out because I'm imagining
We
there's
got the
another
wrong.
national
We got the
team.
wrong group.
I don't remember any of these.
Okay, the Director's 8 will be here shortly. They started 8 minutes ago. I just want to give a thanks to Hudson Boat Works, who was a huge supporter of the regatta. They have a huge group up in what they call the Shark Zone upstream. A lot of these boats are from for the crews from the West Coast and Europe are provided by Hudson. They bring 3 trailers of boats to the regatta. Very happy to have them, so many thanks. LaCroix Sparkling Water, it's our official water of the regatta. And they got a lot of great flavors, and it's healthy stuff, a lot better than any other sodas, which I wouldn't drink anyway. So this is well worth trying it out and grading it. And then Moderna, which is a new sponsor. Moderna, of course, is the biotech company that brought out with Pfizer the COVID vaccines that have done so much for us. Great to have them here. Great to have them getting involved in the Boston community. And Nelson Kellerman, and they provide all the computers that rowers use and the stopwatch I'm using to do the cadence. And they do a lot of other things probably more important to their lives, like weather stations and things, but they're huge supporters of the rowing community. So thanks to those special sponsors. Very happy to have them.
So I don't see, and I don't know who these people are, but I assume
Okay, we're gonna say they're a
probably, and
mystery
they're not,
group.
and this is definitely Cambridge. And these Directors Challenge mixed eights are all through Riverside, and the first of the bow numbers are through the Weld Boathouse already. So some interesting stuff going on between the Anderson Bridge and the Elliott Turn, so we'll see what the order is as they come around, but we should see them in probably just a few minutes. Currently holding first position is indeed the Club de Nautico de San Juan. They are holding first position by just a few seconds, though. It's going to be some very interesting racing.
Such a mix. Claire Collins, the best woman on the U.S. team right now, a heavyweight woman.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
all the way to Jim Besser, who
Yeah.
couldn't get out of his own way.
Make no mistake, if you look closely at the names in the program, this bow number one is chock full of strong national and Olympic oarsmen and women. We've got Pranier Bowes, Catherine Sheehan, Alex Zosels, Elena Humphreys, James Besser, Claire Collins, Lou Harwood, Karen Davies, and Steve Tucker. Their average age is 40, but they'll be fast.
They have some youngers that are pretty good on there, and they're coxed by none other than Pranier Bowes, who was a Brown coxswain, but before learned his trade at Belmont Hill, so he knows the river well.
Riverside also will have a very experienced crew, and this is their fifth time doing an all grade 8. They've got Michael Floyd, Kiera Twist, Anita Verhoul, Andy O'Brien, Alex Twist, Lauren Ayers, Liz Martin, Matt Schoenwald, and Sam Batchelor.
Wow, that's a pretty good lineup, and 41, so they're getting a little help on the age. Good.
Here we go. We've got some action on the buoy line. We'll wait till they come into view.
Here we go for the final event of the 2022 Head of the Charles Regatta.
And a pretty aggressive stroke rating. Can you get a rating on these guys?
I've got to say, I can't remember better looking conditions for the head than this.
I hear some music. Are they, by any chance, blaring music from their bow?
Blaring music as they come, and probably the greatest stroke I've ever rode behind, Karin Davies leading the show down. She is, this crew is going down. Here we go. This is a hell of a boat, and this is boat number 1.
They've got a loudspeaker on their bow.
Loudspeaker going, well-dressed, something wild going on. Oh, Steve Tucker stroking. No wonder. No wonder he can stay at cadence. 33.5 for the little guy, double Olympian. Great to see. And they are followed by
Bow number 2, Riverside.
Riverside, who we think is a good boat. They did not bring with them the music. They didn't bring with them the uniforms or the costumes.
But they got the swing.
But they got the swing, and they're rowing at 34. Yeah, they're going. They don't want to be topped by Steve Tucker. All right, Riverside, and everything has just opened up big time. There's nobody else in sight, So there we go. We'll wait patiently for whomever wins the calling. But those two crews, ages 40 and 41.
They're still just a few seconds apart, though, according to my results as they come through the Cambridge Boat Club. Only 5 seconds apart, which is a lot, but it really depends on that steering. But I have to imagine there are great coxswains there. Nobody's going to miss a beat as they come into the final turn. So that's going to be exciting. But it looks like bow number 1 will take the race. But we still have some 35 competitors to go.
And there could be, on corrected time, some older boats might show them up. So here we go, bow 5. All right.
That is the U.S. Para National Team, all para grade 8, coxed by Emily Eldrocker. We've got 4 people from the U.S. team and a development athlete in Ben Washburn. So we've got Sage Harper, Andy Wygren, Andrew Todd, the Canadian, Joanna Bayer, the Austrian, Molly Moore, Pearl Outlaw, and Todd Vogt. Here we go, all para, grade 8.
Great job. And Molly Moore, one of my favorites. Let's go. Okay, and now in the dark hull, red shirts, 4 is Willamette. And that's a mix of, they average age 60, so they're doing very well. And Bill Bird, their stroke, longtime great competitor, and boat 3 right behind them.
That's a sort of a BU alumni boat. That's the DeWolf Rowing Club. The DeWolf is the name of their boathouse.
Yeah, and they average 51.
Some all-stars there.
They've got some, former all-stars like
Andy Finch, Sarah Gronwald, Sarah Sullivan, Susan Schmidt. Great crew there from DeWolf.
Okay,
and then the high vis.
Boat number 8 doing well on their time, and that is Everett Rowing Association from Everett, Washington, long time. Very cool, hip crew, we're told. Average age 42, so they have to do some makeup time there. Excellent job. And now in the dark here, boat number 6. Very excited about boat number 6. We're on the wrong page. Hold on. Boat number 6. This is a mixed boat of Belmont Hill Blades, Cambridge people in it, Chris Boyd Coxing, James Gertwell, Rob Ramsdale, Tim Fulham, Eric Watney. It's sort of a mixed boat at Cambridge. And here, boat 10, doing very well. And they are another, we're going to take a while. That's Argonaut in Canada mixed with Long Beach, Toronto, Sculling. Casey Dietz, an old friend in there. A lot of old names. Average age 62. So they're doing well if you do the age factor. In the white hull, the white shirts here. Boat 12 is Riverside Recapture out of Hartford. Great program. Glad to have them here. Riverfront Recapture. And we're not giving any names on that. Boat 9 here is from Nashville. Terrific. From the Music City, a mixed boat, enjoying the row out with some rhythm. And boat 14 here, pushing from behind, need a page change, is Hydro. Hydro is stroked by none other than Danny Hansen, former twice Olympian. And she works for them now, I guess. Okay, boat number 7 here with CBC Blades is Cambridge. Peter Yao, Coxinum. A lot of old names enjoying themselves, not giving us an average name. But Tom Kohler's on board, age 70.
About 13
Bow 13 in the gray covering them. That is Endeavor Racing Alliance from Scottsdale, Arizona. A Rolodex crew. And 11 here in the blue hull is from New Rochelle, PCRA. And they've been in this event for many years. Enjoy going down the course together. Oh, we never gave the results for this. Oh, how would we know? So complicated. Father-child. Okay, now we've got an interesting crew coming down with Radcliffe and Harvard Blades. Because it's a mixed event. They took other boats out of the lock. And who is that? I can't read the number on that, Ellen, but
17.
Boat number 17. This is the Crimson Death Barge. The Death Barge is a bunch of former lightweights who were in the fourth boat in college and rekindled their spirit for rowing in their 25th anniversary. And so they're still doing it. They seem to enjoy it, and they somehow conned some Radcliffe women to row with them. Very elegant, looking a little old style as they go down. And behind them is boat number 16, Saugatuck, average age 61. And they finished 7th last year. And they had enough fun to come back for another year. Bow 20 with the Radcliffe Black Blades is Narragansett.
They call themselves the Mulligans because there's 4 Mulligans in this.
Wow. Their roots are in Boston. Inspiration is Joe Mulligan Sr., who pitched for the Red Sox in 34.
Bow 15 is CRI.
15, CRI. And on the outside, a sneak attack by boat number 22. That's the Atomic Rowing Club from Oak Ridge. Okay, we all think they're pretty awesome, but they're only 31 years of age. So there they go, and they're taking the side arch. All right, but the coxswain knows what he's doing. Right after the arch, the coxswain hit the rudder. 21 in the gray here with the elegant aqua tops is Ann Arbor. And the DC Strokes in Vashon Island. Chased by 23 with the Wayland Westland Blades, and they are
Redwood City, Delaware combination.
Baltimore, Redwood City combination. 25 is unaffiliated. And now bow number 19 on the inside, CRI, probably CRI. Yes, another CRI boat.
18.
And 18 on the inside.
Rowing in Color. Labeled out of Sarasota, but this is an awesome program. Rowing in Color. Sebastiana Lopez, Samantha Reyes, Beata Collion, Cameron Lovelady, Dakari Sawyers, Rachel Wong, Joanna Victorio, Maurice Scott, who raced earlier in the inclusion double, I believe, as a guide rower, and Manny Valentine. Welcome, Rowing in Color, to the head of the Charles.
All right. A little gap here now. Sweet. Wait for the next group. Remember, 35 boats in this event, and we have seen up to boat 20, I believe.
Yes, so we have seen all of them. Yes, so we've seen 23.
Up to 23, actually. 25. Okay. All right. Ellen, your sharp eye is here with the Wayland Westland Blades.
26.
Is boat number 26.
Aqueduct.
Mix here, Aqueduct, Hamilton, unaffiliated Wayland Westland Group. These are a bunch of Hamilton alumni who decide to get back and come down the course. And they claim they don't train very much, which is believable, but they're getting down the course. They look all right to me. And over here, crossing over, unusual technique, 24 is Sag Harbor. 8 rowers and a coxswain from 4 clubs who've never been in a boat together. 29 is East Bay from Oakland, California. It's a mixed date, and they're excited to have made the trip here. Welcome, East Bay. And it would say Wisconsin with this W, but the Blades aren't Wisconsin. Boat number 28, Willamette. Willamette is here, and they're getting instructions from the coxswain behind, which, of course, they can't do. And there's 32 behind, and they are Long Beach. So it's a great group, but this is
Long
No.
Beach has realized they're going to take the center arch, which is probably wise there. So one crew through the right-hand arch, the other will take center. Hopefully both back on track soon.
yeah. So even in the director's challenge, it pays to stay on that buoy line, and they both left it early.
But no collision, no scratching of blades there, so
no
they're underway.
fouls, no nothing, just a tough turn. Okay, in the red shirts with the Northeastern Blades is 31. Viva from Pleasant, California. This is a group of co-workers who are alumni rowers, and they're working for their company, Viva, to race here in the head of the Charles. Looks like the 3-person is doing a little adjustment, maybe, or just has a problem. Maybe the wheels came off the track, so that's unfortunate.
But behind them is bow 33. That's the
33.
MIT Rowing Club.
Yes.
This is their mixed grade 8, averaging 42 years of age.
Yeah. And representing, to correct their blurb here, they're representing the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. We are not a state. But doing a great job in 27. And all red is Tallahassee Rowing Club from Florida. Average age 69. I think, Ellen, that is the oldest crew in the race.
Yes, I think it might be 69. And this is handicapped, correct?
This is
Age handicapped.
And the handicap is pretty big. I can't remember, but it pays. It pays off. It's about 10 seconds a year after age 70. I mean, it's a lot. Okay, so we've got a little gap here. Bow 30 coming down. And this is another CRI crew coming on the outside. And this is all professionals at the Boston law firm of Choate Hall and Stewart. So, well, that's a good way to get along as co-workers. Go down the course together on a Sunday afternoon. Here we go. Way to go, Choate Hall. Oh, and you've got some fans as well. Great
Here we go.
news.
Let's bring them home.
Bring them home.
It looks like we should have just one more. This is probably Magunta coming up in Maine.
Okay, so one more boat coming up, you awesome longtime fans.
Black blades, black hull.
Yeah. Yep. Here they are. The Darth Vader crew from Maguntacook. Yeah. Did we get
Camden, Maine.
this one? Go by her? That's
Yeah, that
Sarah. No, that was the Choate Hall group. That was the Choate boat group. We got them.
We got them. We got Viva.
Okay, so we'll have to check here we go. This is Maguntacook from Camden, Maine. Great rowing program up there. Mostly Maguntacook. Average age 53. And masters from Camden, Maine. So it's great to have them here. Welcome, Maguntacook. Very shapely pace down. We think there may be another boat coming down. We think the oldest boat in the regatta is coming down, over 80. Oh, with about a 7-minute gap, we think. That's what we have a new technical director, and it's a good thing we do. Whew. Okay. Okay, we've got a gap here. We'll welcome in.
Is this the octogenarian boat?
Yeah.
Yes.
So it would be bow number 34. We've got all rowers in this crew will be 80 plus years old. I don't care how long it takes them to get down the course. That is impressive. I don't even know if I hope I'm doing this at 80, but I certainly respect those that do.
Well, it's better than the alternatives, right?
That's
Being
true.
out there in Fox Hill, watching your TV. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's good. Give that old couple a chance to get into the dock here. Yeah.
All right, so as we said, we still have, I believe, two crews out on the course. We're not done yet. Hang in there, Elliott Bridge. Hang in there, volunteers. Hang in there, weatherman, because if you can keep from raining, we'd all really appreciate it.
Yeah, and Ellen, the course crew, which I'm on the first day putting in the course, is now on the course picking up the buoys, and they are probably right behind those two crews. Carefully.
So that's why you were so eager to announce the final shift of the regatta. Very smart.
Yeah.
So while we wait for the final cruise to come down, I've asked Greg to consider one of his favorite, or maybe a highlight of the regatta that he wanted to share.
Yeah, so I'd say one of the favorites this regatta was yesterday in the women's champ single, which is a area dear to my heart. It was led by three women just duking it out and therefore going wide. But Emma Twigg, the most recent Olympic champion, and two locals, and Maggie Fellows from Cambridge Boat Club, and Christy Wagner from originally CRI. And then from the back of the pack, Emily Caulfels, another CBC member, came down and cleared them out and won by 4 seconds. It was really an impressive show. And Emily spent 2 years in rehab. She was a great U-23 oarswoman and then had significant back problems and then has cured that and is on the U.S. team. So that was an exciting point of the race, I have to say.
That's a great story, but it looks like we've got our...
Here we go. Rehab isn't an issue for this crew.
It's bow 34, rowing from CRI, but it is a combination. We've got Bill McLean, Lee Warren, Genevieve Coyle, Peter McGowan, Richard Barron, Alan McLennan.
I feel like that's not 8. We're missing a few.
Yeah, that's 6 people, but there are 8 in the boat, so we just didn't get all the goods.
And they're all 80 plus. This is the octogenarian 8. The octogenarian, wouldn't we call an oct, though? That would have to be a sculling boat, but that'd be cool.
Oct or something, yeah. Here they go.
road, everyone. We can't wait to see you next year.
That's right. See you next year. We're going to bring you blue skies and happy weather and fast times.
Amen to that.